Am I the asshole for eating something else after my wife made a bad dinner? My wife made a meatless quiche for dinner. It took an hour longer than she said and tasted bland and overcooked. I offered to cook before she insisted, as I normally do. We both acknowledged that it didn't turn out well. I ate a pity plate and went to the kitchen and made a turkey sandwich because I was still hungry. My wife is pissed and she's saying that I'm making her feel bad. I tried to be discreet, but she caught me when I was making my sandwich. I don't want to hurt her feelings because I know that she's kind of insecure about her cooking. But bruh, it was 9:30 p.m. and I was starving. I don't know. Should I have done something differently? I don't think you're the asshole. And honestly, I think this is funny as shit. I don't think this is a big deal at all. You didn't do anything to intentionally hurt your wife's feelings. You said that you know she's a little insecure about her cooking. Sir, you ate the bad food. You better than me. Because I would have told her I ate yesterday. But like I said, you better than me. You ate the bad food and then went into the kitchen and tried to make yourself something on the side because your stomach was touching your back. I think your wife is embarrassed. You said that you both acknowledged that the quiche didn't come out quite right. I think she caught you in the kitchen making something to eat as she was on her way to the kitchen to make her something to eat because she was hungry as well. You should have offered sis a sandwich. I really think she's embarrassed that you caught her doing the exact same thing she caught you doing. And I really hope that you guys are able to laugh about this later because this is funny as fuck to me. I forgot to read the edit. I did. Obi made an edit, basically like a reply to things that they seen mentioned a lot in the comment section. So OP says the reason that he referred to the quiche as a meatless quiche instead of just quiche was because the few times that he has had it had some type of ham or sausage in it. So he thought that was the norm, and without it meant it was something different, which is why he referred to it as meatless quiche. He also states that his wife is vegetarian and that he eats vegetarian just about every night of the week. So the quiche wasn't bad because there wasn't any meat in it. The quiche was just made badly. Listen, I'm not saying that OP's wife can't cook, but OP's wife couldn't cook that quiche on her first try. But we just gonna leave that there. OP also says quiche has eggs. Ketchup is good on eggs. Therefore, ketchup is acceptable to put on quiche, especially bad quiche. So what I got from that was OP tried to fix the bad quiche with some ketchup, and the ketchup wasn't doing no fixing. It was still bad. Like I said, I really hope they're able to laugh about this eventually. Now, it may be a long while before they're able to laugh at this, but I'm really hoping that they get to the point that they can laugh at this because I don't think OP's wife is as upset at him as he thinks she is. Like, I get being insecure about your cooking, but sis, not you telling me that I'm humiliating or embarrassing you because I'm hungry. You ate 2.5 forkfuls of your quiche. You were on what you was doing in the kitchen then. It's 9:30 at night. What was you coming in the kitchen to do if you weren't coming to put something in your stomach because your stomach was touching your back just like mine? I really hope they're able to laugh at this because I don't think this is a big deal. Listen, as someone who is not afraid to admit that more than a few of my dinners have not come out correctly, you can't be upset at the person that you're making food for if they're not trying to shovel all of that shit down. You know it wasn't good. You cannot be upset at them. This has actually happened to me. For Valentine's Day 2 years ago, I decided I can't believe I'm about to tell y'all. I was gonna make chicken parmesan, okay? I was excited. It was my first time making it, but I'm a professional eater, so I knew what the fuck to do. Y'all, why did I forget to fry the shit after I breaded it? I put it in the oven. Listen, the chicken was done, but it wasn't crispy. So my chicken was finished. It just wasn't crispy like it was supposed to be. So I just had baked chicken with soft breadcrumbs. Soft breadcrumbs on the outside. Baby ate like half his chicken. I know he was being nice because I only ate like 2 forkfuls of mine. I'm not about to pretend this shit is good. And then we ordered pizza.
Am I wrong for telling my husband he isn't allowed to go to his sister's wedding? Storytime. Now, I have never particularly loved my husband's relationship with his little sister. It's weird and it kind of freaks me out a little bit. For example, one time she was complaining about being single and I was like, well, why don't I hook you up with one of my friends? What's your type? Deadass goes, I want someone exactly like my brother. She's like, my brother is the best guy. If I could date someone exactly like him, I would. Now, me and Steve got married 8 months ago, and Amy was an absolute menace. And let me know if you want the story time on what she got up to at our wedding, because that was a whole other video. Now, we were planning on having our honeymoon a couple of weeks after, and we put so much effort into planning this damn thing. And a couple of days before we go, we have a family dinner at Steve's house, and Amy brings her new boyfriend who looks exactly like Steve. But one thing you should know about Amy, she has a revolving door of boyfriends. And in the middle of dinner, Amy stands up and is like, we have a really exciting announcement, everyone. We're getting married. I honestly thought this was a joke. I was like, what? 2 months they've been dating. I'm sorry, last dinner you had Dave here, now you're getting married to this one. And everyone else at this dinner is so excited, and I was like, am I the only one here struggling? And Steve goes, so when is the actual wedding then? And when she says the date of this wedding, my jaw hit the floor, because not only is her wedding 1 month away, it is also on the first full day of our honeymoon. So first of all, the type A in me is like, how are you going to plan a wedding in less than a month? And she was like, oh, we're just going to do something really, really low key in mum and dad's garden, and then we're going to use the decorations from your wedding. I can't be asked to fight this one, but I say, you know what, you should probably change the date, because me and your brother are going to be on our honeymoon then, so we aren't going to be able to be there. She looks at me and goes, do you know what, I guess you're going to have to move it. She's like, no, you know, we were looking at the calendar, and we were just really looking at it, and that specific date really jumped out to us. And just to add it, it's not like anything has been planned or booked, so they could move it. I'm like, listen, Amy, if that date is really jumping out and speaking to you, get married on it, but we're not going to be there. Everything we had booked for our honeymoon was non-refundable, so we couldn't go even if we wanted to. No, I knew this girl was a psychotic drama queen, but I was not prepared for this reaction. She literally slammed her hands down on the table and immediately started sobbing. She's like, you are the most selfish person I've ever known in my entire life. I can't believe you're going to keep my big brother away from me on my most important day of my entire life. So I look over at Steve and I'm like, I think this is probably a great time for us to leave. He's like, no, I think we should stay and sort this out. Boring. I know his little sister, and I know there is no rationalizing with her. So that night we go home, we get a text from every single member of Steve's family telling us how I am the villain and that I need to calm down and apologize. So what do you think? Am I wrong here?
Am I in the wrong for only allowing my daughter to take only one of 2 suitcases she had packed when the courts removed her from my custody? I am in the middle of a very contentious divorce and a custody case, and my children have been caught in the middle. We are currently on our 3rd guardian ad litem, as the first 2 asked to be removed. 3 months before this incident, my daughter had just been returned to my custody. As part of the custody orders, the court and the GAL set several stipulations for her: weekly therapy, enrollment in public school, participation in extracurricular activities, spending time with friends, and generally being given the opportunity to live a normal life as a 15-year-old. I complied with all of these requirements immediately. She was enrolled in public school, attended weekly therapy, an hour away, joined drama club, got a part-time job at Dairy Queen, had a boyfriend, and attended homecoming. I paid her cell phone bill and covered school and personal expenses. During this time, her father was unsupportive and frequently undermined me. When she complained to him about being asked to do chores, he told her that I was an unfit and abusive mother and that she should not be allowed to have a job, friends, or extracurriculars. Before homecoming, I bought her shoes and paid for a haircut. Her father refused to help with a dress, so I purchased one. She asked for fake nails, which I said no to. After homecoming, I received a bank alert asking if I authorized a DoorDash charge. I did not. When I checked my bank statements, I found unauthorized DoorDash and Sally Beauty purchases. When I asked my daughter about the nails again, she denied everything. I then showed her the bank statements, at which point it was clear she had used my debit card without my permission. I did raise my voice. I did not threaten to kick her out, abandon her, or leave her stranded at school. I questioned consequences, including whether she should attend a special school field trip. Immediately after, she contacted her father and the guardian ad litem and told him that I was trying to force her out of my house and planned to abandon her at school. The GAL met with my daughter at school without ever contacting me and told her that she would be removed from my custody, that an emergency hearing would be filed, and offered her a ride home from the field trip. Not once did the GAL contact me. At court, the GAL stated I was an unfit parent without providing concrete evidence, and the custody was transferred to my ex-husband. When my ex-husband arrived with my daughter to retrieve her belongings, I allowed her to take 2 suitcases she already packed. She had known 4 days prior that custody might change and had not packed anything else. I did not prevent her from having her belongings permanently. After she left, I packed the remainder of her belongings neatly and informed her that they would be available to retrieve at the next court-approved opportunity. I had not gone back on this. So my question is, am I in the wrong, manipulative, or abusive for not allowing her to immediately gather everything that day, given the circumstances?
My daughter just confessed that she was assaulted by my recently deceased best friend, and I feel effing pathetic. This is definitely a trigger warning for SA. My daughter just shattered my heart and entire world. She just confessed to me that my late best friend, who died last November, assaulted her multiple times. I didn't ask for it, but she showed me proof of it. She showed me messages that he sent her where he called her a stupid whore and slut. I was furious and hurt. She was crying and told me it started when she was around 14 when her body started growing. She was crying and I just hugged her and let her cry on my shoulders. I just wish she said literally anything before he died. He got away with it. I've peed on his grave multiple times since then, and I just wish he was alive so I could make him pay. Effing bastard. I feel like a pathetic effing dad because my baby girl didn't feel safe enough to tell me while he was alive. I feel pathetic and like a loser because she didn't feel comfortable enough to tell me she was being assaulted like that, or that I wouldn't have believed or protected her. But I would have protected her with my damn life. And you go. Seriously. I'm also very sad that she didn't tell you during, because I would have loved for you to pee directly in his eyeballs.
My husband got my mum pregnant and they're expecting me to raise the baby. So about 6 months ago, I found out my mum was pregnant. She was literally maybe like a week past pregnancy. Like, she was very newly pregnant. Obviously, it caused a massive thing in the family because my dad could not physically have any more kids, if you get what I'm saying. So they obviously started to have huge arguments because my mum cheated on my dad. I was just thinking, you're pushing 50 and you've just got pregnant. This is quite rare. Anyway, I kind of just sat back, let the family dynamics played out, basically. Somehow my dad ended up like getting over my mum cheating on him. And they both decided they did not want to raise this kid. They're close to retirement. All their kids are grown up. They did not want this screaming newborn child. Back to me and my husband, we were actually actively trying to have a kid. We were really struggling, which is why everyone around us knew we were like trying. Anyway, my mum literally said to me like, do you want this child? She didn't really want to give it up for adoption properly. Honestly, I started to get really excited at the idea of it because it comes from people that I know and love, know the baby's safe. Like, it seemed like a really nice, wholesome option until I found out the truth. So the whole reason my dad basically forgave my mum for cheating is that she was adamant she didn't cheat. Not slept with anyone, like it literally is just kissing, like there's nothing there. Dad ended up believing her. They thought maybe his surgery didn't work properly. So basically they went to go get some tests and I found out my dad literally isn't producing anything. It could not physically be his. After a lot of going back and forth, I also found out that my husband has been cheating on me. I found a few texts in his phone where he's just weren't adding up. I like to think of myself as a clever little cookie and I put 2 and 2 together and I thought, this is not real. Fortunately it was. I did find out that my mum and husband have been sleeping together. It's in fact my husband's kid. Now call me crazy. I'm kind of tempted to stay in this situation and raise the kid as our own. At the same time, I don't know if that is absolutely mental. Let me know what you think.
Am I overreacting? Teacher said my daughter's report is immoral. So my 9-year-old daughter has an assignment every year where they embody a historical figure of significance. She looks forward to this every year and she really gets into picking her figure out and learning about them. They're supposed to pick 3 people and then the teacher chooses which of the 3 that they can do. This year my daughter chose Freddie Mercury, Prince, and Anne of Cleves. Today the teacher messaged me saying that Freddie Mercury and Prince aren't acceptable because they weren't moral people. And Anne Cleves isn't acceptable because she didn't make enough of an impact on the world. For reference, last year my daughter was Frida Kahlo and the year before she was Josephine Baker. I prepared a big, long response about how morality is subjective. Every human is complex and not wholly moral or immoral. My family doesn't believe in judging other people's morality, and that choosing a moral person wasn't even a condition as part of the assignment. But then my husband came home and found me seething, and he thinks that I'm overreacting and that this isn't a fight worth fighting. So am I overreacting, or should I stand my ground? I don't think you're overreacting at all. Like, this is a person that is going to shape your child's life at the end of the day. She is your teacher. She is your child's teacher, and you don't want her to teach. Like, I don't need you teaching my daughter what is moral. She's not taking a morality class from you. She's not going to Bible study. Like, hello?
Am I in the wrong for moving my paycheck into a separate account after my partner kept accidentally overdrawing our joint one? I had 34 male, living with my girlfriend, 31 female, for a bit over a year. We're not married. When we moved in together, we agreed to use one joint account for shared stuff. Rent, utilities, groceries, cat food, the boring adult things. We both earn decent money, not rich, but stable. The agreement was simple. We each transfer a set amount on payday, and whatever's left in our personal accounts is our own. She suggested the joint account idea first, because she said it would reduce stress and prevent arguing. Rent still went through though, but we got hit with a fee. She swore that she didn't know it was low and that she only used the joint card for a few things because her personal account was tight that week. I asked her why her account was tight, and she said it's none of my business. Which, fine, but then why is the joint account covering it? I told her that we need to pause and reset because this is not what we agreed on. She said I'm acting like her father and she shouldn't have to ask for permission to use our money. This week it happened again, but worse. I got an email alert that the account was under $200, which makes no sense because we just transferred money and the bills weren't due yet. I checked and saw a $480 charge from a furniture store. I asked her about it and she said she ordered a small desk for our place because she wants to start doing yoga videos at home and needs a spot for her laptop. I said that might be for the apartment, but it's still a non-urgent purchase and you didn't even mention it to me. She snapped and said I'm controlling and treating her like a thief. We argued and she told me that she feels financially unsafe with me because I track everything. I told her that I only track the joint account because it's literally for shared bills. After that, I changed my direct deposit so my paycheck goes into my personal account again, and I set an automatic transfer to the joint account for half of my expenses, plus a small buffer. I also moved the joint card to a drawer and told her that I'm not using it day to day anymore, only for bills. She called it betrayal and said I'm sabotaging the relationship over a couple mistakes. Now she's telling her friends that I cut her off and they're looking at me like I'm some stingy villain. Am I in the wrong for separating my money again, or is this a normal boundary when someone keeps blurring the lines?
Am I wrong for being upset that my husband refuses to come to my birth? Story time. So my husband Steve is refusing to take time off work to come to the birth of our first child. Baby's due anytime this month and Steve has been picking up work to pick up a bit of extra cash. And I was getting a little bit concerned that these shifts weren't slowing down, they were only getting more and more. So when he got home yesterday, I was like, hi babe, when are you going to stop taking these extra shifts and take some time off? And he tells me that he couldn't actually take time off work right now because there's this huge project coming up. Well, I've got a huge project too, Steve! For context here, his boss is married to one of my friend's brothers. And I was like, well, I'm going to utilise my connections here. I decided I'm going to beat the boot, call his boss and see what the crack was. So his boss tells me that he had told Steve that he could have as much time off as he wanted with extra pay. And I was like, oh, that's interesting because Steve has told me that there's this big project going on and he can't have time off. And the manager was like, there is, but Steve isn't on that project at all. I confronted Steve and he got really, really upset with me, telling me that it was so disrespectful that I had confronted his boss and that I should have respected his decision to be taking on more work and not actually have time off. So I apologised for calling his boss because I kind of did feel bad, but I'm so confused and I'm so angry as to why he would lie to me. He went on to say that he just took on extra shifts because he wanted more money so he could have more time off after the birth. But this is the kicker line, buckle in everybody. He says, I don't even know why you're getting so mad, the baby won't remember me being there. Yes, but I will, Steve. And you know, naturally I just burst straight into tears. He goes, fine, I'll make it right, I will try and be there. But Steve, you absolutely could be there, you're getting the time off work paid. So this is all happening a couple of weeks ago. Fast forward to this morning when I wake up looking at Steve getting ready to go to work. I was like, where are you going? What are you doing? He said, your mum will be around soon. You can call her if the baby comes. He says, give me a call and I'll get there as soon as I can. I told his mother and his mum texted him and told him that she thought she had raised him better. And Steve got in a massive argument with me about this, telling me that my pregnancy hormones needed to calm down because I was too irate.
I'm finally leaving my poly marriage. When I married my husband, I knew he was poly. He told me that when we started dating. I ended the relationship, but after a couple of months, he told me that he was in love with me and would choose me over polyamory. That was my mistake and mine alone that I agreed because I was so in love with him. I had to live with my decision to choose my heart over my brain, and I have paid now with 3 of my best years taken from me. I can't even recognize the graying woman I look at in the mirror. When we had our second child 3 years ago, he told me that he wanted to be poly again. I refused and cried and raged, and he said that this was already decided and I could leave if I wanted. I had just given birth and had a 1-year-old. He made all the money because he told me to focus on my studies instead. One day he came home with his girlfriend number 1 to introduce her to me. My world shattered. 6 months later, he introduced girlfriend number 2. I knew nothing about that world or the rules, and I probably still don't know because couples make their own rules and boundaries from what I understood. All I know is that after he introduced girlfriend number 1, it felt like my soul left my body and was watching from the sideline. I just went through the motion and agreed to everything like I was in a haze. He said I didn't need to have any contact with them. He will never get a new girlfriend behind my back and always tells me the truth. He also said that we, the women, are the ones to plan dates and decide who he spends time with and when. I'm finally leaving my poly marriage. I was in a group chat with them and I basically never put my name in the planning. In the beginning, he didn't seem to notice/care, but after about a year in, the problems started. He said that he never spent any time with me anymore, and even if he promised that the dates would be planned between the women, he missed me and knew I was not putting my name on purpose. I told him that I was tired and busy, and he sure should feel happy that he had options, and that he should respect his own rules that according to him were always successful. The fights got worse and sometimes he would spend the night in our place, even though it's decided that he would spend it with one of his other girlfriends. He said that I agreed under false pretenses, but I told him that he could leave me. He would rage and beg and love bomb and even cry that he missed me. Lastly, he said that he wasn't happy anymore and wanted it to be just us again, like the beginning of our relationship, because he was miserable. What changed now? I got a part-time job at the company I did my internship, so now I could have an income while studying. My mom is moving to my city because she found a good job and she's rented a 2-bedroom apartment. She said she could give me 1 room and she could help with the children while I'm studying. Suddenly, I have no worries about rent and finances and I'm graduating this summer. I've sent my husband an email telling him that I'm leaving. He's away on vacation and when he comes home, I'll be gone. Pray for me after 3 years of a constant nightmare. I feel that I can unite with my soul again and wake up from this haze. Because he doesn't have control. That's literally why.
I have no contact with my mum, and she just tried to marry my fiance at our wedding. Always been a very, like, tricky relationship. She's just one of their mothers that kind of, like, really wanted to be a mum, and it just happened. She actually ended up having 3 daughters and 2 sons. Quite a lot of us. And every single one of us are no contact with this one. Take with that what you will. Now, even though I am, like, no contact, it was never, like, abusive or just for our peace of mind. She does get invited to, like, big events and milestones in life, if that makes sense. Like, she came to our engagement party. My sister had a baby recently. She went to that. No contact but contact. Anyway, decided very reluctantly to invite this woman to our wedding. The reason I was reluctant isn't actually because of the no contact thing. It was actually because she is weirdly obsessed with my fiance. Always has been. And I get it. Very, very handsome guy, if I do say so myself. She actually came on like a family vacation with us. And we were like lacking rooms. We kind of calculated it wrong, and she actually offered to sleep in the same bed as me and my boyfriend, like out of everyone, including her ex-husband. Anyway, wedding day came along. Actually, and obviously I was quite nervous for this day to actually arrive. The wedding morning goes by so quick, as everyone says, and it was time for me to walk down the aisle already. So I'm stood outside the aisle doors. They're like these massive barn doors. I was going to get a massive grand entrance, and as my music starts to play, I start to hear like a lot of like muttering and murmuring, and I'm just like, that's a bit weird. And then a few like gasps. So my wedding planner coordinator was like, what's going on? And I was like, you tell me, girl, because I don't know. She pokes her head around the little barn doors, see my mum dressed up in her wedding dress, trying to convince the registrars that she is me. I'm getting married to my fiance. Obviously he is stood there like, this is not the woman supposed to be up here. I don't know why she thought this was going to work, because did our pre-interviews, like they know who we are. She was basically removed from the wedding. That much of a dramatic ending, but we still got married. We had like the best night, but it was just so... What's wrong with this woman? My boyfriend's girl best friend turned out to be his wife. Story time. Now listen, I wasn't immediately suspicious, but looking back, the signs were signing. For starters, he would always be texting her. If we're on the sofa just watching the film together, he's texting Amy. If we're out for dinner, he's texting Amy. Even if he's at the cinema, he is texting Amy. One night, I even wake up to Steve on the phone, and I'm like, who are you talking to? He goes, oh, I'm sorry, it's Amy. She's having a really rough night. You're gonna have a rough night, please put the phone down. He goes, I just wanted to be there to comfort her. And whenever I would voice my concerns to Steve, he would always be like, oh, she's just like a sister to me. That doesn't stop some people, Steve. The other thing about Amy is that I never met her. I tried to, but she was always too busy. But whenever Steve was free, she was miraculously available. And as time is going on, I'm starting to notice some changes in Steve's behaviour. He starts to get way more secretive. I'm not proud of my behaviour, but I decided that I was going to check his phone. Of course, I went straight to Amy's texts. And as I'm scrolling, I'm seeing a lot of heart eye emojis. But I'm really trying to rationalise these messages. But then I see a message that makes my blood boil. This particular text says, hey babe, can you pick up some milk on your way home? Like, what now? And Stephen had told me that he lived alone, and I couldn't hold it in. I decided I was going to confront.
No, not at all. Unless you're trying to figure out how she got that in them jeans. No, it's none of her fucking business. You tell if and when you're ready to tell, and not a moment before. I started a new job about 7 months ago, and I became really close to my coworker. We've hung out outside of work plenty of times, and we've developed a really close friendship. We were hanging out with a couple of guys from work, and somehow the question came up of, would you do X, Y, and Z with a girl for $10,000? My friend said, absolutely not. I couldn't do it for $1 million. I joked and said, I'd do it for free. My friend laughed and said, I don't know how you could do that. I said that it's easy because I like girls. Everybody laughed and we moved on. The next day at work, she asked me if I really liked girls. I said yes, that I'm bi. She got upset and asked me why I didn't tell her. And I said, because I didn't feel like I had to, period. I didn't feel like this was something I needed to tell you because I don't like you like that. So there was no reason for you to even fucking know until I wanted you to. Are you okay? I told her that I came out of the closet at 15 and I don't really bring it up except to men that I'm dating or women that I'm romantically interested in. I wasn't attracted to her in that way, so I didn't feel the need to tell her. She said I was weird for not telling her and that now she's uncomfortable. Babe, you mispronounced homophobic. You did. You did, because up until this moment, you were never uncomfortable around me. You said, and I quote, go back, we developed a really close friendship. You guys were friends up until this exact moment. Now, all of a sudden, something that has absolutely nothing to do with her is making her uncomfortable. Bitch, get the fuck out of here. She said that she was really upset and that I should have told her. It's been about a week and she doesn't talk to me unless it involves work. She doesn't text me, and I'm wondering if I was wrong for not telling her, or is she wrong for assuming that I should have and making a big deal about me not telling her? Should I apologize for not telling her? Now I feel uncomfortable at my job, and the guys we were friends with are even acting weird towards me as well. Am I the asshole? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. You didn't do anything wrong. Your sexuality is something that you share on a need-to-know basis, and this bitch didn't need to know. Honestly, my only question for your friends is, if you were straight, would they be upset that you didn't tell them? The nasty, disgusting people like your coworkers always make me fucking laugh, because the moment they hear that somebody around them could possibly be gay, they automatically assume that they are in the running for someone that they like. And I think that's hilarious, because bitch, you were garbage before you found out what type of people I like, and you're still garbage now, even more so than I thought you were in the beginning. I wasn't attracted to you. You told her. You only tell one of two fucking people, men that you're dating, women that you're romantically interested in. She did not know. So that means she was neither a man you were dating, nor was she a woman that you're romantically interested in. Yet she's uncomfortable. Get the fuck out of here. This is more of a her problem than it is a you problem. Now you know what the vibe is. You clock in, you do your job, you go the fuck home. Don't offer a single motherfucker an apology because you don't have anything to apologize for. These are the same people that were your friends, that were okay with joking about being gay for pay. Would you do X, Y, and Z with a girl for $10,000? Ha ha, he, kiki, kiki, kiki. But now, when they find out that someone's not new to this, they're true to this, and they will do this for the pride of a job well done, all of a sudden they're uncomfortable? Get the fuck out of here. Are these really people that you want to call your friends? Are these the kind of people you want to give your energy to every day? Don't waste another thought on them.
Am I in the wrong for deciding to stay full-time with my grandparents because I don't want to follow the rules set by my dad's girlfriend? My dad kind of shared custody with my grandparents most of my life. He had legal custody, but they would help out taking me for several days or a whole week or two during the month. I, male 17, was still close to my dad, and we still had time for us, and he was involved. But when his work kept him late, it was easier for me to have another home to stay in versus getting home late or being on my own. My dad and grandparents had the same household rules, and I never had an issue with them. About a year ago, my dad started dating someone new, and she seems fine, but she has a lot of rules and a lot of things that she's strict about that my dad isn't. When dad told me that he decided to move in with her by moving to her house, I asked him how that would work, and he said I need to follow her rules and that she was pretty clear about that to him. He also said that she would be enforcing the rules and I would basically need to treat her like she's him or my grandparents. I didn't want to follow her rules. They were so different from the rules that I know, and I find some of her rules to be extreme. Because I didn't think it was fair to ask my dad to wait to move in with her, I asked my grandparents if I could live with them full time. They said yes, and my dad was upset, but he told me if I wanted to do that, then he'd make sure that we spent time together. I now live with my grandparents, and my dad lives with his girlfriend. She's offended I chose to live with my grandparents, and she's offended I didn't want to follow her rules. She tried to insist on some of her rules, even though I don't live with her, like having dinner with her and her kids and taking part in making the meal with them. My dad wouldn't be there most of the time. She also wanted me to join them Sunday for her planned family time. I work Sunday, so that would already be a no, but even on my day off, I don't want to be obligated to spend it there. She expected me to help her niece move into her place too, and she has her kids helping with that. It's one of the rules that you help family move and cancel any plans you have to do it. My grandparents were surprised she was trying to make me follow her rules from her house, and dad told her to stop, which she sorta did. But she said she still found it to be bratty that I would rather live apart from him than follow her rules. She also said I wasn't showing her the respect that she deserved, and I told her that she's not my parent and she doesn't get to demand the same kind of respect where I do what she says. So, am I in the wrong?
Was I wrong for ditching my friend's wedding after she removed me as a bridesmaid and wanted me to sub for the photographer? I, Isla, 26 female, was set to be a bridesmaid for my friend Deidre, 26 female's wedding. She had 5 bridesmaids in total, including me. We met in high school and moved back to our mutual hometown area a few years ago. I'm 6'1", and my nickname has always been Big Bird, while the other girls and Deidre are about 5'4" or 5'6". I have a Nikon DSLR and have always liked to casually take pictures for my social media, which I did of all of us at the time leading up to the wedding. The day of the wedding, the paid photographer Jenny was on site at Deidre's massive church, but was sick. She said she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her and that she couldn't power through, and she'd done a COVID test, so it wasn't that. But ultimately she had to leave. Shortly after she left, before we were supposed to head toward the sanctuary, Deidre asked me to walk around the perimeter of the church and make sure that the entrances were all labeled so that no one was lost. So I did in my dress and tennis shoes and made it back in about 15 minutes. By the time I got back into the bridal suite, it was nearly time to head to the foyer. As I walked in, everybody was quiet and staring at me. Deidre's fiance's sister, Ashley, who hadn't been sure if she could make the wedding, was there as well. Deidre said that since Jenny was gone, they didn't have a wedding photographer. She wanted me to give my bridesmaid's dress to Ashley and take the photos with my Nikon, since no one wanted to just have pictures on their iPhones. Everyone swarmed me and started helping me out of my dress, pulling the rhinestone combs out of my hair, and Deidre took back the bridesmaid's gift of the matching Tiffany bracelet we were all wearing during the wedding to put on Ashley. Everyone said that this was a much better plan and started hyping up my photography skills. They were also saying that this would be great because the wedding would look uniform now, and all the moms were saying that it would be really great to include all of the family girls as bridesmaids. Deidre said that I would be able to eat after everyone else and that she wasn't sure where Ashley had been sitting for dinner. But it won't matter because I won't need to sit down much anyways. This was all very rushed and I didn't have time to think, but I immediately felt pretty hurt by the demand and I'd be responsible for not only the wedding photography for free, but that everyone was implying I'd make the pictures look weird if I had been in them, and that I'd be okay with not having a seat at all or the chance to eat. I told Deidre that I wasn't a professional photographer and that I didn't know what I was doing. But she kept saying, "You'll do great, and I'm sure it'll be good," while everyone continued to get ready. I packed all of my stuff and said I had to take it out to my car, and then I drove home. So was I wrong?
Am I wrong for telling my boyfriend that I won't be donating part of my liver to him? My 31 male boyfriend in the past had a binge drinking problem before we met. By the time we met, he had been sober for years, but he had cirrhosis on his liver that doesn't look to be getting better and had some really bad lab results. He also has an embolism in his lung, so he has reduced lung function and diabetes. He went to a liver specialist who mentioned that my boyfriend might need a liver transplant in the future, and he came back pretty bummed about that, understandably. He then, not seriously, but kind of hopefully, let me know that I should donate part of my liver to him if we matched. I told him no, and I was kind of shocked he would ask. We've been dating 8 months, and while I like him, I'm not convinced he's the one yet. He has a lot of qualities I like, but some that drive me up the wall, including having poor personal hygiene and not looking after his diet and eating mostly fast food. He was surprised and then tried to cover it up, saying he didn't expect it and was just joking. I felt like he was serious but didn't want to seem that way and told him I would only think about doing something so personal for a parent, sibling, or spouse, and only if we were on good terms. Then he joked, saying he could just ask me to marry him to get my liver. And I told him, now that he's mentioned it, it would make any marriage proposal seem disingenuous, so I wouldn't get matched to see if I was a candidate beforehand. He got serious and told me that the liver isn't a big transplant and I would still be able to keep part of my liver. I told him it doesn't matter that the liver regenerates. I wouldn't even think about doing it for just a boyfriend. He got offended and said he would do it for me if the situation was reversed, and I said the problem is the situation isn't reversed, so I'm not convinced he would just because he's spouting platitudes. He got really angry and stormed out and hasn't been back in hours. So, am I the asshole for being overly honest with him that I wouldn't donate any liver for him?
If you are sensitive for animals getting injured, I would recommend skipping this story. It's going to get worse before we get better here.
Okay.
Am I the asshole for not wanting my boyfriend anywhere near my pets after what his parents told me? Throwaway account because my boyfriend also has Reddit, but he doesn't follow this thread. Just in case though. I, 24 female, have been dating my boyfriend, 23 male, for 2 years. We met at an animal shelter when I was looking to adopt my now 3rd dog. Our love for animals is what originally drew us together. We talked for several months before we started dating, and I met his parents pretty soon after we decided to make it official. We do not live with each other, but we do visit each other quite often. We have talked about it and agreed to give it more time before we take that next step. That time eventually came when we decided we should take the next step. I went over to talk to his parents while he was at work to discuss it with them. They seemed pretty happy about it, that we were finally talking about being serious. Everything was going well until I mentioned that I live with a few pets and that they would be coming with me. I have about 3 dogs, 2 cats, and a turtle. That's where their faces changed. They asked me if their son knew about them and if I trusted their son to be with them. It was an odd question, but nothing worried me more than the look they gave me after I answered their question. The mom told me that the reason they didn't have any pets was because their son would end up killing them. He would unalive any animal that he came across when he was in his teenage years. The father told me, quote, he wouldn't have a reason to do it, he would just do it and then throw them away. I was horrified. I could not wrap my head around it. They continued to tell me about all the pets they used to have. They said that he stopped when he was 17 and that they think he grew out of it. I simply thanked them for letting me know and left. I still love the man, but now I don't know what to feel. I postponed moving in together with the excuse that my lease ends soon and that I wanted to wait until then. He has asked to come over and I've declined, and the times where I have let him in, I've asked a friend to watch over my pets. He has asked about them, stating that he misses them. He has brought food and save toys for them, which makes me feel bad for not wanting him near them. When he does come by to visit and I can't find a babysitter to watch over them, I would keep a close eye on him, and I would actively go out of my way to keep my pets away from him. Ever since his parents told me, I lived with the thought that one day he would unalive them. He hasn't shown any signs of wanting to hurt them. He has been great with them, and my cat even sits on his lap when he is over. But now I do not want him anywhere near them. Am I the asshole?
Okay, before we get into like the serious stuff, these parents just being like, oh, so you have pets, huh? You know, Greg used to kill all our pets when he was a teenager, you know, but he grew out of it. He grew out of it? Like, what? The parents talking to her about this in such a, like...
Nonchalant?
I'm like, what?
What is happening?
Oh, and so they told her all this with the son not in the room present.
That's what it sounds like.
If my child, as a teenager, like, especially, I was, like, waiting for him to be like, when he was 3.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, like before he knew what was happening. He was a teenager, full on Jeffrey Dahmer style, killing animals. I'm like, dude, did they put him in therapy? Like, did they do anything? It just feels like they just accepted it as a thing, and they kept getting new pets and kept killing them, and they were like, yeah, there goes another one. That's
it is
like,
so
I'm
bad.
like confused, but this is the most messed up story I've ever heard. I don't think I would be able to communicate this and address this. And people could say I'm in the wrong for that. That's fine. I would have to just go.
Yeah.
I'd have to make an excuse and get out.
No, I'm in the same exact boat. I don't think you can proceed forward. And like, no matter how good of an intention he might have now, in the back of my mind and maybe OP's mind, you can't even assume it's a good intention anymore because of this information you learned about. And the fact that it was up until age 17, okay, what was it, 17 and 364 days? Was it right before 18 and he just didn't want to be like prosecuted as an adult and that's why he stopped? Or he moved out and got sneakier? He was at an animal shelter.
I know.
What was he
I'm
doing
like, what?
there?
Wait, that flip up is crazy.
That's weird. You
I
don't
know,
go from
it's-
killing animals to then going to the animal shelter. Like, why was he there?
Yeah, no, and especially that's not far removed because he's young still. You know, they're saying, oh, when he was 17. It's like, no, say 6 years ago he stopped doing this. And I'm like, that's
6
too
years.
too recent. And they've been dating for 2.
Yeah.
So he was only a couple of years removed from this behavior. No, I'm out.
I'm out.
I'm fully out.
Yeah.
Unless the parents are just fully lying, but that would also be scary and weird. That's not his fault if his parents are just making up a crazy lie, but I'd still be scared and get out of there.
I met this potential partner about 2 years ago, and initially I didn't think much of it. I've gotten to know him more, feel comfortable around him. I will be married in a year from now. All of a sudden, 2 months ago, I get a random surge in sexual desires. All I want is that intimate connection, and I'm craving it from him. And I felt comfortable enough to tell my mom, and she said that even after Nikah, I have to stay shy. But I know my fiance, and nothing will get done if there's 2 of us that are shy. I dropped some hints about how I felt, and my fiance seems to get it. He understands that me protecting myself from intimacy and haram relationships is difficult, especially in a country where zina is so normalized, and he has told me that he is proud of me. I always keep hearing have sabr, and I know that it's the only thing I can do at the moment. I just want to know if I can suppress this desire just until the nikah is done. The conversation with your mom bothers me because why do we have to be shy from our husbands? That is instilled in our heads and ends up causing so much unnecessary sexual tension after marriage. Why? We know that we cannot be sexually active until we are married. So why do we have to pretend to be shy after we are married? No, he's your husband, girl. You go get your husband. Just wait till Nikah.
Am I in the wrong for refusing to cover over my scar and wearing a bikini as it triggered my friend? I, 24 female, had a cancer scare a few years back and had a biopsy done on my upper leg. The scar has faded now, but it's still fairly noticeable and about 7 centimeters long. Thankfully, it's only a scar and nothing came of it. For a while, I was insecure about it and stopped wearing skirts or tight leggings where you could see the outline of the scar. But now that I'm accepted it's going to be there, I started to wear whatever and realized that nobody cares about it apart from the odd question. We went to the beach yesterday as a friend group and I wore a bikini. I was excited to get a tan and my friend Anna brought her other friend, Dana, 25 female. I've met her before but I don't know her very well. However, I do know that she started a fundraiser for her mom who's fighting cancer right now. Dana's family situation is quite difficult as her dad passed away recently and her mom has stage 4 and Dana is juggling a lot. I came earlier than Anna and Dana, and I was already in my bikini when they joined us, and Dana was nice to me and asked about my new job. Then Anna went to say hi to others, and Dana mentioned my scar and recognized it was a biopsy. She asked if I could wear a beach cover-up, and it was triggering her, and insensitive of me as I know her mom is going through it right now. I said no, I'm here to get a tan and cover-up will ruin that, and Dana didn't say anything but didn't talk to me for the rest of the day. Today, Anna texted me telling me that Dana told her what happened, and while she agrees Dana's comment was weird, I should have just given her a free pass as she's not in the best place mentally right now. I said it was really weird, and no, I wouldn't. I genuinely don't think that I'm in the wrong, and I think she's being really weird about the situation. Obviously, if I'm in the wrong, I'll apologize, but am I?
Am I the asshole for baking my own birthday cake after my wife bought one? Disclaimer, this is not my story. For my 32 male birthday, I always like one specific kind of cake, a chocolate-covered cherry cake. My mom or dad always made it for me since it wasn't one of those available flavors at any bakeries or stores near where I grew up. When I moved away, I started to make it myself. I've been married to my wife just under a year, but we've been together for 6 years, so she knows all about this cake. During that time, we've either baked it together, my parents made it, or I've made it on my own. I've never asked or expected her to do it. Before my birthday this year, my wife asked me what kind of cake I wanted. I said the same kind as always, but she told me she didn't feel like baking it. I told her she didn't need to worry about baking it because I could just do it myself. She asked me a second time about the flavor of the cake, and I gave her the same answer. The day before my birthday, I got home from work and had all the ingredients to make my cake. I went to get something out of the fridge and there was a pair of cheesecakes in there. Am I the asshole for baking my own birthday cake after my wife bought one? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I went to go get something out of the fridge and there was a pair of cheesecakes in there with happy birthday written between them both. I asked my wife about it and she said those were the cakes for my party the next day and she thought of switching things up this year since everyone loves cheesecake. I don't hate cheesecake, but she gets it at least once a month. I only ever have the cherry cake on my birthday. I told her I appreciate it and they look good, but I really want the cake I like, so I was going to make mine and would just let everyone have the choice of what cake they want. She got pissed off and yelled that I ruined her attempt to make things easier on us by not having to bake a cake and bringing the cake that everyone loves. It's been 2 days since the party and she was cold at the party and is still acting cold. Usually I move mountains in heaven to give her the things she wants on her birthday and celebrate how she wants. I just wanted one specific cake for mine. So am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for breaking up with my girlfriend because she changed her looks to resemble my dead wife? I, 35 male, was married to Laura for 7 years. We have a son who is now 10. She was the light of my life. When we were both 28, we found out she had a rare form of cancer, and she passed away 5 months later. Laura! This crushed me, and I was left drowning in my grief for a long time afterwards. My son and I have been attending therapy weekly ever since. It's been tough, but I feel like we've made a lot of progress. I didn't feel up for another relationship for a while. I filled my time with hobbies, friends, and spending time with my son and family. Then, a little over a year ago, I met Kayla, 33 female, at a work event. We share a hobby that's pretty niche where I live, so we had a great time chatting about it. Eventually, we began to go out together. She's great, but differing from my wife. I love her for who she is as an individual. I was hesitant at first, but after speaking with my therapist, I decided to try for a committed relationship if we took it slow. At first, she was amazing. I told her about my past and that my son comes first, even before our first official date. She was very compassionate and understanding about everything. After a few months of smooth sailing, I decided to introduce her to my son, and they got along great as well. For the first time after Laura's death, I could start to see a possible future with someone else. Everything started to go downhill around 4 months ago. She seemed to be a bit more distant than usual, so I sat down with her one night to ask her what was wrong. She teared up and confessed that she felt that I had been neglecting her lately. She said that she feels like I'm using her as some replacement for my dead wife. This came as a total shock. A part of me will always love Laura, but I didn't feel like I was ignoring Kayla or anything. I asked for some specific examples, but she didn't say much afterwards. I felt guilty that I had made her so upset, so I ended up apologizing, and I arranged for us to have a few more date nights, and she seemed happy again. Then a couple of weeks later, she had to go to a cousin's wedding. I couldn't attend because of work, but she was only gone for a day. When she got back, I asked for some pictures, but she just said there hadn't been any of her. I thought it was a bit strange, but didn't pry. The next day, a coworker of mine showed me a private page on Facebook. I was shocked to see an expensive pair of my wife's earrings on Kayla. In my son's room, there's a small cupboard with pictures of him and his mom, letters from her, and some of her prized jewelry. I checked it as soon as I came home, and the earrings were returned to the cupboard but in a different spot. I confronted her and she got mad, yelling at me for assuming she'd be careless to lose or damage the earrings. I told her I was just hurt that she'd go behind my back and take something with sentimental value, even if they were beautiful. She eventually broke down and apologized, and after a serious talk about boundaries, we moved on. Things improved for a while before her strange behavior started. It began with her changing her hair color to match my wife's. My wife has naturally light blonde hair that a lot of women dye their hair to today, so while I thought it was strange, I wrote it off as a beauty choice. Then she began regularly straightening her hair. She has wavy hair, and my wife's hair was pin straight. She also started to change her clothes to be more like my wife's, or at least the ones seen in the pictures. She also had her ears double pierced and got a cartilage piercing like my wife. This was all incredibly unnerving, but she just said that I was crazy, and I asked my family and they said that I was nuts too, so I ignored it.
The family too? He's being gaslit all angles, 360 degrees.
Bro can't catch a break.
Then she brought up having my son call her mama. I said I wasn't a huge fan of this, but if my son wanted to, I'd suppose it'd be fine. She went on a whole rant about how it would be different because he called my wife mommy, so it's not like she's stealing a title. He said no, and she was a bit cold to both of us for a few days. She seemed like she was a totally different woman than the one I fell in love with. Everyone around me just said that I was probably nervous since it was my first relationship after Laura's death. The final straw was when she got a tattoo that was almost the exact same as my wife's. It was in the same spot, same color, and just with a slightly different design. That was the final straw. I sat her down and confronted her about a week ago with everything. At first, she denied it, but then she broke down in tears and said that I never loved her. She said that she felt she had to live up to a memory of a ghost. This upset me because I had asked her before what I did specifically and she wouldn't discuss it. Plus, she was the one being weird and copying Laura. She kept sobbing and saying that I didn't love her. I got so sick of it that I yelled at her saying, if she feels so unloved, we should just break up. I honestly do like her, but I've seen how miserable she's been lately, and I don't think this relationship is good for her mental health. She just got dead silent and just left and drove away. Later that night, she tried to commit suicide with pills and barely survived. She has no living family, so I was listed as her emergency contact. She wrote a long letter to me saying that she loves me so much, but obviously I don't feel the same, and that maybe if she was dead too, I'd love her even a fraction of how much I love my dead wife. I'm distraught over this. She's been strange lately, but before all of this, I really did love her. My mom and siblings keep saying that I'm awful for pushing her away to this point. That instead of ending it, I should double down in reassuring my love for her. They've all got along with her and have been hinting that they wanted us to get married so my son would have a mother again and possibly some siblings. I didn't think I was the asshole, but my whole family's being cold to me and I have no idea what to do. They're saying I should visit as soon as possible and support her with this to rekindle our relationship. I'm not sure if I want to do that. She's so unhappy with me and seems obsessed over my dead wife. I keep on thinking over this and wondering if I should have reassured her of my love again or broken up with her in a more tactful way. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for telling my aunt to pay for her own Peacock Premium account when she didn't like the profile picture I set for my profile?
What? Okay.
Gotta keep this one brief.
Okay, yeah.
Me, I am a college student, so I had a way of signing up for Peacock for a reduced rate. I originally got it for the FNAF movie, but I have branched out. They also have La Brea, which is a mom and I show, plus I've engaged in some of my guilty pleasures.
Hell yeah.
That said, since FNAF holds a special place in my heart, the profile picture I set for myself is Freddy Fazbear himself.
Everyone loves Freddy Fazbear. He looks at you seductively.
Either way, this is not about that. You might be wondering why my aunt has my Peacock account. The answer is my uncle. My dad's fiance, Maria, and I went to go visit my grandparents, and turns out my Uncle Jerry was visiting from out of state. We visited on football night, so my grandfather, my dad, and Uncle Jerry were trying to watch the game. Bad news, whatever my grandpa uses to get his channel on his TV failed. So whatever he uses, like his cable probably wasn't working.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Uncle Jerry said we could use Peacock to watch it, but since they don't have an account, they'd need to pay for it. This is where I came in. I signed in on his iPad and they watched it a bit on there, but then they wanted to scale up, so I signed in on my grandparents' Fire Stick. Simple as that, they enjoyed the game, and then soon we left for home. A few days passed and I didn't hear anything, but then I got this text from my Aunt Melinda, Jerry's wife, saying, "You need to change the picture on your Peacock account. It's too scary for me and the kids."
Too scary. I mean, it is supposed to be scary.
It's Freddy Five Bears. Yeah,
it's Freddy Five Bears, yeah.
Uncle Jerry has 2 sons, and they're 10 and 7 respectively. They're also very much of the Christian faith, so I bring that up because their household is not conducive to horror. However, Freddy holds a dear place in my heart for many reasons that I won't outline here. I told Aunt Melinda that I didn't want to, and she said that I still need to. I then told her, if you don't want to see Freddy every time you open Peacock, get your own account, and stopped responding.
Dude, I'm dedicating my fucking life to Freddy Five Bears.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Aunt Melinda isn't a particularly vindictive person, so I think that's why she didn't respond directly to me after that. Later on, I got a call from Dad asking what happened, and I had to explain. He wasn't mad per se, but he wasn't exactly proud. Here's everyone's position. This is clue now. This is
yeah.
Aunt Melinda wants me to apologize and change my profile pic. Uncle Jerry says I should consider doing it for Aunt Melinda and the boys. Dad says that I have a point and that's my prerogative, but says there will be an impact.
I mean, you can't stop the impact.
Yeah. Maria says that since I'm the one paying for the account, I have the final say.
Yeah.
Mom told me I wasn't in the wrong at all, and I should change my password and sign out of all devices that aren't mine. I'm mentally at a stalemate personally. Should I give this up? Should I just change it? Think it'll blow over? Am I the asshole?
The way that I think about this, situations like this where it's so inconsequential, you might as well do it. But if you're making it how much would it hurt you to change the photo? And how much do you like your Aunt Maria?
And how much do you like Freddy Fazbear?
Yeah. I guess that goes into how much would it hurt you. If you love Freddy Fazbear and you need your profile picture to be Freddy Five Bears.
Yeah, you need it. Yeah,
you need it. Okay, yeah, I guess you need it. Yeah,
start. It's time to start fresh with the family. You gotta.
Yeah, this one's weird because
really, okay.
Partly I'm like, dog, just change it. It's Freddy Five Bears. But I'm also not super into Freddy Five Bears, so I don't understand the cult of his
I'm like
iconoclastic.
Cut everyone off for Freddy Fazbear, yeah.
The false idol, Freddy Five Bears.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I'm not in the cult, so I don't know how to do it.
Well, actually, you don't know this, Sarah, but the profile picture is actually Freddy on the cross. That's why it's offensive.
I get that, man. How dare you? How dare you? Dude, I love these, man. I can't stop doing these. Don't tell me that it hurts people. These are fun as fuck.
Am I wrong for kicking my daughter-in-law out on New Year's Eve for calling me mom? My eldest son and his wife are called Ed and Edna, and my youngest son and his wife are Sam and Kat. For context, I've known Edna her whole life. Because when she was 7, her mom got diagnosed with cancer, so I started to help take care of her. Her and Ed were best friends, so it made it easy, but when she turned 10, her mom passed away, so I took over all duties of raising a daughter. Then she started to date my son in college, and they got married later on. I genuinely look at her as my daughter because I basically raised her. Her dad drank himself to death when she was 19. She would spend all holidays and all breaks with us. When they got married though, they bought the house 4 houses down and have been living there. Now Kat is very sweet. She can cook well and we bond in the kitchen and get along great, but I really don't like being called mom by her. I don't like it when people or children call me auntie or nicknames, and I don't mind Edna calling me mom because I do feel like I raised her and earned that title. Now I've talked to her and my son so many times about this, saying it doesn't make me comfortable, but she says that it should, and that it's awkward for her to call me by my first name. This New Year's dinner, she made it a point to call me mom in every single sentence, and I was annoyed. So I pulled her aside and told her to knock it off, and she said it's not fair Edna can call me mom, but she can't. I responded that I raised Edna, so it makes sense. Edna has no other family other than us, but you have a huge family with a mom that loves you. But she said that she feels that I'm rejecting her from the family, So I said, if you feel after all I've done for you, this is the thing that makes you feel isolated, you need help to be grateful. Among other things, I paid half of her college loans and helped her for the house they live in. She said that I'm a bitch and Edna can be my favorite daughter-in-law, and it's creepy that I will babysit pups and not my grandkids because she and Sam will never come back. I told her to get out and be a brat somewhere else, and that's when Sam got involved and dragged Kat away. Kat lives 6 hours away and I can't drive well, and they don't have a guest bed for me to stay in at night. I pay 25% in childcare though. Sam sent me a text asking me to apologize because it's such a small thing and Kat is serious about her threat. Even my grandchildren call me by my name.
I, 21F, got some nice chocolates for both my birthday and Christmas. Not crazy expensive, but nicer than I'd buy for myself. I like to have one piece with a cup of tea after dinner and savor them. My boyfriend, 26M, tends to inhale snacks. He can polish off a full chocolate bar and a bag of chips easily. I shared some of the nice chocolates with him, but told him they were gifted to me, so not to get into them. He did. He ate all of them. I was given 4 boxes. We ate less than a quarter of one box, and he finished the rest. I didn't get angry. I just told him he'd better replace them. And he did, with chocolate bars from the grocery store. I told him that's not the same, and I expect a real replacement. He thinks this is unreasonable since, quote, chocolate is chocolate. I asked why he didn't eat the bars of chocolate I got for him if it's all the same. He got annoyed and I left. I still expect him to replace them, AITA. This insane idea that all chocolates are fungible. Chocolate is chocolate? No, sir. No.
Then why wouldn't you eat the fucking Hershey bars that I bought you, honey?
Hi. So basically, let's dive in. My dad cheated on my mom multiple times. She had been abused right in front of my eyes. I was about 8 or 9. I heard it all day, day in, day out. Fast forward, I got SA'd multiple times by my cousin at the age of 14. During this period of time, I developed an OCD disorder known as Trich. It's a hair pulling disorder. I've had it ever since, and I'm now 26. I have one boy, one girl, and they watch me pull my hair out and start copying my behavior. I asked for help from my doctors regarding this matter, and they said to self-love. So my questions are, how do I do that? How do I make myself worth of love? How do I become normal? Is this a punishment from Allah, and what have I done wrong? Just remember, Allah loved you enough to create you and place you on this earth. So you are definitely worth it. You are definitely worth self-love. You are definitely worth love in general and respect. You just went through something very traumatic that has altered your opinion about your own self, which I can't imagine. You can start by processing that you have been through something very traumatic, whether it's through therapy or whatever way you find healing for yourself. Secondly, you can start your day off with positive thinking. Try to maneuver your negative thoughts.
Organize my
Every time you
miniature.
think of a negative thought, replace it with a positive thought. And surely, with practice, your brain is going to automatically start thinking positive instead of negative.
Am I the asshole for denying my husband's birthday list? My husband is turning 30 next month. It's a big deal for him, clearly, and he wants to rightfully be pampered and feel special on this occasion. But the thing is that he came up with a list and called it birthday month expectations. I didn't know what that meant till he started reading the list out loud, which consists of things he expects throughout the entire month. To give examples, he is not to be asked to do any type of chores or clean or cook for a month. He gets to play with his Xbox for hours on end without me interrupting or nagging him about it. He is not to pay his part of the rent this month. He gets to go out with his friends whenever he wants. He gets to skip any given workday and sleep in without being bothered to wake up to drive our son to school or do any emergency fixes. In other words, he wants a month-long vacation and time off from his responsibilities as a partner and as a father. I called him ridiculous and said absolutely not, I do not agree on anything on that list, and said that his expectations for his birthday month were out of line, but am I the asshole?
My wife, 37 female, and I, 38 male, want to adopt our teenage foster daughter, but father-in-law, 64 male, is furious about it. My wife and I have 2 biological teenage sons, one older and one younger than our foster daughter. We've been fostering kids for many years, but the goal has always been to unify the kids with their parents, which has happened successfully each time until now. 2 years ago, we took in our foster daughter, now mid-teens. She had been through a lot and was labeled as a troubled kid and not adoptable. I won't go into details, but the issue in this matter is that there are images of her going around amongst a certain community from before we took her in. We were informed by authorities about all of this before, so it's not like this came as a surprise after we got to know her. I'm not going to lie, it has not been easy. Our families have seen us struggle, but almost everyone has been super supportive. The first 5 to 6 months were the hardest. She didn't trust us, and she was angry at the world. Rightfully so. Then, one random night, I got up in the middle of the night and unintentionally ended up scaring her shit, and she had a full-blown panic attack. She was okay after a little while, but it was like something clicked for her that night. It was like she realized that we were on her side, and we watched her change from this angry and sad little girl to the ambitious young teenager we know today. It started with her telling us thank you for everything we did, small things like driving her to practice, and she said it with a smile on her face. It was so amazing to see her feeling better and not so lonely anymore. From there, everything changed. She made new friends and got a lot closer to my son, especially the older one. Her grades went from failing multiple classes to getting straight A's. Not because we were nagging her, but because she wanted to. Each member of our household has developed a good and strong relationship with her, and the love we have for this girl cannot be put into words. We've reached that cosmic connection. She still struggles with a few things, which is totally fair after all she's been through, but she's working on it. And we are supporting her in every way we can. Overall, she's doing amazing. She's so strong, and I'm very proud of her. We made the decision to fight the system to change their verdict from not adoptable to available for conditional adoption because we want to commit to her for life. We want to adopt her. Last month, we got the call that they changed their verdict, and we sent in our papers that were already ready and things are looking very promising. The thing is, we haven't told her yet. She knows that she is now adoptable, but we haven't asked for her if she wants us to officially adopt her yet. My wife and I have talked to our sons about it, and they're fully on board. We talked to my parents, our brothers and sisters, and their spouses. All of them have a good relationship with our daughter, and every single one of them is so supportive of our decision and willingly to fully welcome our daughter into our family. Then there is the wife's parents. Mother-in-law hasn't been awful, I guess, but maybe it's because I'm comparing what she said to what father-in-law said. We told them about our plan and asked them about their opinion. Mother-in-law asked if we were sure as our daughter doesn't quite fit in. My wife and I didn't understand at all since our daughter has a very similar personality as we and our sons do. But it turns out she's very concerned about the visual side of it as she's clearly not our biological child and people will start asking questions. The thing is, my wife, myself, and our sons are very tall. Our daughter is not. She is tiny compared to us and has a similar eye color but not the exact same. All 5 of us have the same skin tone and colored and textured hair. Not that I think this matters at all. But the stupidity of it is unreal. Apart from height, she could pass as our biological daughter, so I'm starting to think this is a lame excuse for something else. I told her that people would ask questions no matter what, because even if our daughter was the spitting image of my wife, it's not like she suddenly gave birth to a teenager 2 years ago. And the answer to any question is very simple. She's adopted. Ta-da! It's not like it could ever become a secret now, so I don't get it. Mother-in-law didn't say much after that, but it was very clear she was not on board. Father-in-law hadn't said anything, but he didn't seem excited at all. I asked for his opinion and he just stared at us for a minute and then he said, "Don't do this to yourself and our family." It's safe to say I was confused, but I had no idea what to say. After a few more seconds, he went off. He started talking about their family name and he didn't want that to be ruined by a little whore and what would people think of. I see. He started talking about their family name and he didn't want that ruined by a little whore. And what would people think if they saw these images floating around on the internet? I was stunned. My wife couldn't find any words either and started crying before she just left. I didn't say a word while father-in-law finished ranting, but 1,000 thoughts went through my head. Eventually he stopped talking and I still had trouble finding any words to say. I just told him, "You are sick," and I left too. My wife is destroyed after hearing what her father thinks about our daughter. We have no idea how they know about these images as we haven't told anyone about it. I'm 100% certain my wife didn't tell them as the relationship is not that great. My wife is closer to my mother than her own, so that wouldn't make sense. We have tried to hide this from the kids since this happened, but my older sensed something was very wrong and asked about it. I told him our conversation with our in-laws about adopting our daughter didn't go very well and they weren't supportive. He wanted to know why. I told him I couldn't tell him, but that it was serious and promised to talk about it to him in a few years when he's an adult. And I assured him that our daughter didn't do anything wrong. Our plans haven't changed and that it's father-in-law who's being unreasonable. My son told me that our daughter told him a few months ago that she didn't think my in-laws liked her very much, especially father-in-law. This happened 2 days ago, and we haven't spoken to them since. I'm not sure I even want to try, to be honest. For me, this is going no contact worthy. I want nothing to do with them. My wife is in pieces and has mentioned that she doesn't want them in her life after this. This has tainted our adoption experience for sure. I'm afraid though that if we piss father-in-law even more, that he will start talking to our family about these images. I do realize that he will look like a pig in everyone's eyes, but I would like to spare our daughter from everyone knowing about what's out there. I usually talk to my mother about heavy stuff in life, but I cannot talk to her about this without feeling like I'm exposing my daughter by telling my mother more than I want for my daughter's sake. Internet strangers, I have no idea what to do from here. How do I go about the situation with my father-in-law without creating more mess than absolutely necessary for my daughter? Can I just say, I love that you guys are referring to her as your daughter. And like, I love hearing and seeing stories about people like this who exist in the world who just really want better for kids who've had a shitty start in life. So that's like really commendable. No contact is definitely a route that I would consider. And I know you're worried about him telling other people. People like him are too prideful because it's going to be his daughter's daughter and he's going to be associated to her. He's never going to spread. I don't think he's going to spread that information about the images to other people. You know what I mean? I'm really curious as to how your father-in-law found those pics or know about those pictures. I would spend my effort into figuring out what was he doing to find out that those pictures existed? If you and your wife were the only ones who knew what happened. Oh, okay, someone has a quick update. They cut off all contact with the in-laws. Also talked to the wife's siblings who agreed to screw the in-laws. The in-laws are in questioning about how they know about the image. Looks like someone's in big trouble. Literally everyone in their extended family except for the in-laws are happy for them and agreed. Screw the in-laws. It's more than just some images. The daughter was part of a larger case that the FBI was involved in. OP didn't say much about this to protect her. She said yes when they asked if she wanted them to adopt her. Yay, happy ending. I love this. So good.
Am I wrong for not dropping child support? I have 2 children from my first marriage, Bay and James. They're both 23. My ex and I divorced when the kids were 4 years old. In the divorce, I got full custody, and he was supposed to pay child support plus half medical, half dental. And he also got every other week visitation. He never showed up to the court proceedings. For the first 2 years, he would come by sporadically to see the kids. He rarely paid child support, and he was even locked up a few times due to non-payment. Well, we went back to court and they reduced his payment to $200 a month for both kids, and he still never paid it. He owes close to $90,000 in back child support, and he's never even paid anything for medical or dental. Anyways, I found out a week ago that my former brother-in-law reached out to my son on behalf of his brother, their dad. My ex wants to reconnect with them. It's been 17 years. But he's worried about the back child support that he owes. James has talked to me and asked if I could drop the child support so that he and his father can have a chance at a relationship. I spoke to my current husband and he said that it's up to me, but I believe my ex is just using our son to try and get me to drop child support. And I doubt that I'll ever receive any of that money that's owed, but at this point, it's about the principle to me. I haven't told my son my decision yet, and maybe that's because I am being petty. I've also spoken to friends about this, and they say that I would be wrong if I did not drop the child support. I also wanted to add that my ex has a wife and stepdaughter that he provides for. He also works under the table for cash. He's been living fine over the years. He just doesn't want to pay child support. He also didn't reach out to my daughter, Bay, just to our son, James. In my opinion, it's because Bay is a girl and Bay also wants nothing to do with him. Because of child support, he has a warrant out, but he's also had that warrant out for years. That's why he wants me to drop it. In his logic, if I drop the child support, it's also going to drop the warrant. And once that warrant is dropped, he'd be able to start reconnecting with James. So would I be wrong?
My friendly reminder to let you know to never let your guard down. Stay with me. Let's talk about it. And Merry Christmas, everybody. Oh, that's so good. This is my first time having it. Sorry. Somebody like me, you think that if so many bad things happen to you back to back, then you kind of have like, there's like a cap on tragedy, right? Wrong. So very wrong. So my mom got cancer whenever I was in high school and she passed away, and this was already hard enough, but the people that we had like been really close with and my dad's business partner basically fired him, sent him away. Like we couldn't afford any of the medical bills. It was really, really, really bad. And a lot of other things went down during that time. Like I can't even get into that because it's so much. But then my dad met this woman, my stepwoman, and she's really nice. Like she might be a little much for me, but a really nice woman, and she had a son. And he became my stepbrother, and we were just like this little blended family. Now, something happened to me in my first couple years of college that caused me to transfer colleges, and they caused me to transfer colleges closer to the son of the family that like really screwed my dad over. This guy was kind of famous. He was very, very well known, and I did not want anybody to know that I knew him because not only did I know him, I hated him. I didn't want to use him for clout or anything. I literally just wanted to pretend like he didn't exist. Unfortunately for me, bless my stepmother's heart, she could not let that go. And because my dad had filled her in on the whole story, she felt like their son, the one who screwed us over, should welcome me with open arms since I was in his city and like take me under his wing. And she was texting him personally, this guy who I could not stand. Mind you, me and him used to be best friends. He's texting him a lot. How do I know? Oh, because he called me. I didn't even know he had my number, and he's like, you gotta get your stepmom to stop. This is crazy. It's bordering on harassment. Like, my family's gonna end up suing her if she doesn't stop. Now, all this really pissed me off. I did have to contact my stepmother and be like, listen, you need to stop. You don't know the full story. Like, you need to let it go. We've all made our peace with it. Move on. And I was not exactly nice to her during that phone. To make matters worse, I end up moving into this party house, kind of. I answered this ad, like, trying to look for a house. And they put on there that it was a very quiet place, no parties. Wrong, so false. This was a football-centric house. They were having parties all the time, whatever. Interactions with them were not so great so far from first moving in there, but like I said, I was just trying to mind my own business, didn't really care, and I'm in my room one day, and I hear pounding on the door. I'm in my own little section of this house. I'm minding my business. I'm like, I know that's not for me. I was very wrong. The guy that my stepmother had been harassing is there, and he looks mad. I'm like, oh great. Like I'm like, listen, I told her to stop. I don't know what else you want me to do. I'm like telling him to leave me alone, get out, get out, get out. And he's like, I need to tell you something. This is where he proceeds to tell me that my dad and my stepmother had both been in a really bad car accident, and neither of them made it. Now I'm kind of spiraling out of control at this point. My head is just like flee. You know, it's like fight, flight, freeze. I was flighting. I was trying to get out of there. So I get in my car. I start backing up, and bam, a truck plows right into me. And then
I'm refusing to marry my husband if his girl best friend attends our wedding. Story time. So my fiance, let's call him Mark, has a weird relationship and obsession with his girl best friend, let's call her Natalie. And unfortunately, this has like always been a thing. Because they knew each other before I was in the scene, I always felt a bit bad kind of saying like, it makes me uncomfortable. About 2 years ago, I did tell Mark that this does make me feel really uncomfortable, that she is just always around. She sleeps around more than she doesn't. Constantly going for dinners together, and I just said, it's weird. And he kind of listened to me. Mark stopped seeing her one-on-one as much, but she was still involved in the group a lot. And then what really took me over the edge is when she was involved heavily in the proposal. Like, Natalie is literally in our proposal photos. And to me, it's just so weird because she's not in the relationship, so why is she in the photos? When we started wedding planning, I told Mark I'm gonna feel really uncomfortable if Natalie is at the wedding. I know she's gonna make herself center of attention. And at the end of the day, if you like her so much, go marry her and not me. Mark constantly says that I'm overreacting with this Natalie situation, and he is literally refusing to attend the wedding if Natalie isn't involved. So we kind of just go back and forth in this situation, and we continue wedding planning, and Mark keeps trying to get Natalie involved in stuff, like big things, including speeches. It was almost like mine and Mark's wedding plus Natalie, and that's where I drew the line, and I said to him, if Natalie is attending this wedding, I'm not. I said she might as well bring a bride's dress because I will not be there if she turns up.
I had a complicated pregnancy loss last year. I found out today that people voted differently because of me. I'm not here to debate the politics of the US. I'm not trying to change your mind. Last year, my husband and I found out that we were expecting our first child, a boy. He unfortunately developed a heart condition in our second trimester that ended up taking him from us. At first, there were no symptoms of anything wrong, other than the overwhelming sense that something was wrong. I went to the doctor and had so much trouble getting someone to see us that I was left alone for around 9 hours. Around that 9-hour mark, I started turning septic, and only then was I able to get attention, medicine, and care both my son and I needed. The aftermath was a lot. It involved blood transfusions, surgery, and a month of bed rest. Obviously, with the length of our care and being 4 months pregnant, there was no avoiding what had happened. It's been about a year, and I talk pretty openly about our son and our experience. I've never felt comfortable using him as a political point or anything like that, but I'll post the occasional remembrance post on days that feel big. I have a great support group, and I just never really thought anything of it. With the election here in the US, it's felt like my life has been under a microscope in a sense. Watching people debate on what my healthcare should be, having been on the other side of it, it's felt stressful and uncomfortably vulnerable. Because of this, I signed out of social media for a few days. I had a complicated pregnancy loss last year. I found out today that people voted differently because of me. I signed back on this morning, and one of my coworkers had posted something about praying for all the women in her life. The comments were extensive, so I opened them out of curiosity. As you could guess, it was people debating the future of women's rights. At the end, there was a comment from my coworker telling them how last year she had witnessed firsthand how these situations aren't always black and white, and it had caused her to see things differently. I knew she was talking about me, so I simply loved it. I continued to scroll, and I started getting messages from people, not too many, but some family and an old friend, about how they had thought of me in the election booth and how I've been on their minds lately. And here's the thing. I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to change your mind. I've never intentionally tried to change someone's political party or beliefs. But after feeling so scrutinized, and especially after waking up today, the amount of warmth I felt from those messages were everything. To know people thought about me, about my son, and how he deserved better. To see them inadvertently fighting for me in the comments, and to hear they expanded their thought process because of us. Someone cares. They care. And as much as I try to, it means more than I can express today.
I think I have the worst mother-in-law to exist. Story time. So fortunately, I want to say the best husband in the world. Unfortunately, his mum, psycho. And it's so strange because my husband, let's just call him Mark, isn't a mummy's boy. He loves his mum and he respects his mum. However, he's not like a mummy's boy. It's not strange. Now, me and Mark just welcomed the first grandchild of the family. Obviously, she's adorable, but I'm biased because she's my daughter. Oh my god, this woman, my mother-in-law, is being so annoying. Like, so annoying. Now, I am so lucky and I'm able to naturally feed our little baby girl. And obviously, this is our first kid. This is the first grandchild. I've not really had too many people to ask questions. However, I am doing a good job and I know that. My mother-in-law doesn't think so. And before I get all of the comments, Mark has spoke to his mum about this. She's just refusing to listen. Mark stands by my Mark stands by my decision of naturally feeding our child. Now, the other day, I got a text from my mother-in-law and she said, baby formula was half off at the store. I'm going to drop some round in a moment. And I give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm kind of like, oh no, we're still breastfeeding. Like, she isn't out of that stage yet. That didn't sit too right with her because we're back and forth. And she's basically saying that I'm starving my baby because she thinks I'm not producing enough to feed her. And this woman is the only one that thinks that. The nurses know little girl is healthy and of weight. Mark is happy with our baby's weight. I'm happy. So why does this mother-in-law have an issue with it? It gets worse. So whilst my mother-in-law was busy insulting my parenting and breastfeeding technique, she then goes on to say that she doesn't care what I think and she's going to be dropping the formula off at my porch whether I like it or not. Woman's crazy. She also threatened that if she was to ever be left alone with our child, she would not be using milk I would provide her with, but formula she would buy from the shop. Tell me I don't have the worst mother-in-law in history, because what's this woman on?
Last December, we're coming up on a year where I went home with my boss at our annual Christmas party. Get ready with me. Let's talk about it. Okay, have you ever met somebody and the first minute you met them, like, you just knew something was supposed to happen? Like, you guys were supposed to be together, or like in some way, in some shape, in some form, like you guys are going to have some type of relationship, interaction, whatever. Because that's like how I felt immediately after meeting. The moment I got hired at this job, everybody told me, well, one person told me, let me not be dramatic. My friend that I had made there had told me that, like, she had never seen our boss be nice to anybody except for me. And she was like, he's always showing you favoritism, like, kind of teasing me. When the office Christmas party was coming around, I hadn't been there that long, but, like, I had always kind of had a crush on my boss. So when she would tease me about, like, him showing me special treatment, I would always be like, no, you're crazy, you're out of your mind. But in the back of my head, I'm like, really? You think so? I had heard from a lot of people that this Christmas party can get kind of crazy. So I was, like, looking forward to it, but also a little skeptical because I was like, uh-oh, like, what's about to go down? For the party, even my boss was like, you know, be careful tonight. Things can get little out of hand. I just want to make sure you're safe, da da da. And I just thought that was like really sweet. I know he's my boss, but like, you know, it made me blush a little bit. And I was like, okay. We all go over to my friend's house to do a little pre-gaming. I only have like a few drinks, so I'm just feeling a little bit of a buzz. We get there and I see my boss almost immediately, and I'm like, oh my god, he looks fantastic. Obviously, I know the boss is off limits, but there is this other guy who I work with who has always kind of like flirted with me and shown interest in me, and he is there, and I'm kind of like chatting to him a little bit. Not really interested in him that much, but he's nice, and I'm like, you know, this is just having fun, flirting, whatever. Boss comes over and interrupts us, and like really, I mean, he addresses everybody, but he's really only talking to me, making eyes at me, or maybe that's just what I wanted to see, but that's definitely what it felt like he really wasn't addressing anybody else. Obviously, he's the boss, so he can't just be seen sitting there talking to us, and he walks away, but I see him again later, and it's just us two this time. At this point, it's just the two of us, and the flirting is pretty heavy. Like, if I never thought he flirted with me before, I can definitely tell he is now, and he says something to me that shocks the shit out of me. He tells me that he thinks I'm beautiful and brilliant and stunning, and he can't stop thinking about me, and like really is like showering me with all these like sweet things he's saying. And he's like, but you know, we can't do this because it's inappropriate, and I'm your boss, and there's so many reasons we can't do this, there's so many rules, blah 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 blah. I'm sitting there like jaw on the floor, stunned, because obviously I've always thought these things about him, but never knew that he thought them about me at all. He ends up walking away after that and just leaves me there, and I'm like, oh my god. And then I realize he's leaving not too long after that. Like, obviously I'm watching him at this point, like watching him, seeing who he's talking to, where he's going, everything. Maybe a little bit stalkerish of me, but whatever. I follow him out, I call his name, and I end up getting in his car with him. And that's where things get a little carried away, okay?
I just found out my partner is involved in a romance scam. So here's the tea. He's been chatting with somebody in a Google chat, and he's given this person money in the form of gift cards. Anyways, this person keeps asking him for money, and he doesn't seem to understand that it's a scam. I'm obviously pissed, but I can't deny that I'm also kind of amused. I'm also wondering, how am I with someone that's obviously this blind? I guess what I'm trying to ask is this something worth divorcing over? We have a small child together, and honestly, that complicates things. He's also in therapy, so I don't know if this could somehow be a part of his therapy. I also know I'm kind of grasping at straws with that excuse, but I'm honestly just not sure at how to proceed from here. The way I see it, I have 3 options. Okay, so my first option is to keep my mouth shut. Start saving money, and once I have a place of my own and enough money saved up, I leave him. Option 2 is to confront him about this. And my third option is confront him, tell him I don't give 2 shits, and we're now in an open marriage, you know, reverse psychology his ass. But like, which one of the 3 options do I pick? Okay, so here are some things you guys need to factor in. Our finances are separated. I'm a stay-at-home mom, so obviously I need time to get a job and figure out childcare. My credit is also shot because I've been putting groceries and other stuff on my credit cards, and obviously we've been spending above our means. I'm pretty sure I'm going with the first option, but I just thought I'd ask. Bye.
My husband cheated on me, so I got his whole office to watch. Story time. So me and my husband Mark have always been okay. Our relationship's been fine. He's just always been very, very career driven, which I'm just not. I've always wanted a house. I've always wanted a family. To like be in a happy marriage, which I am, or was. I just didn't really care too much about the corporate ladder, whereas Mark, that's all he ever wanted in life. Now, a few weeks prior to this happening, he started acting weird. Like, he was hiding his phone, which is something we've never done. He was working even more than normal. And if there's one thing to know about Mark, is that he cares about the opinion of his co-workers. I've always wanted to be made out to be this macho, tough guy. I don't know, like, he wanted to be known as, like, the man. Anyway, we had this like summer spring party thing with his work, and I don't really see his work colleagues too often. However, when I walked in, everyone was giving me this like weird look, like, you know, when you could just sense it. Obviously, a little time goes by, I've made my way around everyone, and I go to speak to this guy. Let's call him Daniel. And Daniel goes to me, I'm surprised you're here today. And I know it's only little, but I was kind of shocked why he said that. Like, Mark's wife, why do you think I'm here? Anyway, thank God I questioned it, because he said, I just know my wife wouldn't let me cheat on her and then be seen in public with me if she chose to stay with me. You can imagine my jaw dropped and how the rest of that conversation went. A bit of time passes and obviously I start planning and plotting some revenge, because you're not cheating on me and getting away with it. So basically, he wasn't working extra hours. He was actually working less hours apparently. And he had been spending nights and days with this mystery woman. And apparently he was boasting that he brought this woman to our home and took her to our bedroom whilst I was at work. So my next move was to plant a camera. And by doing this, I happened to catch my husband and his mistress in the act. So I phoned up my good new friend Daniel. Can you make sure this memory stick is put in every single computer in the office? By the time Monday morning came, everybody clocked into work. First thing they would see is Mark having fun with this random woman, this man.
My girlfriend made an ultimatum. Either I get her name tatted or we break up. What can I do? Want advice on how to go about this situation. I've 19 male, been with my girlfriend 18 female for 8 months now, and recently she got a new tattoo on herself because she's always wanted one. Recently she told me to get her name tatted, and initially I said no. Now I'm perfectly fine with getting tattoos, and I plan on getting some myself when I save up. But the issue I have is because I personally think it's a bad idea to get your significant other's name tatted, because it's like the kiss of death thing. Along with, I'm not really comfortable with getting one while dating. I'd rather wait until marriage, which then, in my opinion, getting her name would be a better time, which is what I told her. But it made her mad, which is where the ultimatum she made comes in. She gave me the deadline of December 8th to get it done, or she's breaking up with me. I absolutely love this girl to bits, and I want to have a future with her, and breaking up with her is something I want to avoid at all costs. But after this, I don't know how to bring up my feelings again. I don't want to hurt her feelings or disappoint her about how I feel about getting her name tattooed. I know I need to talk about this with her, but how do I go about it? Thank you, everyone.
I asked for a post-nup and my husband is furious. My husband and I are both in our early 30s. And we have a 10-year-old from his prior relationship. We've been thinking about having a few of our own. And he's really excited about it and asked if we could start trying next month. I was elated. But I also started thinking about how having more kids was going to impact our life. I work and also have a side business, which I'm actively trying to turn into my full-time job. I love this field, and I've also been very vocal about not wanting to be a stay-at-home mom. I also want more kids, so I have to figure out how to make that work. My husband is very supportive of this idea. Now on to him. He works full-time, is currently completing his master's, and he wants to pursue his PhD. And if you're not familiar with a PhD, you need to quit your job and spend the next 5 to 8 years completing it. I'm supportive of this too and have no issue being the primary income source during that time. And he wants to apply to one of the Ivy schools out of state. So I played out the scenario in my head just to see what it might look like. And I see myself working full-time and pursuing my business, raising multiple kids and maintaining the home, and essentially keep everything running while my husband spends multiple weeks out of state while going to school. And that is not a reality that I want to live in. Even if I'm able to afford hired help at some point, I'm worried my husband is setting himself up to be absent, whether he realizes this or not. I've brought this up to him and he keeps brushing it off, saying it won't be like this. But he's not willing to sit down with me and talk about the possibility and walk through what might realistically happen. I didn't feel heard, so I asked him for a postnuptial agreement so I can easily put my expectations down in writing. I can easily see how this situation could ruin a marriage. I simply wanted to establish boundaries. Like, I'm willing to support his PhD, but he has to go to an in-state school within a certain amount of miles from the house, within X miles from the house, so that he can be present X days per week. There's literally a prestigious university 30 minutes from the house, but he lost interest in it. He can add in his 2 cents in the post-nup as well. I'm not trying to control his life. I'm just trying to avoid ending up a single married mom. So what do you guys think? Am I wrong for going about it in this way? Bye.
I'm about to ruin my best friend's life. Story time. So last year, my best friend decided to sleep with my husband who is terminally ill. Apparently it was one of his last wishes, which it weren't. Obviously, this was a horrendous time for me. I found it really, really hard. He and my then husband had 5 kids together. It was a lot looking after them and him and having to deal with my best friend cheating. However, ever since my husband left us, I've been getting the ultimate revenge with my best friend. So a little while after my husband passed, I told my best friend at the time I was pregnant, and it was just such a blessing because it was the last thing my husband was able to give me before he went. However, little did she know this is actually her husband's baby. Now, their relationship have always been super rocky, hence why I was even able to cheat on her husband. However, I thought this is exactly what she deserves after putting me and my husband through so much stress on his final weeks. However, I always get the upper hand. The only way to do that in this situation was to get pregnant with her husband. But when I give birth in a few months' time, it is going to be very evident that this baby is not my husband's. I know for a fact that in that delivery room, best friend is going to ask who the hell is the father. And I'm going to tell her then. Only am I getting revenge in the current time, for the rest of her life, she's going to have to know that me and her husband have a baby together. And I win, because I get a beautiful baby. I get revenge. Me and my husband had a happy relationship before he went. I get rid of a toxic best friend, so it's a win-win situation in my life.
My cousins destroyed my life. I want to start by saying I know I have the worst luck when it comes to men, but my cousins just take the cake. On my mom's side, I, 38 female, have 6 cousins. Let's call them A, B, C, D, E, and F. All girls and around the same age. We grew up in the same neighborhood and some of us went to the same school. Even as teenagers, my cousins were always interested in stealing each other's boyfriends. It felt like shit when they did it to me in high school, and it felt a lot worse years later. That is very, very weird. That is not like normal cousin behavior at all. I think the people that like cousins are typically into it makes you want to gag. Like you would never want to, well, that's me personally, maybe because I'm like super close to my cousins. Anyone that they would be interested in, I'd be like, oh, no way. And vice versa. At 22, I met my first husband, Ted, who was 43 at the time. Things moved fast and we got married about a year later. On my 24th birthday, I got the most amazing surprise of finding my husband in bed with my slut of a cousin, A. He apologized and we even tried couples counseling to move on from the incident. I had decided to forgive him just before I found cousin B choking on his balls in my kitchen. This is really fudged up. I divorced Ted and chalked into getting married to a guy without knowing him. At 27, I met Pete, who was 37 at the time. I know, I have a type. I took things slow and got to know him the best I could. We dated 3 years before we decided to marry. Everything was fine until the wedding day when my sister came crying to me and told me how Pete had tried to kiss her the previous night. I thought it was a misunderstanding and immediately went to Pete's hotel room to talk about it and clear things up. That's when I saw cousin C and cousin D pleasuring the groom while my best friend and maid of honor was entertaining the other groomsmen. Wow, no offense, I'm so sorry. Your family sucks. Literally. Bad joke. I cut off contact with everyone except my sister and mother. I decided to be celibate for a few years, and when I got back to being with other people, I just wanted sex, no relationship. At 35, I met Andy, who was 28 at the time. Andy had just gotten out of a long relationship as his ex had dumped him for a rich guy. He also didn't want any relationship, which brought us together. After a whole year of just doing it casually, we developed feelings for each other. Duh. Andy never hid anything from me, told me about all of his past relationship, and as far as I could tell, he didn't lie. A month ago, I found out I was pregnant. When I shared the news with Andy, he was very excited and we decided to keep the baby. He proposed to me last week and I said yes, hoping this time I would get my happy ending. When I informed my mother, she decided to throw me and Andy an engagement party without really asking us about the guests we wanted to invite. She invited the entire family, including all of my cousins. Andy knew what they had done, but asked me to put on a happy face for the sake of my mother. Did your mom not know this was happening? My mom would, if your mom didn't know, then I get it. But if she did know, which I'm pretty certain she does, because why else would you get divorced? She would know about it. That's so stupid that she would invite them. It was difficult, but then cousin E walked in and Andy just lost his cool. Oh no, I just read the next sentence. E was the girlfriend who dumped him for the rich guy, and she took the opportunity to remind me that I was still eating her scraps. Andy yelled at E for talking to me that way, and she made it a yelling match. Things hadn't even settled down before cousin F accused Andy of being the baby daddy of her oldest child, 12 male. He's 28, then he would have been 16. We're okay. This broke and I just bolted. Andy came after me. I locked him out of our apartment, told him to go away and give me some room, but he didn't. He slept on the doorstep the whole night. I keep thinking to myself, at least he didn't cheat. Yes, he didn't cheat, but why did he have to sleep with my slutty cousins? He told me all about his relationship with E, but I never made the connection that it was the same E. And F, oh my god. He must have slept with her when he was 18 and she would have been 32 at the time. F is the neighborhood whore. every guy in her block has slept with her. I'm surprised she even remembers Andy and is confident about Andy being the father. Can I blame him for sleeping with someone when he was 18? I slept with guys when I was 18 and I don't remember most of them. Somehow I'm mad at him, and I also understand what happened. He hasn't actually said he is sorry, but for some reason I keep thinking, I forgive you. I have the worst life. Just on that last sentence because you said it, what does he have to be sorry for? If anything happens prior to meeting you, then it doesn't count. Whatever you did in your life before you meet me, it's not relevant to me. If you do it while we're together, then you have to apologize. Secondly, oh my God, where the hell do you live? Do you live in like one of those weird ass towns where there's like 10 people, 50 people? I would have like moved cities, moved states, get away from them. Why are you guys all so physically close to each other? You need a fresh start sometimes. One of the top comments says, this sounds like a Jerry Springer fan fiction. My 2 cents. You're going through a lot, and I can sympathize with you because that sucks. 1000%. But at least like I'm glad you still have Andy, and like this is not like a very sad ending. Andy hasn't done anything for you to justify the way you are treating him. He was seduced by a woman who was almost twice his age when he was barely just an adult. Then he had a woman betray him and destroy the relationship, and those people just happen to be your cousins. Now he has found a woman that he wants to spend the rest of his life with and raise children with. You're also pregnant, but yet she is locking him out of her apartment despite knowing he did nothing wrong. And puppies, don't yell at me, guys. If anyone needs to apologize between the two of you, it's you. You're just really genuinely treating him badly. And I know this is like a sore subject for you. I get it. Like, what a small world. Why did it have to be your cousin? But it's not anything that happened prior. I really do hope you two can work it out, though. But you can't punish him for the actions of others.
I think my marriage is headed for divorce after only 7 months. I got married to my husband 7 months ago. It was a whirlwind romance, and we ended up getting married after a very short period of time knowing each other. And yes, I know it's stupid to marry someone after a short period of time. So if you're gonna comment that, just don't even bother. Anyways, at first, everything was so perfect. We were so in love, and we bought our first house together. Our lives became intertwined very, very quickly. Now, to why my marriage is actively falling apart. Before we got married, I had a great paying job. I had so many amazing friends. My family lived nearby, and I was so happy just living in my own little world. At first, when he came along, he added to my life, but slowly but surely, he pulled me away, and I eventually moved in with him, which was hours away from where I lived. At first, this wasn't really a problem, but since I'm in school full-time online, I'm always alone. I don't know anyone here, and he works, so I'm just alone 24/7. I think my marriage is headed for divorce after only 7 months. And I told him about this. I was expressing my concerns, and I was expecting him to be like caring back, but he basically just told me to get over it, and that's a part of growing up. This brings me to his treatment of me. He constantly tells me that I can't cook. He's extremely dismissive of my feelings, and whenever I want to hang out with him, he prefers to play video games instead, and he spends from like 6 to 8 hours on his video games. He always downplays my accomplishments, and somehow I always end up being the butt end of his joke. Whenever I try to bring up any issues that I'm having, he always turns it on me, and then it always ends up being my fault. I tried to tell him that I'm not happy, but all he did was suggest a divorce, and then I ended up begging him to stay. I just don't know what to do anymore. I have a bachelor's degree, and I'm currently in school for my master's degree. He's the sole provider, and I have no money considering all the money that I had saved up I had to use on him when he was tight on money. Yeah, that's currently where I'm at. Advice would be greatly appreciated.
Boyfriend, male 33, slept with someone else the same day we had our first date, female 27. Not sure how to feel. So back in February, my boyfriend and I had our first date. We had gotten drinks, apps, and then went to the bars afterwards. We did end up having sex that night. In the morning, we woke up, had sex, and went to go and get brunch and talk. When he was dropping me off after getting food, we both agreed we'd had a really fun time and were planning to see each other again. Fast forward 5 months, and I recently found out that he had texted a different girl good morning while I was in his bed and asked her to spend the day with him. Well, that girl didn't reply, so he asked a different girl girl on a date. Turns out he took this other girl to a fancy restaurant and to an arcade type bar afterwards. They ended up kissing. At least he says that's all they did. I'm hurt now because the entire duration of our relationship, we would always say that it was so special how we, quote, never saw anyone else since the day we met each other. That was at least true on my end. He also became upset with me once during an argument because he saw I had texted, "Hey," back to a male 2 days after our date. He made me apologize and called me names. He swore on his dad's cancer that he never entertained any other girls since the day we met, which we know is a lie. It's been a hard week after finding this out, mainly due to the fact he lied to me so many times and how stupid I feel now always saying that we were special for never wanting to explore other people since our initial date. He thinks I'm overreacting and it's not a big deal. I'm not sure what would be the normal reaction here. So someone comments, "How did you find out?" And OP responds, "He ended up adding the girl back and was Snapchatting her in front of me. So I glanced and got her name, then messaged her on Facebook. Extremely nice girl too. She was just as surprised and sent me screenshots and proof of everything. Very appreciative of the way she responded." So she knows they had sex. This other girl and her are talking and he's still lying.
It's time.
Girl, please go.
My husband slept with my niece while I was on a business trip. This is update number 2. I had a really long talk with my mom and she just cannot reason with my niece at all. My niece really wants to be with my husband and she thinks that she deserves him. I honestly didn't want to focus on him. I wanted to focus more on my relationship with her. And I asked my mom when she started hating me so much. My mom said that she has absolutely no idea when she started hating me so much, but she feels like it's her fault because she always forced her to come over to our house when she didn't want to. My niece felt jealous that we have things that she doesn't and she has to live in the shadow. My daughter was always daddy's little princess, while my niece got shamed at school for having the father that she has. She said that we never loved her, but we just always wanted to show off in front of her. This is honestly so painful just because I would have loved to know that my niece was thinking all of this and then maybe I could have fixed it and fixed our relationship. This is just a side note, but my niece has very long, pretty hair, and when she was a little bit younger, my husband slept with my niece while I was on a business trip. This is update number 2. I took her to get her hair all redone and it looked really beautiful afterwards. She doesn't remember anything about when I took her to do that except that it was really expensive. And I wasn't really trying to rub that in her face at all. I was really just kind of talking to her about the salon prices. I am just really hurt, and plus my brother has literally been telling everyone about this, so now the entire neighborhood knows. Again today, my niece went to go knock on my husband's door and my mom tried to stop her and my brother just thought that it was funny and was laughing about it. Honestly, it seems like he's having a good time with all of this and just thinking that it's entertaining. He is worried that me and my husband might get a divorce, and if we do end up getting a divorce, if my husband will still end up helping him out because like I said before, he pays for all of his liver medication and he always picks him up from the hospital, takes him to the hospital, and does so much for him. I just need to get away from all this, and thankfully I took off Monday for work for a mental health day.
I walked in on my boyfriend hooking up with my 2 best friends at once. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, it's not me on Instagram. I started getting suspicious because my boyfriend was not talking to me as much. He wasn't texting me as much. Everyone knows that when a guy does that, it's because he's interested in somebody else. So what did I do? The logical thing was for me to invite my best friends over because I needed to talk to somebody. I made girl dinner, and then when they came over, I told them that something was going on with my boyfriend. He was being distant and not texting me as much anymore. But the way they looked at each other just told me so much. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. Oh, we have to go. We're supposed to hang out with somebody else. I was shocked. Could they just leave me like that, knowing that I felt so bad? I followed my instinct and I followed them. You'll never guess where they went. My boyfriend's apartment. My stomach instantly dropped. But because I've been a good girlfriend to this man, he gave me a key to his apartment. I waited 15 minutes before going up. And when I walked in, best friend number 1 was lying naked on the table while my boyfriend was doing things to her. Other bestie was behind him naked too, doing stuff to his bum. It gets worse.
Am I wrong for not wanting to have a relationship with my sister-in-law? Just a few details before I get to the main story. I went to high school with my sister-in-law, but she was a year ahead of me. We had one class together. I always thought that she was really pretty, but she had the worst attitude towards teachers and always getting into fights. So I always kept my distance. Moving a few years forward, she showed up at my in-laws' house. We had one mutual friend and I was not aware he was even friends with her. Well, she started dating my brother-in-law and we became really good friends. We all went on double dates and did many activities together. Her and I would go to Zumba at the park, and we had dinners together often, celebrated many birthdays together with family, etc. Then my brother-in-law proposed to her. All of us were super ecstatic. Mind you, all of my husband's brothers had girlfriends and wives. There are 4 brothers, including my husband, and we all had such an amazing group relationship. She has a big family full of sisters and half-sisters, which she treats like garbage, because some of them are single moms or didn't finish school but have great jobs. Well, she told me that she wanted all of her bridesmaids to go on a cruise, because she knew we were all moms and wanted us to have fun. The cruise was a nightmare. During this time, I was going through a dark time. My depression was into high gear and my anxiety was all over the place. But I acted like nothing was wrong because I didn't want to ruin her bachelorette. She was sick the whole time. This was in November 2019, right around the beginning of COVID. Little by little, we were all starting to get sick. She was upset that one of her sisters and I separated from the group to take pictures with birds. We were having fun. Apparently, she had an issue with that. Anyway, fast forward to her wedding day. Also on my in-laws' anniversary wedding day, a week before Christmas, which is a busy time for me at work. I'm a hairstylist. In the morning, while everyone was getting their hair done in her suite, I was in my room getting ready and doing my daughter's, mother-in-law, and another member of the family. I received a call from my cousin in Guatemala, letting me know that my grandmother, who raised me until I moved to the US, had passed away. I started crying because she was my grandmother. Also, I was the one who had to tell my dad that his mom had passed away. I called my husband and told him what was happening. He gave me the option if I wanted to just go home, which I regret now, but I stayed. Because again, I didn't want to ruin her day. The wedding happened and then the party. I left the party an hour before the event was over. My husband and other family members can confirm this. Well, COVID hit and I didn't see the family until spring. When I saw her, I just didn't want to talk to her because I was angry, which made the family wonder why I wasn't talking to her. So I texted her and I said we should talk and clear the air. We met for lunch and let me tell you, she blamed me for everything that went wrong at her wedding. That I had been a terrible friend and how dare I leave the wedding early. People had told her I left in the middle of the party. I mentioned to her that I didn't appreciate how she had been treating me and the fact that she called me a maid. Why did she call her maid? Why did she say maid? She said, well, maid is the word for bridesmaid. LOL, I was starting to get angry, but I kept my cool because I didn't want to start crying. Then I mentioned to her that I left early because my grandmother had passed away. This is why I was so angry at her. She said, well, it's too bad that it will be the only thing you'll remember on my wedding day. Is that the reason why your parents didn't show up to my wedding? I don't remember anything that happened after that. I started crying and somehow ended up at my parents'. How can someone say that? I now can't stand to see her or be in the same place as her. I'm polite to her because of my mother-in-law. And after spending over $4,000 on her wedding, even though my husband and I make enough to live comfortably and provide for our daughter, it was a lot of money. I know I will never get an apology from her because she's perfect and can't do no wrong. So, am I the asshole? Well, you kind of left the part where she called you a maid, so I can't take that into consideration. But what I can take into consideration is that if my I don't care if you're at my wedding, my close friend, whatever, and you have a death like that, doesn't matter what it is. If you're my friend, if you could stay, you would stay, and I know that. But if you told me you had to go, I would trust that you had to go. I'm not gonna question your judgment or question your love for me. You know what I mean? But that's how my friends are. If you're insecure in your relationship with your friends, and that can project that the way it did, but I would just make sure, of course, go. Let me know if you need anything. Be safe. I hope you're okay. Be there for my friend. Yes, weddings are great and all of that, but I think real friendships show in the hard times too. And you should have listened to your initial instinct of her, of not being friends with people like that. Just always listen to your gut. And it's your brother's wife, so your brother-in-law's wife, so it's even farther away. You don't have to see her all the time. And even when you do, you're very cordial, very respectful. Hey, how are you? Yada, 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 yada. You don't have to have a relationship with everyone in your husband's family. And then her comment, that's such a self-conceited comment. You went through such a major loss on her wedding day, and even though you had every reason to excuse yourself, you stayed to avoid causing disruption, and that shows a lot of consideration on your part. 4K is crazy for a guest. Crazy. What the hell did you buy? $4,000 is crazy. I didn't even spend that much on my sister's wedding as being the sister of the bride, or one of my best friend's wedding. I'm gonna try to play both sides of it. So from your friend, the sister-in-law's perspective, she was probably whatever. I actually can't justify her. You were grown adults. Life happens. Shit happens. Her reaction to your grandmother's passing and her dismissive and hurtful comments is very callous and lacking empathy. And she showed very little understanding, compassion to your grief. And the hell, sense of entitlement and disregard for your feelings, calling you a maid, even though I want to know more details on that. Lack of respect between your relationship. Why would anyone force this is me? You cannot force me to do something I don't want to do. And that also includes having relationships with people. Protect your peace. That's the only thing you can do is protect yourself.
My husband's family keeps referring to me as his best friend. What does this mean? My husband, Robbie, and I got married earlier this year. It was the most beautiful day, and I just felt so much support and love coming from each side of our family. 2 months later, we celebrated my birthday at my in-laws, and it was nothing like crazy or anything. We just spent time with them and had dinner with them at their house with my husband, his mom, his dad, and his sister. That's the first night that I noticed them referring to me as Robbie's best friend. After my birthday dinner, we were all sitting in the living room just chatting and having some drinks. And that's when my sister-in-law gets a call on her phone and she answers it. And when her friend asked her what she was doing, she said that it was her brother's best friend's birthday. I have never heard of anyone refer to me as Robbie's best friend before. I mean, I'm his wife, and before we were married, we were literally engaged for 2 years. Hearing my sister-in-law refer to me as that was so confusing. I always refer to her as my sister-in-law, and I would obviously expect the same thing coming from her end, or maybe even just as Robbie's wife, but definitely not his best friend. After she hung up the phone, I asked her why she referred to me like that, and she was not fazed at all. She was just like, well, you guys are best friends, and that's how my mom and dad refer to you guys. I just decided to let it go that night and just not bother me anymore, but then it happened a few days ago again, which is why I'm posting this, because I'm just so confused at this point. My mother-in-law both we're doing different jobs, but we work in the same area. Sometimes our companies collaborate, and when we ever have a client switch over, we usually have to go and meet with these people at this other company that my mother-in-law works at, and so that ended up happening this week, and I had to go visit my mother-in-law at her office to help a client transition. My husband's family keeps referring to me as his best friend. What does this mean? Since my mother-in-law was in the office when I was there, I stopped by to say hello, and she introduced me to one of her colleagues, and I was so perplexed by how she introduced me. She literally said, "This is my son's best friend," as I was shaking hands with this colleague. I paused and I was just awkwardly like, yeah, I'm his wife. My mother-in-law didn't say anything. She didn't address it at all, and her colleague looked so confused. Once we were alone, I asked my mother-in-law why she referred to me like that, and just like my sister-in-law responded, she did not act like it was weird at all. She was just like, you guys are best friends. The only thing that I can think of to explain this is that in my vows to Robbie, I promised to continue always being his best friend. Nobody acted like this was odd or special at all, and I thought that this was like a pretty common thing to put into vows. I talked to Robbie about this too, and he's also very perplexed by it, so he talked to his parents, and they basically just gave him the same exact answer that they gave me. It all just feels like a little bit of bullying to me, but I've never really felt like this tension with them before. I don't know if I'm just reading it wrong. Are they calling me his best friend because they don't like the fact that I'm his wife? Or is it some inside joke that they've been in on without me? I just have no idea what to do or make of it, especially because whenever I bring it up, his in-laws are just making it seem like it's not a big deal at all. Yes, of course, I am Robbie's best friend, but I'm also his partner, and I'm their daughter-in-law and sister-in-law. I just don't know what to do at this point, so any advice or input would be greatly appreciated.
Am I the asshole for not wanting to babysit my sister's nightmare child? Disclaimer, this is not my story time. Send me on Instagram. Her child is a terror. He's extremely mean and violent. It's all my sister's fault and her husband. My family's pretty big. My parents got busy and had 6 kids. Now my sister and I are the youngest. My sister was the first to get pregnant out of all my siblings, which of course meant that we were super excited. While she was pregnant, she was doted over. All of my siblings took care of her, and her husband was amazing. Then the baby was born, and by the time he was 2 years old, he would have fits of violence if he was not given what he wanted. One time we were all sitting at a restaurant, and he wanted to eat all of the fries. And when my sister said no, he grabbed the plate and threw it on the floor. My parents have a beautiful dog, and this child terrorizes the dog. He tries to hit him, tries to bite him, and the poor dog doesn't do anything to him. He's never in a good mood and always tries to find an excuse to hit people. He's now 4 years old, and he's even worse. He's constantly breaking things, doesn't apologize, doesn't say please or thank you. He grabbed my laptop and threw it into a pool. When my sister asked me to babysit, I said no, and everyone in my family turned against me.
My husband is planning on going on a dinner date with his long-term ex. I just really need input from people that don't know us so that their opinions aren't biased. My husband Jack used to date a girl named Emma for years, and they broke up because my husband didn't want to get married or have kids. So at that point, Emma moved away, and then a month later, Jack met me, and we started dating. And I don't really look like the typical girls that Jack had been dating at that time. Emma was super tall, blonde, blue eyes, and she apparently was a social butterfly while I am an introvert. Jack has a group of friends that he's known since childhood, and they are all very close, but since the beginning of our relationship, none of them liked me. They still call me the rebound girl. At our wedding, during the best man speech, he joked that we all thought rebound girls were temporary, but Jack found one and made an honest woman out of her. Everyone laughed, but I definitely did not. They also joked that I'm just a nurse, and that Jack downgraded because he has his PhD. For my own sanity though, I just ignore them, and Jack still hangs out with them regularly. My husband is planning on going on a dinner date with his long-term ex. Last weekend there was a fundraising gala and Emma was there, and that's when I saw her for the first time in person. Jack introduced to me and Emma said, "Yeah, I know who she is. The guys weren't kidding when they described her." But Jack quickly changed the topic and then asked Emma how long she was in town, and she said for about a week, and then that's when they ended up just chatting for the entire night. They were just reminiscing about old times the entire time, so I just ended up chatting with other people. Later at bedtime, Jack mentioned that he should go out to dinner with Emma while she's here. And I assumed that he meant like inviting her over here for dinner, so I asked what kind of food she likes so that I could make it. And he was like, "No, it would just be the two of us." And I was like a date? And he was like, "No, just two friends going to dinner. Why are you so insecure?" I asked him if he missed her or missed being with her, and he said, "I'm not gonna lie, it was great being with her tonight. There's just something about her." After that, I got really upset and told him, "You can do whatever you want, but if you go on a dinner date with her, I'm done." He thinks that I'm overreacting and being insecure, so I really just want to know what you guys think, if I'm truly overreacting about this.
I found out my boyfriend cheated on me with his aunt. Yeah, blood relative. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. Send me on Instagram. I knew there was a reason why my boyfriend never dated anybody. He was a bachelor. Other girls wanted to be with him, but he always claimed that he was just too picky. Everything started 14 years ago. He and I are both in our 30s now. I was introduced to this friend group when I moved with my parents to a new city. This friend group was very, very close. Even though we all went to different high schools and colleges, we all hung out every single day. One of them being my future boyfriend. The running joke was that he was with everybody, but with nobody at the same time, because no girl could ever tie him down long enough to be his girlfriend, which is a horrible thing in and of itself. But over time, I started developing a crush on him. It was inevitable. He's extremely handsome, very funny. He's an athlete, and he looks like a Greek god. I knew he was a poster child for a player, so I never really wanted to chase him like that until he chased me. That's when everything changed. Suddenly, we were hanging out privately without the friend group. In fact, he was planning dates, texting me, calling me, even picking me up from work. Things were so good that I wanted to be his girlfriend. When I told him, well, he freaked out. What happens next? You actually will never guess. You have to go to part 2. I found out my boyfriend cheated on me with his aunt. After he ghosted me for 2 months because I wanted something more serious, I started doing some investigating. We're so good between us. Why would he ghost me? Went to his mom's house and explained what was happening. That's when she was shocked. She told me that he had confessed to her that he was in love with me, and he wanted to make our relationship more formal. He was planning on asking me to be his girlfriend. When I was there though, his aunt was also there. She decides to chime in and say, "You need to stop begging my nephew because you're not good enough for him." That's when the two sisters started fighting because one was defending me and the other one was telling me I wasn't good enough. As you can imagine, I was totally affected by this. It felt horrible. I have 2 of his relatives saying 2 different things. And for 2 whole months, I had no contact with him. One night, I'm in bed and I start to remember things. His aunt would always call him when he was with me, especially if she knew that he was at my apartment. She would text him all the time. Always ask her for favors like go wash my car, get me groceries. It's like she was always trying to find a way to get him away from me. Next day, I did something crazy. Straight up showed up to her house and asked her why she didn't like me. And what she said was so vile, I still can't believe it. Part 3 is up. I found out my boyfriend cheated on me with his aunt. Then I went to confront his aunt for telling me that I wasn't good enough for him. She told me the most vile things. She started listing off all the things about my physical appearance that are not good enough for him. That I have acne, that I have cellulite, that I'm too short, that I'm not very fit, and that I have a receding hairline. She wanted to hurt my feelings so bad. And the first thing that came to mind was, are you jealous because I'm with your nephew? Are you really being protective? I'm not even exaggerating. She slapped me so hard I fell backward. And then she said the most disgusting thing ever. She said, "You are no match for me. I actually felt sick to my stomach. This is when I get a call from my boyfriend. He apologizes and says that he does want to be with me. In my desperation, I said yes. He came to my apartment and we made up. And that's when I told him everything that his aunt said. All he said was, "Don't listen to her, she's crazy." Then he takes me to his mom's house for lunch and his aunt is there. It gets even worse. Part 4 is up. I found out my boyfriend cheated on me with his aunt. When we got to his mom's house for dinner, his aunt was already there. When she saw me, she pretended like nothing happened. She tried to give me a hug and a kiss, but I backed away. For the next hour, she was hanging off of my boyfriend's neck. She kept saying she wanted to cuddle him. I finally took my boyfriend to the backyard and asked him what was happening. That's when he confesses everything. He had been doing it with his aunt for a year, that she was obsessed with him, and that she hated me so much that she wanted to unalive me. Words can't even describe how I felt. That's when I simply walked away. I told him to never contact me again and that this was not healthy for me, and that he needed to get away from his aunt and seek help. I do keep in contact with his mom now. She told me that he's going to therapy and that they cut off her sister. He calls me every day, but I'm too heartbroken for him. At this point, I don't even care that he cheated. It's all the mental trauma that he has. Am I being selfish? Should I give him another chance? I just don't think I can deal with that kind of trauma.
My 32 male wife, 29 female, thinks our baby is a reincarnation of our daughter who passed away. What do I do? A couple of years ago, my wife and I lost our daughter due to a tragic accident. It really took a toll on both of us. We have gone through extensive therapy, joint and separate, and we're doing better. However, I'm afraid the recent birth of our baby girl has caused her mental state to relapse. It's affecting our marriage. She thinks our baby is our late daughter reincarnated. We waited a long time to try again for a second child. Heck, we even moved houses and states so we wouldn't have to see her room or where the accident occurred anymore. As soon as we found out we were having another girl, my wife asked if we could make her middle name the name of our firstborn to honor her. I thought it was a sweet tribute, so I agreed. When she had the baby, the first thing she said to anyone who came to visit was how much the baby looks like our first daughter. They really don't look alike, but I digress. One night, I went to go get us dinner while the baby was asleep. I was only gone for a few minutes, and when I came back, I found my wife outside in the garden holding the baby singing, "You are my sunshine," but replacing the word sunshine with her middle name, our deceased daughter's name. She buys items for the baby with that name on it. She has a shrine type thing of pictures of both girls next to each other and insists on remaking certain photos. I have expressed my concern for her, but she just brushes me off, saying that it's her way of coping and she refuses to go back to therapy. I'm thinking long term, this would cause so much trauma for our daughter if it keeps going on like this once she's old enough to understand. I feel for my wife though. She became a bereaved mother at a young age and obviously still has baggage that needs to be worked out. She's not a dangerous person, and I hate to even think this way, but I'm not sure what she may do in this state, and I don't know how to go about it.
Am I the asshole for refusing to let my parents move in with me because I don't want to give up my pet's bedroom? I, 37 female, am not close with my parents. One of several reasons is their control, and I've always hated that. Even living alone, they wanted to control it, and it took several years of therapy to almost completely cut them out of my life, and I've now lived in peace for 7 years. I don't intend to have children, I don't intend to get married, and living together, even dating, is not in my cards. So my expenses are me and my 4 pets, 2 dogs and 2 cats, and they live a life of luxury. Honestly, because I have a job that pays well. Good for those pets, I'm here for that. Yay, dog mom. I have a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom house. The 2 suites that I have are a bedroom and an office, and the spare room is for my pets. The entire room is modified. Several things on the walls for the cats, beds, toys, a door that leads to the backyard, because I like to sleep completely alone and in peace, which has already proven to be ineffective with all 4 of them sleeping with me. My parents only visited my house once, and that was before my pets. So really, the only time that they had been there, the room was empty. Last week, my parents called saying that they lost their house, finance delay of installation or installments type of issue, and they asked if they could stay in the spare room. I said that only the living room would be available and they could sleep on the floor with a mattress or a sofa, and it's very spacious and comfortable, as the free room has become my pet's room. They started to get angry, saying that pets could sleep in the living room instead of them, and that it is extremely disrespectful to offer parents, even worse elderly people, to sleep in the living room, on the floor, or the sofa when the pets could do it instead. In addition to complaints about my lifestyle and the fact that I even have a pet room. I got angry and said that it was my house and it was no longer open to them. Since then, I have been bombarded by their messages saying that they're in a hotel, spending money that they shouldn't, and next week that they'll have to go to a shelter because I have uninvited them and I've preferred to pick my pets over them, and now I'm leaving them homeless. Other relatives couldn't help, and they didn't bother me either because they know what a pain in the ass my parents are. I've already blocked them, but I would like an outside opinion.
Am I the a-hole for going as the best man's +1 to my sister's wedding? My sister asked me to be her maid of honor, and I was single at the time. During the wedding planning process, I met the best man and we really hit it off. However, my sister was not happy about it in the slightest. She'd often make comments like, "Don't get too close," and would roll her eyes anytime we were flirting. The week before the wedding, we went on a joint bachelorette party where the best man and I shared a hotel room. The following morning at brunch, the bridal party joked around about it, but my sister stayed quiet. Afterwards, she pulled me aside and accused me of attention seeking and uninvited me from the wedding. The best man found out a few days later and asked me to be his +1, so I said yes. The day of the wedding, my sister wouldn't even acknowledge me, even though I told her congratulations. She clearly was not happy. When I got home, I turned my phone back on to find a bunch of texts from throughout the day of her telling me, "What are you doing? And why are you trying to ruin my wedding?" I told my roommate and she took my sister's side and told me I should apologize. Another friend of mine wonders if there used to be something romantic between the best man and my sister. So anyways, I guess I need your help deciding if I should apologize to my sister or not. Let me know in the comments.
There was this one time, I was... You know the word talking? I don't even like to use that for too many people. Do you know what I mean? Because some of you, it's like, I don't even know why I wasted my time looking in your direction. I was getting to know this guy. And realized we were exchanging words.
Yeah.
For a period of time.
Here and there.
This guy now, on a random one, was like, "Can you borrow me money?" I'm like, first of all, I don't even know you like that. I don't know your last name. I don't understand why you'd be asking someone that you don't know for money. Like,
but that's what they do because they don't want it to be.
Yeah.
They don't want their close ones to know.
Cheeky.
I don't understand. Like, I remember when I was at uni. This was during my masters. When I say that, like, it's a friend of a friend. Like, you know, when you met someone in like a group setting. And then the most maybe you just have each other on Instagram.
Most
max. Like when you say, "Oh hi," they actually think your surname is Montero. Facts. In fact, facts. There was one guy, and he started messaging me on Instagram. "Oh hi, how's it going? Oh yeah, oh yeah, whatever." So must have now asked me all those male friends, "How you do? Oh, paddy. Why can't you ask them? Why asking me?" I said, "Well, whoever sent you," I said to him, "Whoever sent you, go back to that person."
Am I the asshole for refusing to make pizzas for everyone at my sister's graduation party?
Pizzas for everyone forever. Everyone should get pizzas. I don't care if you have a lack of resources. Everyone deserves pizzas. It's ridiculous, and you should fall over into your grave for not giving everyone pizzas. My name is reddituser.com, and you should go give everyone pizza. How dare you not give everyone pizza, you bitch!
I, male 20, have went to culinary school and have been working in professional kitchens since I was 18. Even though I'm an adult, since I'm the youngest child in my family and one of the youngest relatives in general, a lot of the time it's difficult for me to get my relatives to take me seriously or keep me in the loop about things.
I feel you, sister.
I've never felt this before. I attended my sister's graduation earlier today, and right after, I carpooled home with my mom. It isn't until while we were in the car, driving to my mom's house for the graduation party, that I was told that I was supposed to make pizza for everyone at the party.
Oh, you bitch. You didn't even read my mind about you making everyone pizza.
Asshole, you weren't a mind reader.
Yeah.
I've made pizza for my family before, not because anybody asked me to, purely just because I wanted to.
Well, your mistake. Now it's your job, pizza maker. Get to making the pizzas.
Pizza boy, yeah. The pizza maker.
You're a marinara pizza boy.
The thing that is frustrating me more than anything is multiple people knew about this ahead of time, but they decided to tell the person that's actually responsible for making them last minute.
Oh, good.
On top of the fact that my family is massive, There's most likely going to end up being 14 or 15 people at this party. If you aren't that into cooking, you might not understand how much of a grueling process making pizza from scratch is. Between making the dough, sauce, and actually cooking them, it is a process that needs to be let known of multiple days ahead of time so I get everything ready. I told them that I was sick of being kept out of the loop and not treated like an adult by everyone in my family.
Real.
And yet everyone still relies on me constantly to cook for everyone every time there's a family event. I told them that I will not be making pizzas today, and if anyone wants anything from me, I won't do it unless I am completely kept in the loop of what's going on and told about things multiple days ahead of time.
Yep.
I feel bad for my sister because she was very excited to try my homemade pizza, but I had to explain to her why it wasn't going to happen and told her that I can make one for her later in the week as an extra graduation present.
Okay.
My parents think I'm just being petty and just not making them because I am just being lazy. I really don't think I'm the asshole here.
Lou, we're here with Menu Log. What we do with Menu Log is my favourite thing ever. We react to people's secret menu.
Let's go!
Let's! Can I swear? I don't know, but I'm gonna do it. Let's fucking go!
Yeah, let's do it. I want to hear what people are eating. Okay? Divulge. Tell us.
So, my guilty secret order when no one is looking and that I only ever do when I'm sick is a massive burger and dumplings from obviously 2 different places. And I only do it when I'm sick because there's just simply like no way I could justify
Yes, you can.
this kind of spending. It's usually like $40 to $50 on a normal day. Like, it's just stupid. Why would you do it? Can't justify it. But when I'm sick, I just lean into my true desires and get through. And it's just because I like the variety. I like to have like I don't finish it, but I just like to have like, ooh, some dumplings here, and then like, ooh, a bite of a burger there. And then sometimes I even get some nuggets. It really does depend. But I don't know, something about the combo just really hit when you're sick. Like, it's just like a world of indulgence that I don't usually...
You don't need to justify this.
She's taking us on a journey.
That's my favorite order. That's what I love doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I back that.
Yeah, don't deny your desires.
Burgers and dumplings. She's taking us around the world.
And, like, sure, you may wake up and you'll be like, whoa, I didn't finish that. But, like, at least you listen to yourself. And you listen to your heart.
Leftovers are amazing. And we love leftovers.
100%. I think that you should get it even when you aren't sick.
Absolutely.
Treat yourself.
But I also get the whole, like, when I'm sick, I order a very specific thing kind of thing. What do I order when I'm sick?
For me, it's just lots of desserts. I feel sad.
A little sweet tooth. Nah,
Yes, I'm such a sweet
A
tooth.
sweet tooth, so am I. I'd get like a tub of Ben & Jerry's, a tub of ice cream. Yum, yum, yum. Guys, if you want to order something for yourself now, you really should. Head to menulog.com.au or download the app right now to order yourself something yummy.
Illy Menu Log.
There's this girl going viral on the internet right now because she flew all the way out to Scotland for one of her friend's weddings just to find out that she wasn't invited to eat dinner with all of the other wedding guests. For the sake of the story, we're going to call our main character Amy. So Amy and her other friend Jill are invited to one of their friends' weddings in Scotland. And so they decide to book all of their travel arrangements together and go together all the way to Scotland for their friend's wedding. When they get to Scotland, they go to the bed and breakfast that they booked. It's run by this little sweet lady, and she offers to drive them to the wedding the next day. The day of the wedding, the bed and breakfast lady drives them to the ceremony. The ceremony's beautiful as expected. And after the ceremony, they remind everybody to go out to this other venue for the reception dinner. Amy and Jill call the bed and breakfast lady and ask if she can transport them over to the dinner. When they arrive for the dinner, they notice that there are seating charts at the entrance. So they're looking at the seating chart, trying to find their names on it to figure out where they need to sit. All of a sudden, the security person walks up and asks them to see their invitation. And they traveled a long way, so they didn't think to bring their invitation. So they tell the security officer their name, Amy and Jill. He looks at the list and says, you're not on the dinner list.
I do see you as a wedding guest, but you weren't invited to the dinner. Amy and Jill are super confused. They're like, why would we not be invited to the dinner, but just the ceremony? I mean, after all, we flew all the way to Scotland for this. The security guy lets them know that while they're not invited to the dinner, they can come back in an hour when the dinner's over to come dance and enjoy cocktails. I forgot to mention the security guy also mentioned to Amy and Jill that at the very bottom of their invitation in small font, it indicated if they were a dinner guest or not. And Amy and Jill did not see this on the invitation because it was in small font at the bottom. Amy and Jill are pretty upset because they're in the middle of a place that they don't know anything about, Scotland, and they now have to figure out what they're gonna do for dinner. And it's not like they could just walk down the street and go eat dinner somewhere else. They would have to travel to wherever they're gonna now have to eat dinner. Not to mention, their ride is the bed and breakfast lady, and they did not tell the bed and breakfast lady that they would need another ride in between all of these things just to eat dinner. They decide, you know what, it's stupid for us to go eat dinner and then come back, so they decide to just call the bed and breakfast lady and get picked up and not come back. But what do you guys think about this? Is it weird to not invite your guests to dinner?
Last October, for my best friend's birthday, I got tickets to see Usher in concert in Las Vegas. Cheeky. Baby. I took care of the hotel for the weekend. I spent a few $1,000s. The only thing she paid for the whole trip was her flights. We had an amazing time and she couldn't stop thanking me for treating her to such an amazing birthday gift. She said no one has ever done anything like that for her, not even her husband. And so she was so grateful.
Oh, that's lovely.
Fast forward to February, and it's my birthday coming up, and I hadn't heard a peep out of her. Now, my birthday weekend rolls around, and all I get from her is a phone call wishing me happy birthday. No cards, no me, not even the money. She's supposed to be my best friend over 10 years, and she doesn't celebrate me the way I celebrate her. What should I do?
Am I the asshole for using my hot tub in my birthday suit? Background. I live in a state where it's legal to be in your birthday suit on your property as long as you're not engaging in any lewd activity. My husband and I recently purchased our first home. It's a decent sized property, about a half an acre, and has a 6-foot fence. We have a porch on the back that I decorated with lights and we put in a hot tub. We also put in a projector screen that blocks the view. And we only use the hot tub in our birthday suit late at night, and all other times we use our swimsuits. The neighbors to our left have put in huge plants to block the property line. Perfection. I went ahead and put up similar plants on my property line as well to block the view. Anyways, the neighbors behind us are kind of old and kind of conservative. And the woman came to my house today and basically screamed at me for being in my birthday suit in the yard. She threatened to call the cops next time I did it, which I informed her it's not illegal. I explained to her all the precautions that we took, and honestly, I'm surprised anyone can see anything in our property because we're in the middle of the acre and there's tons of plants and trees surrounding us. She threatened to report me to the HOA and the police if I continue. She already confronted me about some other things, but I have a medical card for that as well. And since then, she's been pretty much a pain in my ass about everything. Am I the asshole for refusing to stop using my hot tub in my birthdays? My dad just decided he's not going to pay for my wedding anymore. What I'm finding out is if you let your parent pay for your wedding, you kind of have to do it their way. I finally told my parents I'm going to do this my way, and they backed out of paying for it. So let me tell you what happened. I have to give credit where credit is due. My parents raised me to be an independent thinker, and as an independent thinker, I've decided we're not going to do every single wedding tradition at my wedding. And that's where the fight comes in with my dad. It's the year 2023. Women are not property anymore, which is why I decided I will be walking myself down the aisle. My parents do not own me, and I'm not some property to be given away. My dad was not very happy to find out he wouldn't be walking me down the aisle. In his eyes, I'm taking away one of the most important parts of the day. Apparently, a first dance with my father isn't enough. My dad keeps going back to the point of, we've never treated you as property, why would you say that? He's also trying to say I'm discrediting everything him and my mom have done for me.
which to me just feels unrelated. Like, I'm just not a fan of that tradition. I feel like he's been talking to his buddies because the other day he came back to me and said, well, if you want to be independent, then you can pay for it yourself. Which to me still feels like if you're not gonna do your wedding the way I want, then I'm not gonna pay for it, and that just doesn't feel right to me. So anyways, do we agree that my dad's being a complete jerk right now? Really hoping he comes around because there's no way I can afford this wedding if he doesn't help me with it. So I'm just kind of holding out hope that he'll come through.
I've been married for 8 years. I have 3 kids with my husband. My husband is overseas and has been for about 2 years. He comes home 3 times a year and stays for 2 to 3 weeks at a time.
Hey, yeah.
I've been lonely, so I ended up cheating on my husband.
Whoa.
So for context, I end up meeting this guy at a bar and we have a one-night stand. And it was amazing. So that one-night stand turned into an almost every night stand.
Hey!
But it was always just a sexual relationship. So much so that we didn't even stay at each other's houses. We would always get a room. So he's never been to my house and I had never been to his. This has been going on for about 2 years. Anyway, I recently started going to his house. Long story short, today I found out that I'm pregnant. Yesterday, I went to his house and I see a wall full of pictures. I'm looking at the pictures on the wall and I see a picture on the wall and y'all, my husband is in the photo.
Whoa! No, they mean it. I'm looking at the man in the picture.
I start freaking out internally and I go and sit down. She goes back to the wall and she's like, okay, and who's this man? This guy said, oh, that's my brother. He starts telling me that they're really close, but he doesn't see him much because he lives overseas. So I'm like, oh, okay. Do you know if he's married? He said, oh, yeah, he lives with his wife and 2 kids in Germany. I'm thinking to myself, his wife and 3 kids are in the United States of America. Oh! He starts showing me pictures of my husband with 2 kids and the children look identical to my sons. I'm just staring at these pictures in disbelief. Mind you, I still haven't told this man I'm pregnant with his child, who is also his brother's child. What do I do?
Is enough. Is enough. Is enough.
Am I the asshole for quote unquote overreacting to my nephew's behavior at my wedding?
Okay. How old's the nephew? Wait.
11.
What an asshole.
Yeah, what a piece of shit.
Why didn't you just do a childless wedding? Okay, whatever.
You literally have just described the entire post.
Yeah.
That's all that this is.
I'm so good at this that I can see into the future and know exactly what questions to ask.
Yeah.
Cool.
I, 25 female, got married to my husband John, 25 male, last week. And I are both really close to our families, and we invited all of our siblings, nieces, nephews, etc. I enjoyed my special day, but I had some issues with how my nephew, Blaze, 11 male, acted. Why do you gotta make him sound so cool?
The Whistler, Blaze.
I can't be mad at Blaze.
Dude, is he smoking the ganj while you're... Dude. Oh, yeah.
Being cool as shit.
Yeah.
Our nephew's being too cool at our wedding.
Skateboarded in with the tux and like no sweat on him at all. Yeah.
You don't even know where he got it.
He takes the hat off and he like combs his hair into the perfect like.
He hits the jukebox.
Yeah, yeah, he's a greaser. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Blaze is one of my sister Jenna's 31 female kids. Issues with Blaze's behavior started to arise pretty quickly. Blaze was not able to sit still during the ceremony, and while we were exchanging vows, I saw him tapping his foot, tapping his fingers
So he's got ADHD
on the chair and other fidgeting around. Blaze.
So he's not neurotypical.
Blaze is always fidgeted, so you should have fucking known. And I asked Jenna in advance to make sure he wouldn't, and she said she'd do the best she could. Hey, can you fucking kill your kid before you go to this wedding?
Hey, can you just
I want him to just be like basically a mannequin.
Yeah, can you sedate him actually? That'd be
Can you
great.
please tie him to a chair,
And just
torture
make sure he
him?
can't He's tapping his. Who fucking cares?
Your
Your
are
wedding's
so
ruined by someone
disinterested
tapping
in
their
your
foot.
husband that you're looking into the audience and honing in on an 11-year-old boy who's tapping his foot.
Yeah, so okay, on the scale, so we've done 2 wedding stories now. On the
Yeah.
scale of bullshit, one's proposing at your own wedding, and
the other one's tapping your foot in the audience.
In the audience, how loud is the like? Is it actually loud?
It's like Winston from New Girl with the sketches. Not
Oh,
sketches.
yeah.
What are they? Pranks. Where he's like, "Let's light her car on fire." Or like, "Let's pour some water near her shoe."
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Yeah, it's god damn, dude.
We also had a trivia game we found in the thrift store about babies. It was meant for baby showers, but we played it at our wedding. And Blaze is the weird one. While we aren't expecting kids yet, we thought it would be a fun game. Blaze knows a lot of random stuff, and he ended up winning the game.
What an asshole.
After the wedding, a few guests told me they were upset as they felt Blaze embarrassed them in front of their kids by knowing more about child development than them.
What?
So everyone's beefing with this kid.
This obviously ADHD riddled kid that knows everything.
Riddled,
yeah. It's like
Jesus.
it's just like I'm so, like, listen, I'm relating more to Blaze than
I know,
anyone
same.
else in this fucking story.
That's why I chose this. Like,
ADHD brain right
I was
here.
like, oh, Blaze is just awesome.
Yeah,
He was
Blaze is
too
cooler
cool
than
for
you,
your
yeah.
fucking wedding.
He
That was
got
what
the
it was.
cool version of ADHD at that moment where
Yeah.
he was able to know a bunch of
Knowing
stuff.
everything
Yeah.
and having energy.
Yeah.
My final straw was when it as time to eat. I went to see my Jenna and I saw Blaze just sitting there with some family talking about his basketball team. That fuck.
What an asshole.
I told him
Talking with family at a
about
wedding.
basketball.
If
And
you're
it's
not
not
talking-
about me. I told him he could get up and get some food, and he came back with chicken tenders, fries, coleslaw, and a loaded baked potato. I asked why he didn't get anything else, and he said none of the other food looked appetizing.
That's fine. Yeah, it says you're eating food at a wedding. You're not gonna grab all the food. What the fuck, dude? I went to 3
fuck is
goddamn weddings in a year. I didn't eat every single thing on the
Of course
plate.
not. What the fuck?
Because also don't like some weddings, like when you pick the protein, like you
Yeah.
have to pick the protein earlier and like.
I
so
guess
they know
he's
to
saying
cook.
like he didn't get any vegetables.
And
I don't know. It's not your kid. Blaze is a picky eater, and I encouraged him to try some other foods, and he did, but he spit them out and said they were bad. Baller.
Baller.
Saying
Same.
what we're all afraid to say at a
Yeah.
wedding. The food is bad. I'm
It's gonna
sorry.
make you shit, dude.
It'll
Like,
make
come
you
on.
shit real bad. I've been texting Jenna this past week about Blaze's behavior. A whole week of bullshit.
Calm down. Calm
Can
your
you
fucking
not be the
ass
most insufferable
down,
person?
please.
She said she tried her best to get him to behave, but it was his first wedding and to be easy on him. This is despite the fact her younger kids had no issues. I was talking to John about this, and he said to let this go and told me I was overreacting. He said we knew Blaze was a bit odd and that I didn't want him acting so odd. I shouldn't have invited him. Am I the asshole?
Yeah, you should have had a child-free wedding if you really didn't want any kids there.
He was also extremely well behaved, and you're just picking on a kid for no reason.
I've been entangled in an affair with a work colleague. Let's call him Dan.
Oh
for
my God,
4 years.
Hi, Dan.
4 years.
For context, we work in an industry where you can be moved around quite a bit, but somehow Dan and I always end up in a similar location. Our affair has been an up and down ride, and I've even tried ending it on multiple occasions, but we just seem to keep coming back together. One time, when I was at my wit's end about the lying and the deception, I even told his partner Simone and texted her all the details of our affair. Ultimately, she blamed me, forgave him, and stayed with him. Even after this, he still wanted to continue the relationship, and much to my regret, I let him. We fell pregnant after this.
Oh my God.
But decided not to keep the baby. I couldn't ruin Simone's life more than I already had. This destroyed me. This pregnancy and termination became a bit of a tipping point for me, and I decided to leave him and move work locations in order to get space and clarity. But the spanner in the works was that he decided to follow me. We began working together again and fell into old habits. And before you knew it, our bond was stronger than ever. Over the next 2 years, we planned sleepovers and dates. It was really fun, and we had the best time. We even spent every day and night texting, planning the next time we'd see each other, and even booked a holiday.
Yikes.
Damn.
And then one day, I woke up and knew I had to end it. So I did, cold turkey. We still had to work together after this point, making work so awkward. Every day I had to go into work and face this person I felt so conflicted about. I feel horrible for the role I played, but part of me thinks I did try and tell his partner. She blamed me and believed he was innocent. In truth, Dan was the one who emotionally controlled us both. He is also guilty. Simone knew as much as she needed to know. I truly didn't want to hurt her anymore at this point. I know it's wrong, but her accepting his behaviour and forgiving him felt like it was no longer my moral burden to carry. I feel kind of guilty about the affair now. On reflection, it's not justified and it's a terrible secret to be caught up in. Of course, at the time, it was so hard to see what was happening clearly. There are so many layers to the story. I'm still with my current partner, Isaac, who I cheated on with Dan.
Oh, does Isaac know?
But in my defense, I was still pretty new to the relationship with him at the time.
So she's always been with Isaac?
Once I knew I loved Isaac.
Ruby's like,
stop asking
fucking listen, bitch. Shut the fuck up and listen, Louis.
No. It's all in the secret.
Just wait, you impatient little thing.
Once I knew I loved Isaac, something had to give and I chose him. I regret that I started the relationship unfaithfully, but I know now I would never cheat again. I don't think Isaac will find out. At least I hope not. I've done a lot of work on myself, therapy included, to resolve the issues and find some closure to why I acted this way. I feel better now. I can acknowledge and accept that I played a huge role in a scandalous affair. I used to judge people in this position, but now I feel empathy for those caught up in it. Considering I've now done the work, is it acceptable that I never reveal this truth to my current partner, Joe?
Oh, God.
Am I the asshole for not being part of the HOA? I inherited a house a few years ago after my grandpa passed away. The timing was perfect as I had just graduated and it wasn't far away from the area where I wanted to work. About 2 to 3 years ago, a development company bought a bunch of the surrounding properties to build a semi-gated community. The fence for the community ended a good few yards away from my property, but isn't closed all the way. Now that people have moved in, I've been getting HOA letters and fees about my lawn and the house being painted. I tried emailing the HOA president, but they never got back to me. I crashed the meeting last week, and I explained that my house wasn't part of the neighborhood and therefore not part of the HOA. The president and board members tried to say that because I live so close to the property, that I am part of the HOA. It isn't, and I have documentation from the development company and from the county saying that it is not part of the HOA. After the meeting, the president emailed back and said that regardless of the particulars, I should still try to conform with the rest of the community because I was bringing home property values down. I know that I was very lucky to get a home, and I don't want to be negatively affecting others, especially considering the current market. Am I the asshole for not listening to the HOA?
This has to be some of the craziest small town gossip I have ever heard. Storytime. So I live in this small town where literally nothing ever happens. It's this cute little quaint town with elderly neighbours. It's like white picket fence vibes. But on March the 12th, Steve's life changed forever. Steve was found in his driveway. Oh, he wasn't dead. He was just humiliated. His car had been keyed on every single panel and written across the hood was cheetah in white spray paint. It was literally like some sort of crime scene. The tyres were smashed. There was red wine thrown all over the car itself. And on the front seat, there was like a glitter bomb had gone off. But no one knew who had done it because Steve hadn't had a girlfriend for like nearly 6 months. It all started about 6 months earlier when Amy found a second phone in his gym bag. So she went on, she was like, oh my God, what is all this about? And the weird thing is that he only ever texted one person off this phone. And it wasn't her, it was Stacey. Stacey was his best friend from high school. And a month later, Stacey's LinkedIn profile gets hacked. And whoever hacked it released work contacts, screenshots, completely unedited and timestamped. It was like professional suicide. Then came the bank transfers. Not like big deal ones. It was all small amounts like £3.75 here, £1, 1p here. But they were all going to this random Monzo account. So she gets on the phone to her bank. She was like, someone has hacked my account. down. I need you to stop them because it's not me. And the bank's like, no, babe. These payments are coming from your device. She was so paranoid by this. She moved to a whole other city because she thought someone was breaking in and using her phone to make these payments. However, Steve stayed behind, didn't move with her, and they had been living together, so... And this is when the whole car situation happened. Amy was actually questioned by the police about this, and she ended up saying that I didn't do anything. However, you do have to make sure that the consequences match the crime. Now, here's the thing, the case never actually ended up going to court. But if you ask anyone in town what happened, they will tell you that Amy never broke the law. She rewrote it.
My wife returned from a work retreat with a hickey. She swears it's a bug bite, but I'm not convinced. I'm at a loss. How do I move forward? I, 27 male, am in a fight with my wife, 28 female. We've had fights before, but not this bad. I'm at a loss on how to proceed. For context, we're college sweethearts married for almost 6 years. We have a daughter, 4 female. Our relationship was never perfect or without challenges. We faced some family opposition with cultural differences, but we've made it work. She's my first love and my best friend. My wife works in corporate. Her job has annual work retreats that last for about a week. This year was in Vegas. I usually arrange my work schedule and tag along with her, and we make our own trip out of it. We couldn't this year. Our daughter gets major anxiety traveling long distances. We're working on it, but she wasn't budging, and we decided to choose our battles. So I stood behind and held down the fort at home. The change of plans was a bummer, because the trip was part of us reconnecting as both a couple and as a family. My wife's work hours have taken a toll, and her work-life balance leaves much to be desired. We entertained the idea of her skipping the retreat. Attendance is optional, but it's generally frowned upon if you don't, and my wife's making connections in her field. She grew increasingly weird. We have a system if either of us is away for extended periods, we keep in contact. For the first day or so, she was herself, but she grew distant. I'd even text her about important stuff and be left on read while she claimed she never saw my text. Whenever we did talk, she was rushing me or our daughter off the phone. These were all times she wasn't involved in retreat activities. We were supposed to have a mini birthday celebration for our daughter over FaceTime. Our daughter was excited. It was something my wife promised her because the retreat overlapped her actual birthday. But my wife backed out because she had people up to her room after a seminar. It was like she wanted my permission to break her promise to our daughter. I told her I wasn't offering that nor making her keep her word. Said I wasn't being fair and this was a networking opportunity. They were business oriented and wouldn't understand her stepping away for family time. Said her decision is her decision, but she'd have to explain it to our daughter. She promised her that she'd rain check the following day. Our daughter didn't understand and cried. My wife ended up hanging up and needing me to comfort our daughter alone. That whole incident rubbed me the wrong way. I didn't like it. She didn't keep her word for the rain check either. She was documenting the retreat on social media. One coworker, 23 male, was almost in every pic and video attached to her hip. In one pic, he had his arm too comfortably around her, in my opinion. He's a recent hire in my wife's department. He was asked to oversee him. I don't like the guy. He doesn't know boundaries. Once in a response to a work assignment, he texted my wife that she's exactly the kind of woman he needs to keep him in check. My wife had brushed it off. Feels bad for him because he's not fitting in. She took him under her wing during this first retreat with the team. If I'd questioned, she said she was tired or networking. There was always something, but I've seen her at these retreats. This wasn't like her. She was off. She was just off. The day before her return home, she complained about a bruise on her neck. She stressed it was a bug bite. I didn't actually see the bruise until she came home. I instantly thought it was a full-on hickey. She kind of brushed it off after making a big deal of it over the phone. I didn't push because our daughter was present. But when I was able to confront her, she clung to her bug bite claim. When I kept pushing, she asked what I was trying to imply. I outright said I believed she had a hickey, and I didn't believe she was being honest with me. We had it out then. She was offended and pissed at the accusation. Infidelity has always been a sore topic. Her family has a history of infidelity. So we had a pretty bad fight, and she accused me of looking to pick a fight due to the incident with our daughter's birthday. I told her it had nothing to do with that, and everything to do with the hickey on her neck. The fight ended in an impasse. We're still not recovered. She swears it's a bug bite, but I'm not convinced. I've always trusted my wife. I never doubted her. But this bruise doesn't look like a bug bite. It looks like a hickey. I only feel more strongly when I consider how distant and weird she'd been during the Vegas retreat. Now she's wearing turtlenecks ever since. And we're caught between arguing and her dousing our daughter in me with affection. Communication usually prevails for us, but not now. I think my accusation pushed us to a new level of argument. I'm at a loss here. I really need outside perspective. How do I move forward? Vegas is a desert. It's not humid, it's just a lot of heat. So no bugs. I've been to Vegas, okay? Not the bad part of Vegas, okay guys? Well, I call BS. My radar is going beep 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 beep. She smells fishy. No one says, "Oh my god, I have a bug bite." No, that's not like phone call worthy. I would just be like, itch, 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 itch. Not saying that it couldn't be a bug bite. She's acting suspicious, neglecting her daughter, knew this young hot guy hanging off of her, and then she comes back with a bug bite and she wears turtlenecks. Come on, Red. Makes me so frustrated. We knew, like the way she tried to. It's like what pisses me off is that the way they try. I'm gonna wait. She was lost in the heat of the moment and didn't realize he was sucking so hard on her neck. By her account, they made out while doing some on top of the clothes stuff, and then he went down on her. It stopped there because he called her by a nickname that I affectionately call her. It snapped her back to reality of her actions. She went to splash water on her face and saw the hickey. The guy made light of it and made a joke about the hickey being her souvenir. She blew up on him and kicked him out of her suite. Part of the reason she was avoiding me was out of guilt. She said she's coming clean because she doesn't want to hide things anymore. I asked her why she cheated. What was it about the guy she deemed worth risking everything? She claimed it wasn't him specifically, nor is she unhappy with our marriage. She really doesn't know how to explain it, but a part of her feels broken. The more she looks in the mirror, the more she sees her dad, 57 male. A cycle of being consumed with work, distant from child, and infidelity he put her mom through. She said her family never talked about anything openly and how she was growing up. My mother-in-law never addressed anything with her. I said her parents didn't make her cheat. She chose to party up with a guy who constantly disrespected our relationship. These were all her decisions, and she at any point could have chosen her family. She agreed. She wants to blame her parents, but realizes this is on her. She apologized for cheating and for entertaining this guy's advances. She said she'll do whatever it takes to repair. Go to HR, quit her job, counseling, anything. She wants to make everything right. I told her I don't know what right looks like, or if that's possible for us anymore. I knew we had our problems, but I thought there wasn't anything we couldn't talk out. She insisted we still could talk it out. We didn't have to give up on us. She tried giving this rally cry for our relationship, but I felt very numb. I said I didn't recognize her. Not just the betrayal of our vows, but also how she treated our daughter. She's like a stranger. She feels that she failed as a wife and mom, but she loves us both beyond words and wants our life together and our family intact. I told her I couldn't give her the answer she wanted and thought we needed to separate and reevaluate. She didn't want separation. She felt we should stay together in our home, but I told her a separation was happening. Either she was leaving the home or I was with our daughter. She consented to leaving so as to best not uproot our daughter so much. She asked for our daughter not to be taken away from her. My wife's staying with my in-laws. I know that's difficult in itself because she doesn't have the best relationship with her parents. One of the hardest part is the shift for our daughter. Right now, she believes her mom's just busy with work per usual. She hasn't questioned it too much. My mother-in-law called the other day. She made no excuses for my wife, but she's advocating for us to work through it. She told me times where she heard my wife describe me as the anchor she always wanted. She believes there's something worth fighting for if I'm open. Despite some family opposition we faced throughout our relationship, my mother-in-law was always a supporter of us. I'm even more at a loss. I never imagined this kind of betrayal from my wife. She was my safe place. I feel numb yet broken. I'm in love with her. That hasn't changed. But I don't see myself, our relationship, or our family the same. Everything's more tense because it's fresh. I think this period of separation is for the best. I'm not sure about divorce. I haven't let myself fully go there. I'm not set either way. I don't know where things can go from here, but I'm focusing on our daughter and taking things one step at a time. I feel that's all I can do right now. Thanks again to everyone for the support. It's very much appreciated. Ugh. Okay. Why this makes me so mad is like, I hate when like people are obviously in the wrong and they did something, but they try to manipulate you and gaslight you so bad to be like, why are you even questioning me? I'm your wife. How could you do that to me? How dare you? They make you feel guilty for feeling this type of way, knowing they did something wrong. That makes me so upset. I hate that. It's like, how dare you? How dare you break our vows and destroy our marriage and cheat on me and then try to guilt me into thinking that I'm doing something wrong by questioning the hickey that's obviously not a bug bite on your neck. You know, that's what makes me really mad is people who do that just come clean about it. Here's the thing. I think you're so hesitant because there's a kid involved. And of course, you have love for her. Are you in love with her anymore? I don't know. The thing is, like, well, the problem with people who stay together after something this traumatic happens in their marriage, anytime the going gets tough from this point on, if you guys stick together, you're always going to reference that. You're never going to be able to let it go completely. Something bad happens or they do something piss you off, and I'll be like, you're a cheating ass bitch. That's what you are. That's like, it's just not, there's no way you can get out of your mind your significant other sleeping with someone else while you're married. It's always going to come back to that. Somehow, some way. You're never going to really able to digest that pill. But I don't know, some people can.
My ex crashed my wedding to scream that he was still in love with me, and I let him do it. This happened last year, and it is exactly as chaotic as it sounds. I was getting married to my fiance, let's call him Patrick, who was the most incredible guy in the world. Smart, emotionally intelligent, cared about me, basically the exact opposite of my ex-boyfriend, let's call him Matt. Matt was a narcissist, a serial cheater, just honestly the worst. And finally, I got up the strength and the courage to leave him, which was the best decision. But Matt didn't like that. Matt does not like that. Matt was always obsessed with the fact that I would never move on, and even though I left him, I would always come back someday. Yeah, no. The man is the definition of delusional, and I did everything that I could do, block his number, have no contact with him, but yeah, of course he found out that I was getting married. Still, I don't know who told him. So my wedding day comes around and everything's going well. I'm getting ready, but one of the venue staff comes in and they look very stressed out. They're like, hey, there's a man at the front gate that's just freaking out and saying that he's your fiance and that he needs to get into the venue, but he's not on the list, so security isn't letting him in. And the venue staff knew who my fiance was, and they knew it wasn't this guy, but I knew exactly who it was. I was like, yeah, no one else but Matt. It's Matt. And at first, I'm freaking out. I'm like, oh my gosh, he's gonna ruin my day. He's gonna cause this scene. I had no idea what to do. But then something in me just flipped. And I looked at the venue employee and I said, you know what? Let him in. And to no one's surprise, during our cocktail hour, Matt storms in like he's the lead in some rom-com, screaming, she's making a mistake. She's supposed to be with me. Everybody is silent. My mom drops her champagne glass and they're just looking at this man, making an absolute idiot out of himself. Luckily, my fiance actually knew what Matt looked like, so he goes right up to him and is like, hey Matt, so good to see you. We actually have some extra space if you want to join the wedding. I hope you have a good time. And my fiance goes, but you should probably sit in the chair towards the exit because it's going to be hard for you to see the woman that you let go get married to a man that actually deserves her. Matt tries to argue back, but my maid of honor, who is 5'2" and full of rage, gets right up in his face and is like, you had your chance 2 years ago, buddy. Get out. And Matt left. He was embarrassed. He honestly looked heartbroken. He really, truly thought in his heart that that was going to work. Like, we have not talked in years. I don't communicate with you. No, you're horrible. Why would I ever get back with you? And at our reception, we had a special little chair set up just for him that said Clown of Honor, just in case he did decide to come back. But he didn't, and I haven't heard from him since. Absolutely 0 notes. 10 out of 10 wedding.
I found out my fiance cheated from my sister's wedding video. I, 28 female, got engaged last year to someone I genuinely thought I'd spend the rest of my life with. Let's call him Nathan, 30 male. We've been dating for 4 years, had a cozy apartment together, adopted a dog, and even started talking about buying a house. I wasn't in a rush to get married, but when he proposed on a weekend trip to Lake Tahoe, it felt perfect. Oh, she's local! Now here's where it gets wild. My younger sister, Emily, 24 female, got married recently. Her wedding was this beautiful, dreamy outdoor ceremony, super Pinterest core. Nathan was one of the groomsmen because he and the groom are also friends. It was a big family event, and I was one of the bridesmaids, so we were all in each other's business for the whole weekend. After the wedding, my sister hired a professional videographer to create a highlight reel and a longer documentary style that included behind-the-scenes moments, interviews, candid clips, all of that good stuff. She texted the family the final version and we all watched it, like 5 times that week. But then I watched it again one night on my own, and something in my gut told me to rewatch a scene, the part where they showed the groomsmen getting ready. I paused, rewinded, watched again. And then I saw it. There's a shot where Nathan is sitting on the couch, laughing, and a girl, bridesmaid, but not one of us, walks by and kisses him. Not on the cheek, on the mouth. Real quick, but still, you can literally see him smile and grab her hand after. I stared at the screen, my heart pounding. I rewatched that 10-second clip at least 20 times. Tried to convince myself I was seeing it wrong. Maybe it was just a joke. Maybe it was taken out of context. Nope. I called my sister immediately. She was stunned. She hadn't noticed it either. We both started investigating, and turns out the girl was one of the groom's childhood friends who'd flown in from out of state. She was paired with Nathan in the wedding party for walking purposes, but I guess they got a lot closer than just aisle partners. I confronted him. At first, he tried to gaslight me, said it was just a friendly thing and that they were drunk and joking around. But when I told him the video literally shows the kiss and him holding her hand right after, he admitted it. And then he confessed it had been happening for months. They had been hooking up casually behind my back. He met up with her during a trip he claimed was for work, even told her that he and I were having problems and on a break, which we absolutely were not. I broke off the engagement that night, packed a bag and took our dog and went to my sister's. He's now living alone in our apartment, begging me to reconsider because it was just a stupid mistake. Oh, and here's the kicker. He told me he was planning to propose again with a bigger ring and a real honeymoon plan because I deserved more. The fact that I found out from a wedding video, I still can't wrap my head around it. What? So when people have weddings and stuff and you have spouses who are in the bridal party, I never understood why you do not let the spouses walk together. I don't care about your aesthetics and all that purposes. I do not care. It is morally correct to let the spouses walk down together. I would not want my husband walking down with a single woman next to him. Vice versa. Why would he want me walking down with a man next to me when my husband's literally in the wedding party? Fudge, I wish you could send the clip. That would have been dope if you could have just played the clip of your man just... What a way to find out. And then, like, if you're gonna cheat, like, people, that's the thing, they love the thrill of it. Like, oh, are we gonna get caught? Are we gonna get caught? You're at your sister-in-law's wedding and you're gonna cheat on her there. Like, shame on you. Bring back shame. We've lost it. We've absolutely lost the shame in society.
I found a wedding invitation in my boyfriend's drawer. He was listed as the groom, but some woman I've never heard of was listed as the bride. Yeah, y'all aren't ready for this one. I had been dating my boyfriend for 2 years. We lived together, had a dog together. We even had a shared Google Calendar called Our Future, where we put all upcoming dates of things we were planning on doing. So one weekend, he tells me that he's gonna go visit his parents. I'm like, okay, great, fine. I wanted to get some stuff done around the house, and it was much easier when he was not there. And as I'm cleaning in our bedroom, my eyes just kind of drift over to his junk drawer, which is in the nightstand next to the side he sleeps on. And let me tell you, this man has always been so weird about this drawer. Anytime I even get near it, he's like, don't go next to it. It's private. That's my stuff. That's my drawer. You can't go in there. Like, okay. He's so defensive about it that it just felt wrong. And to be honest with you, it's my home. Anything that's in my home is my business. You can't just have things in my house and feel like you can't tell me what it is. So naturally, I decide to go through it. And I'm digging through cables and cords and receipts. And that's when I see a thick envelope. Inside is a really nice quality cardstock and embossed gold lettering. It's a wedding invitation. And my first thought is, you got invited to a wedding and didn't tell me? That's weird. But no, way worse. So then I start reading the invitation and it says, you are cordially invited to attend the wedding of my boyfriend's name to some random girl. Let's call her Melissa. I was like, who's Melissa? I have never heard the name Melissa in my life. And then I look, the date, it's in 2 months. This is not like he had some secret fiance and they broke off the engagement years ago. No, this is an upcoming wedding. And the dates of the wedding were dates that he told me he was going to be on a business trip. So he really planned ahead for this. So obviously the first thing that I do is Google the woman, and yeah, she is real. She's gorgeous. Honestly, we kind of look alike. He is a type. The man has a type, let me tell you. And the worst part, her bio of her social media was future Mrs. his last name. I was like, I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out. So I do the only logical thing I can think of. I DM Melissa because I'm not going to give my boyfriend the opportunity to come up with some kind of lie. So I sent her a message and was like, hey girlie, I think that your fiance may be my boyfriend. And she doesn't respond, but within 15 minutes, you know who does? My boyfriend. And he is screaming at me. He's telling me, you just ruined my entire life. You were just someone to pass time with. Melissa's the real love of my life. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? Why are you acting like I was some kind of side chick? We were together for 2 years, lived together. Like, we were in a very serious relationship. I was already so hurt, but then hearing him make our relationship seem like it was so worthless, that it meant nothing to him when it was incredibly serious. I met his family. He met my family. So his family all knew he had 2 relationships going. Isn't that insane? And I knew he was going to try to lie his way out of this. So I sent Melissa all the proof I had, our lease with both of our names on it, photos of us, text messages we were sending earlier that day, telling each other we loved each other. I mean, irrefutable proof that we were in a very serious relationship. Because I know if it was the other way around and Melissa would have found out and came to me saying my boyfriend was cheating, I wouldn't have believed her because there were no signs to me that my boyfriend was cheating on me, other than the weird junk drawer thing. Then I took the dog and I got the heck out of that apartment. I never wanted to see that man ever again. And it's so sad for him, but the wedding was canceled. How do I know? Because me and Melissa, we've actually become friends. You would think that maybe she would hate me, but she knew that we were both in the exact same position. We were both duped by this man, and we're getting drinks next week, so that should be fun. Moral of the story, be nosy. Always check the junk drawer.
My boyfriend and I have been together for 4 years. We have a child together. He doesn't want to marry me. I don't know what to do next. But like I said, my boyfriend and I have been together for 4 years and he is not ready for marriage yet. When I first brought up marriage, he would give me a bunch of excuses like he wants to have a wedding that's different from everybody else, or he wants to save up for a nice ring. And he would even ask me things like, why don't you propose to me? Like, why do I have to propose to you? I told him that I would, and he still told me that he wouldn't say yes. Recently, we had a discussion about it, and he finally came clean and told me that he doesn't want to marry me now because I have growing to do. He said he feels like I'm still a little bit too childish. I also feel like he's a little bit childish too, but I still know that I want to marry him and be with him forever. He says that he feels the same way, that he does want to marry me and be with me forever, yet still no ring. We've lived together for 3 to 4 years and we have a 3-year-old child together. My boyfriend and I have been together for 4 years. We have a child together. He doesn't want to marry me. I don't know what to do next. He says that he feels the same way, that he does want to marry me and be with me forever, yet still no ring. We've lived together for 3 to 4 years and we have a 3-year-old child together. I'm not really sure what else he's looking for from me to grow other than like my age. He said that I am an emotional thinker and that I tend to get revenge when I'm wronged, I guess. But in my opinion, I feel like I've already grown a lot from that, and I know that I'm still growing from that. To me, that doesn't really seem like a valid reason, especially because we've been together for 4 years and we have a child together. Like, what? I feel like it's always something new. Like he said that I give too much energy to things that don't matter and that I make everything more than it is, I guess. So I pointed out to him that I feel like we do the same things, and he told me that he doesn't do it as much as I do. I don't know. It's just excuse after excuse at this point. What should I do? Like, how do I move forward?
Am I the asshole for offering to buy my neighbor's condo above me? I have a condo in a fairly exclusive high-rise. Someone new moved in directly above me. For the last few months, all I've heard is constant stomping. These people have the weirdest, heaviest footsteps I've ever heard, and it's been bugging the shit out of me. About 2 weeks ago, I was doing some work and the noise was just constant. I swear they were running a marathon up there or something, and I decided to go upstairs and knock on the door and introduce myself. They answered the door and I told them that I lived downstairs and maybe they didn't realize how loud their stomping was. The lady was very nice and apologized, saying that they didn't have a clue. All was good for a couple of days, and then the elephant started stomping again. I was irritated, but I really don't like confrontation, so I went and bought an area rug and had it delivered to them as a not-so-subtle welcome to the neighborhood gift. The wife came down and said it was really nice of me to give them a gift like that, but they couldn't accept it and asked me to send it back. I insisted that they keep it and place it in their living room, which is right over my office. She finally accepted the gift and I helped them unroll it and place it. Well, this didn't really do as much as I thought it would to lessen the noise. I tried earplugs and other things, but I really don't think I should be forced to wear those in my own home. I placed a call to the HOA, who really said there was nothing that they could do about it. A few weeks go by and the stomping kept continuing. I was really fed up at this point, so I went upstairs and asked them how much they wanted for their condo.
Oops.
I said I was sick of the noise and stomping and I would like to buy it from them. They got really offended and asked me if I was joking. I said I was absolutely serious and to name their price. At the same time, they called me on my shit about the true reason that I sent the rug. The husband said it was his condo and he would stomp as loudly as he pleased. At this point, I really didn't know what to say, so I left. I did some market research about the going prices in the building and I drafted up a formal offer which I mailed them. I figured once they moved out, I could rent the place to someone quieter. But they tore it up and left it in a little pile of paper pieces at my door, and now things are more awkward than ever between us. I'm really not sure what to do besides move, but I was here first. So am I the asshole for offering to buy their condo?
Hi guys, I have a secret for you. Here's what you need to know about me. I am a type A marketing manager who needs to feel in control of every aspect of her life. Once I turned 25 and my brain finished developing, I did a massive clean out of everything. From possessions to people, I felt like my life was changing with every decision I made. When it comes to friendship, I like to think I'm an excellent friend and cheerleader. I reply to every text and like every Instagram photo. But here's the thing, I felt like I wasn't getting the same energy back. What was my ratio of Instagram likes to followers? As it turns out, only 5 to 10% of my followers were liking my photos. It's not like I post on my Instagram grid a lot, I'd say about 10 times a year max, so I was surprised that they weren't more highly engaged with it. With all this in mind, I decided to open up my Instagram app and do a huge cull of my following and followers. I did a big sweep of all the easy cuts like acquaintances I met at weddings, people I went to high school with, and siblings of high school boyfriends. After I did that, I downloaded one of those dodgy unfollow apps to see who didn't follow me back.
We've all considered that.
Let's be honest. Once I had a list of those people, I unfollowed them all. Alas, I am sure these are normal things that everyone has done. So here comes the secret. There's more.
I thought that was
After all this work, I was still unimpressed with my engagement rate for likes on my Instagram posts. So I decided to whip up a spreadsheet. I made a table. On the left-hand side, I typed in the name of all my followers. In the top row, I wrote in the date of each post I made. Then I went through and marked a green square if they liked it and a red square if they didn't. I started noticing long red lines of people I thought I was close to who regularly post on Instagram but would not like any of my photos. Once someone had a super long red line, I would unfollow them.
Very visual.
I wish I had the time.
Not only that, but I would also remove them from my followers so they could no longer follow me. Every time I now post on Instagram, I update the spreadsheet, look at who is engaging, and cut the ones that don't. It sounds bizarre, and I'm sure a lot of people would roll their eyes and say it's not that deep, but it's honestly made Instagram a much more fun place for me to post. I haven't told a soul about the spreadsheet, but the data is honestly so fascinating. And I stopped wasting a lot of energy on friendships and acquaintances that didn't deserve it. Though I guess you could argue that energy has now gone into maintaining my spreadsheet. I encourage other people to give it a crack, even if it's just for 1 or 2 photos on their grid.
I love this.
You love it. I love the uplifting nature in which she writes. She's like, I'd encourage other people to do this.
Yeah.
It's kind of a slay. What are your initial thoughts that you love?
No, I like the mindset. I think she takes it a little bit too far.
What made you break up with your ex? And god damn did you people answer this question with him. I found a hidden camera in my bedroom facing my bed. And he wouldn't let me access the feed.
What? Sorry, hold on. So that means that girl must not be living with him, and then he came to her place and put it there.
There's so many
There's so many
different.
Isn't there one film? No, not film. I was gonna say it's like Scandal.
What?
You know Scandal, where
The show?
Jake had
the
camera on Olivia.
Yeah. What made you break up with your ex?
Yeah.
He peed himself.
How?
While at the fair and tried to switch parents with me.
What?
Y'all nasty.
Excuse
Filthy.
me?
Sorry, first of all, why can you fit my trousers?
No, that's actually a question. That is actually a question.
Please, who is wearing the pants here? Me
That's
or you?
Crazy.
This is crazy. Yeah. What made you break up with your ex? He told me he didn't believe in dinosaurs. And I thought, nah, this is it. It's a conspiracy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's.
You guys want to know one of the weirdest things I do, but I literally cannot fucking help it. You bitches know I love to do my British accent. Like, I really do love a British accent. I don't know. And it just comes out so naturally for me. I'm just like, oh, hello, how are we doing today? And it might be fucking terrible. It really might be. I've been doing this thing where I meet, like, for instance, I met my friend's boyfriend, okay? And he's from London. So he's asking me, he's like, oh, nice to meet you. How you doing? Instead of me just being like, oh, I'm doing good. Like, how are you? I respond like, I'm doing well. Like, how are you? I'm mimicking his accent back to him. You know how fucking weird that is? Like, that poor guy, we're just having a conversation. He probably thinks I'm mocking him. I'm not mocking him. Everything in me just, like, says it back to him. And I realize myself doing it. I'm like, Libby, you're literally talking a little bit British. Like, don't fucking do that. And I'll literally be in the conversation and I'll be, oh, so do you love LA? Like, you love LA more than London? What the fuck? Why do I feel the need to speak in a British accent back to people who are fucking British? But like that poor guy, that is so fucking it comes off as like so insulting. Instead, it's just my insane brain being like, oh, I just love a British accent. I have to speak in a British accent. But it gets worse. If I watch a Molly May video, fucking forget it. Suddenly, I start talking like her and I'm like, Tommy, where's Tommy? Like, what? I don't know what the fuck it is. I had like a big Molly May kick back in December, I think it was. And so me and one of my really good friends couldn't stop talking in a British accent. Like we just, the entire winter break, we were speaking in a British accent to each other. And we would be in fucking public and I'd be like, can I please get like an iced coffee? Make it just like a little bit of milk, like not too much. Then I went about the rest of my Christmas break with a British fucking accent. You wanna know how awkward that was at Christmas dinner? Like I actually couldn't drop it. I didn't know what was wrong with me. I actually felt like a little bit insane, but anytime I tried to drop the accent, I would just go right back to it. I would just be right back in it, you know, me. Imagine how awkward Christmas dinner was. I'm over here talking to family members I haven't seen in years, and I have a British fucking accent. I'm like, oh, I'm doing so well. Like, I'm moving to LA at the beginning of the year. They're looking at me like, is this bitch okay? Like, did you just come from London? No, I came from New York fucking City. I'm just clinically insane. We're sitting there and we're playing a card game at Christmas dinner and I still have my fucking accent obviously and I'm getting really pissed off at my like step grandpa. It's the weird creepy one that like loves my mom, if you guys remember that story time. I'm getting really fucking annoyed at him for no reason. I just feel like his presence really bothered me. And so in a British accent I'm like, oh, I fucking hope Jared loses. Like I hope Jared loses. That is so embarrassing. Number one, I am wishing on the downfall of my step-grandpa in a British accent because I can't drop it because something's weirdly wrong in my brain that I just can't drop this British fucking accent. You know what? Not my best moment and like really embarrassing that I do it to people who are actually from Britain and I'm just like, oh, how are you doing? If I was them, I'd be like, this bitch is fucking crazy.
My husband of 6 weeks says that he wants to be single after we've been together for 9 years. My husband and I have been together for 9 years and it's always been such a wonderful, amazing relationship. We had shared visions of the future and a very similar ambitious and financial mindset. Obviously, with any couple, we fought here and there, but we've never had any major conflict. We both love each other's families and they love us just as equally. Everyone has always said how jealous they are of our relationship because of how easy and effortless it seems. So we got married 6 weeks ago and everything leading up to the wedding felt fine. We had a wonderful wedding day and we both read really heartfelt vows and cried during the ceremony. I had absolutely no reason to believe that anything was wrong. About 2 weeks after the wedding, we started talking about the honeymoon that we were going to take later in the year. And he seemed extremely uneasy about making future plans together, saying that we shouldn't rush into anything. But previously we had both agreed on this plan. Eventually he ended up telling me that this whole marriage thing is freaking him out and maybe he wasn't ready for it. He said that he's feeling weird because I'm the only relationship that he's been with throughout his 20s. He also said that he feels like maybe he just proposed because of societal pressures, and then he added on that he loves me and I'm perfect, but he just kind of wishes that we met 5 years later because I guess he would like to have time on his own. And obviously I said that his feelings were valid, but what are the options here after we literally just got married? My husband of 6 weeks says that he wants to be single after we've been together for 9 years. Said that he already was having doubts before the wedding, but he knew that it was too late because people had already spent money on it, and I was so excited about it, and he didn't want to crush my dreams by calling me off. If that's not the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's now been a month since we have been discussing this, and we've tried couples therapy, and I left the house for a few weeks so that we could just both have some space to think about everything. When I ended up coming back, he asked for a break where we both are single for a month and then reconvene at an agreed upon date. To say I was shocked by that would be an understatement because I do not believe in that, like taking a break when we just got married. I told him that we either figure it out now or we're just done for good. There's no breaks. But he said there's no other option to try to make our relationship work. He just really feels like we shouldn't be together right now. I asked him if there was anyone else and he said no, but he has been going to the gym with a female friend for like a while now, 3 to 4 times a week, which I usually really don't have an issue with, but he has been spending time with her outside of the workouts. I feel like this has something to do with it, but he's promising that this does not have any impact on the way that he feels about our relationship, and it's not because of the girl at the gym. I just truly can't imagine just giving up on a relationship of 9 years that's been nothing but beautiful and amazing.
Am I the asshole for telling my roommate that her mom's gotta go? I recently rented an apartment and I thought of looking for a roommate as an income source. The rental contract is in my name, and I specifically chose a roommate whose lifestyle would match mine. I work from home and my job requires deep focus and silence for long periods of time, which is why I chose a roommate who works regular hours. Of course, all housing liabilities are my responsibility and I'm the direct contact of the landlord as well as the HOA. Things started off well until her mom came to visit and brought a small cooking gas tank, which is a huge safety hazard in our very small apartment with practically no windows in a cooking area. I brought it up with my roommate and she apologized and promised to only use the electric heater like we have always done before. A few days passed by and her mom is still here. The last straw, however, was that while randomly going to the bathroom, I noticed that the gas cylinder audibly leaking and myself feeling extremely dizzy. I ran to close it and told my roommate that we needed to talk. I sat her down and explained that I sublet the room to her and only her, and that her mom staying for over a week and breaking our house rules was unacceptable. She got defensive and told me that she can do whatever she wants with her property and that includes her room and her cooking utilities. I responded that the law does not agree with her statement and that in the case of things going wrong that I will be the one to pay since I was the one that signed the rental contract with the landlord, which clearly stipulates that everything in the apartment is my responsibility. She is now calling me heartless and that her mom is important to her, especially because it's her first time moving out. And basically, evicting her was inhumane. I ended the conversation saying that our lifestyles do not match and she could hopefully find a better housing fit somewhere else in the next 2 weeks. The heartless comment didn't go over well with me, however, because this is my first time away from home too, and I'm wondering whether I did overreact. Maybe since she paid her portion of the rent, she should be free to do whatever she wants with her part of the apartment. So am I the asshole?
So my best friend's not talking to me right now because I backed out of her New Year's Eve wedding last minute. But I had good reasoning. I think we can all agree that if you're gonna do a wedding on a holiday like New Year's Eve, you're gonna have to make it a banger. Anyways, me and the friend group don't really care for the guy that she's marrying anyways, and we found out 2 days before the New Year's Eve wedding that there was gonna be no booze. It was gonna be a dry wedding because of the groom and his family. Me and the friend group RSVP'd 2 months ago under the assumption there would be booze at this New Year's Eve wedding. And to find out there wasn't gonna be any 2 days before, we were not happy about it. You should have seen the group chat. So collectively, the whole friend group let our best friend know that, hey, this isn't really how we planned on spending our New Year's. We're not gonna be there. We're super sorry and we love you, but you know, we feel just a little misled. We were actually really shocked by how nice she was about it at first. She was apologizing to us and telling us, it would mean the world if we went. But when we held our ground on it, that's when she started getting more hateful about it. Which, to her defense, every year, and we would go out and drink and have fun and party on New Year's Eve. So if she knew we already did this every year, why would she put her wedding on that day? 2 things. 1, if you're gonna do a dry wedding, don't do it on New Year's Eve. Do it on a normal day. And 2, if you're gonna do a dry wedding, tell people on the invitation. Also, I've been really loving this specific attachment on the way we talk. Anyways, I'm just trying to figure out if we're being the jerks here or if she's in the wrong too.
I broke up with my boyfriend this week after he lied to me about paying for my birthday dinner. All you do is lie. I scheduled my birthday dinner a month in advance and let him know. He assured me that he'd be there to celebrate with my friends and he'd planned something for just the 2 of us the weekend after. This is important later.
Okay.
About a week before the dinner, he tells me that one of his old friends was coming in and he'd only be at the dinner. We wouldn't be able to see each other at any other time that week as he'd want to be with his friend, and he told me he'd meet me at the restaurant. This meant that I'd be going home alone after my birthday dinner. A few days before the dinner, my friends and I decided to go to a pre-game before going to the restaurant and go bar hopping after. I invited him to both and he said he'd already made plans with his friends for before and after the dinner. At the actual dinner, he asked if I'd noticed anything new about him. He then proceeded to point out that he'd gotten a new haircut, a new outfit, new cologne, and a new iPhone 15 Pro Max. He didn't bring a present to the dinner. During dinner, I asked him if he'd be okay covering my meal, to which he said, of course. Tell me why when the bill came, this man didn't even lift his pinky finger. The silence went on for so long that one of my guy friends volunteered to help cover the bill. I was mortified. They finally agreed to split it in half and sort out the rest of the details over Venmo. There were 10 of us at dinner and the restaurant was pricey, so I didn't expect him to cover the whole bill. The day after my dinner, we were FaceTiming and something fell off. My intuition just told me to ask about the bill. So I asked, did everything get sorted out with the bill? And he assured me that my friend had Venmo'd him. I noticed his answers were evasive. So I finally asked how exactly they split the bill. He then tells me that my guy friend had Venmo'd him back the entire amount he paid at the restaurant. So he ended up not paying for anything. I froze. I was seeing red. If smoke could have been coming out of my ears, it would have. Just last night, this man assured me that at the very least, he'd cover both of our meals. He ordered not 1, but 2 starters. I didn't even order 2 starters, and it was my birthday. I calmly told him to immediately Venmo my friend our portion of the bill and send proof. I was physically disgusted by him after finding out. I've never experienced ick like this in my lifetime. I went radio silent for about 2 days before picking up my stuff from his place and telling him it was over.
Here's where my real dilemma is, though.
Oh, for God's sake. There's water in my mouth.
I truly think Ariel is trying to pursue me now.
Here's something. I shouldn't make jokes on this podcast.
Lesson learned.
And this is where I'm desperate for your female opinions. Okay. I had never felt this before we got married. I'd seen her go after all these other guys, but never even felt a tinge of flirty energy or suggestiveness from her. Honestly, she mostly ignored me, or treated me like Charlotte's boring sidekick. But slowly, ever since our wedding last September, the energy has changed. She suddenly takes an interest in me for starters. She also laughs at everything I say and touches my shoulder when she does so.
Stop that.
And then there's what happened last Saturday night.
It was an incident.
When Charlotte and I were having drinks at our apartment with our group of friends. Later on in the night, when everyone but Ariel had actually left and Charlotte had fallen asleep on the couch, I was looking for my phone and went into our spare bedroom. All of a sudden, a drunken Ariel had slunk in. When she knew I was alone in there, she closed the door behind her, put her hands on both of my shoulders, looked me in the eye and said, You and I are so alike, don't you think?
Not at all.
No, you are so different. She did this thing where she cocked her head to the side and the way she looked at me was different. He's like, my spidey senses again are telling me.
I'm a little bit suspicious of this woman.
I cannot for the life of me figure out why she would have come in that room when she knew I was alone in there.
I have a pretty good idea.
You want female opinion? This is it.
Yeah.
She's heading up to you. And she knew Charlotte was passed out unless it was to test the waters and see if I went there. Obviously, I cut it off straight away. I laughed like an idiot and patted her on her shoulders. Very awkward, but I guess it worked.
Like a dog.
Yeah. Because she immediately got the vibe and got the hell out of there. I loudly woke up Charlotte under false pretenses and got Ariel out of our apartment as soon as I could. I haven't told Charlotte about this for a couple of reasons. The main one is that I don't know if this spare bedroom incident is categorically flirting or crossing a line. And I fear if I tell Charlotte about it, she's going to make me feel silly for misreading cues or misunderstanding women on some level. The second is, nothing happened. I would never, ever let it happen. So if I tell my wife I think her best friend made a pass at me, am I risking her losing her best friend in the world for nothing? As much as I don't like Ariel, I'd feel horrible for Charlotte to lose someone she says she loves so deeply. These two are like sisters. To potentially ruin their friendship over a sexual advance that had 0% of succeeding feels heavy-handed, maybe? What do you think? As women who know the language of your gender... Sorry, that's so funny.
I love Dave.
Do you think the spare bedroom thing was some sort of sexual advance? What would you ladies want me to do if Ariel was your friend?
Am I the asshole for not letting my kid interact with a neighbor's dog?
Okay.
I, 34 male, have a 16-month-old with another on the way. We are not a pet family. My wife and I do not like dogs or cats.
Boo. Sorry. Judging already, I'm sorry. Yeah.
We have no plans to have any, even if in the future the kids beg for it.
Oh, but you'll have crotch goblins. I'm sorry.
Fully antinatalist, Josh.
Yeah, because now you're pet free, and I'm like, I know you guys are on that side of the coin.
You're on the dog free
subreddit. Yeah.
My son was playing outside the other day, and an older lady with her two dogs walked down our street. I think a golden and a smaller one. My son is very friendly right now. Says hi to everyone and will yell at anything that moves.
And that piece of shit loves dogs. I don't know. That's not my fucking son. It's my fucking bitch wife cheating on me.
You're just making shit up. It's so funny.
Yeah.
The lady crosses the street after my son says hi and comes and asks him if he wants to pet the dog. I hold him back and let the lady know that we'll just say hi from here. She goes, "Don't worry, they're friendly and very well behaved." I reaffirm that we'll just say hi from here. She just kind of stares awkwardly at me. I'm hoping she'll just move on. She goes, "Are you not going to ever let your son around dogs?"
Oh shit. Has this happened before? It seems weird, like a fucking...
Yeah, like, why is she making this big generalization after he said no twice? I say something along the lines of, he is still very little. Right now, we are teaching him to just say hi from far away and to not go up to touch them.
When don't talk to strangers involves the dogs themselves.
The strange dog. Probably good.
Probably a good idea, honestly, yeah.
I mean, yeah. We'll allow it when he is older, but not right now. I say, have a good day, trying to end the conversation. She starts giving me parenting advice. I'm going to teach my kids to be afraid of animals.
This didn't happen.
Implies I'm going to stunt their development and says she is a firm believer in introducing them young. She mentions her kids grew up with dogs. I tell her I don't agree with you and you can fucking keep walking now.
Oh my god.
She's taken aback that I said the F word to her. She goes, "Poor kid has an asshole parent." I just walk away. Am I the asshole here? Like, you said twice that this woman was like, "Well, here's what you need to do about your parenting." Can you shut the fuck up? Like, this is so wild that this interaction happened.
I, 24 female, am completely unattracted to my fiance, 26 male. We have been together for 6 years and have a pug and 2 kids. My fiance won't brush his damn teeth.
I handle the kids' teeth because I can't trust that he would actually brush their teeth. This has been an ongoing thing. It has just gotten progressively worse to the point where he will sit on the couch and scrape, trigger warning, his plaque off of his teeth with the opening of a plastic single-use water bottle. And then he views me as the asshole for not wanting to make out with him. He also refuses to go to the dentist. The kids and I go every 6 months religiously. It's getting to a point where I cannot be intimate with him. Making out, his teeth gross me out. Him eating me out, even worse. I don't want those unwashed, plaque-ridden chompers down there. But at the same time, this feels like a super sensitive subject to bring up to him. How do I approach him / it gently?
Am I the asshole for telling my wife that she cannot name our kid after her ex-husband? My wife lost her first husband, James, 8 years ago. At the time, she was pregnant with their baby, but miscarried soon after. Now we're expecting our first child together, a baby boy, and she was set on the name James. I told her it was just too weird for me, and that while it's a nice name, I don't want our son to be named after her ex. She dropped it and eventually suggested the name Oliver. I loved it, and we agreed. 3 days ago, her family was over for dinner, and I told them about the name we've chosen. Her sister said, "Oh, so like James?" And I was confused. So the sister went on to say, "Well, that was James's middle name, wasn't it?" After they all left, I told my wife I had had it with her trying to push her ex into our lives like this. She said we already agreed on Oliver, and I told her I'm not signing a birth certificate if our baby has a name with her ex's name on it. She says I'm being insensitive. Her mother says I should let it go because it was just a middle name. Her sister says it's weird to name the baby after her ex in any scenario. So am I the ass?
Am I in the wrong for telling my wife that she's effing wrong and that my mom is right? I, 35 male, have been married to my wife, 32 female, for 5 years, and we've been struggling financially for the past few months. I lost my job about 3 months ago, and while I found part-time work, it doesn't pay nearly as much as before. We've had to cut back on a lot of things, but it feels like no matter what we do, we're still living paycheck to paycheck and even pulling from savings. Recently, my mom, 65 female, came over to visit, and she noticed how stressed I was about the money situation. She offered some advice on how we could save money. Things like cutting down on takeout, meal prepping to avoid buying groceries multiple times a week, and switching to cheaper brands. My mom has always been frugal, especially when she was raising me and my siblings on a tight budget. I thought it made sense, especially since we're really trying to save wherever we can. I asked if she was willing to go through our spending and show where we could cut down. My wife agreed with this. She made a whole spreadsheet about our spending, and we are spending way too much on fun stuff. We don't eat Starbucks every day and so on. It also became apparent that most of the fun spending was my wife's. To be honest, my wife didn't take the breakdown well and started arguing with my mom that her spreadsheet was wrong. She said that my mom's way of doing things is outdated and doesn't work for us. She doesn't want to give up buying organic produce, and she likes having variety in what we eat each week. I try to explain that we need to make some sacrifices if we want to get out of this financial hole, but she kept insisting that things weren't as bad as I was making them out to be and that we just needed to ride it out. My mom left at this point and we were still arguing, and she told me that she can't give up her takeout. She also went on about my mom being wrong. That's when I lost my patience and said, "You're effing wrong. My mom is right. She managed to raise 3 kids on one income, and we can't even cut back on groceries for a few months." My wife got really upset. She's barely spoken to me since, and now I'm wondering if I went too far.
One of your loved ones is holding this grudge. We had the opportunity to work on a project together, and at the time you made me doubt myself. When I openly suggested what I perhaps could add to our project, you seemed utterly confused. I felt like I'd seen another side to you. It was as if I would never be able to demonstrate what I had suggested.
I don't, this isn't me. I don't think this is me. And I'm so happy.
And it made me worry, were there other skills of mine you could be doubting? Are you okay, Louis?
Oh, it's me. I know it's me. I know it's me, and I know exactly who this is. This is Lucinda from Price, isn't it?
Well, this might just confirm it for you.
Got nothing but a t-shirt on. I never felt so beautiful. Baby's eyes on now.
That's right, Louis. This actually was sent in by Lucinda Price, and it was when you were rehearsing for your comedy festival gig together last year. This is what she sent in. So Louis and I did a live comedy show last year. This involved a lot of rehearsals, and we decided to do a few songs as part of the performance.
Great songs, mind you. 5 stars in the age, let it be known.
I did see this. Congrats.
Have I said that before? It was 5 stars in the age.
I know that Louis is a good singer, dancer / actor because I've seen him on a dance floor and have at times heard him let out a little tune now and then. Now, when it came to the singing portion of our rehearsal, I asked if he thought we should harmonise on the songs. He looked at me as if I was an actual Martian in that moment. It was like I saw the dark side of him. He looked at me as if to say, in what world would you ever be able to hold a tune, let alone harmonise? I felt my vision close in, my lips tremble, but I laughed it off. It was quite difficult to recover from. I was very self-conscious singing in front of him from that moment forward.
She's lying. She's lying. She's being dramatic.
It made me think, what else does he doubt my talents
Shut
in?
the fuck up. I know exactly what she was doing typing that up. She said, I need the villain edit to be his.
She achieved what she sought out to
Yeah.
achieve.
My husband confessed that he's not attracted to me and that he has a side piece. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, it's sent me on Instagram. My husband is a complete nerd. He loves computers and he's a rocket scientist, a literal rocket scientist. He's always the smartest person in the room. He's the kind of person that reads one book a week. He's always trying to study and learn more. And frankly, he's, you know, like a nerdy looking guy. Because of all of this, I never thought that he would be the one to tell me that he was not attracted to me and that he had a side piece. And I'm sure you're wondering what I look like. I would say I'm a solid 6. Not always the prettiest in the room. I'm very fit and I love beauty, so it means I take care of myself. People are always surprised that I'm married to the man I'm married to. Because he doesn't really dress up or fix himself the way I do. Worst part is that I never noticed that anything had gone wrong. I thought we had a great relationship. Sure, it's not like there's fiery passion between us, but I still love him and care for him. 4 weeks ago, he came home from work in a really bad mood. And when I asked him, he just blew up in my face. Said, not attracted to you anymore and I'm seeing somebody else. But now she's ghosting me. He came home to complain that his side piece was ghosting him. And it gets worse. Part 2 is up. My husband confessed that he's not attracted to me and that he has a side piece. He confessed to me that he was having an affair. He wasn't even sad or upset for me. He was more upset that his side piece was ghosting him. So as I broke down in tears and fell to the floor, I knew we've been married for 10 years, he pulls out his phone and starts calling her. That's when I heard him whisper under his breath, I'm taking back the apartment. That's when I blew up. I'm much taller and much stronger than him, so I pushed him down and pinned him to the floor, grabbed the phone from his hand, and forced him to tell me the truth. He had been renting an apartment for her, and he was giving her $4,000 a month. He and I always used to get in fights because he never wanted to pay for anything. He was the one that wanted the princess treatment. He always claimed that our finances should be separate, but I was the one paying for dinners and dates. I was so hurt. And when I asked him why he was giving her so much money instead of me, he said, because she's incredible. I love her. That's when he started ranting about how everyone throughout our relationship always said that I was better looking, and that I was the stronger and fitter one, and that he was sick of being treated like that, and she treated him like a man. And what he said next is even worse. They had a child together.
Am I overreacting after I asked my boyfriend why he won't take me on dates anymore and he listed a bunch of things that he doesn't like about me? My boyfriend, 27 male, and I, female 28, have been together for almost 5 years. We have a pretty good relationship and we genuinely enjoy each other's company. No major problems at all this entire time. For the past year or so, however, he is not taking me out on a real date. He only ever just wants to do something simple like walk around the mall or order food and watch movies at home. I've been making date night or trip suggestions for months and he never shoots them down, but he just kind of moves past it without taking it seriously. Well, I finally became a bit upset and asked him why he doesn't ever make plans for dates or want to do anything romantic with me. It's really been making me question the relationship and hurt my self-esteem. He became pretty frustrated and basically listed out a bunch of things that he doesn't like about me. This was the gist of it. I don't try to dress nice when we go out, even though I dress up to go out with my friends. I don't ever wear makeup or do anything with my hair when I'm with him. I don't watch my weight. I don't clean up around our apartment. I have been neglecting him sexually. I sleep all day. I never cook for him. I force him to do all of the chores. I never want to try to do any of the stuff that he likes to do with him. And the last one, which really pissed me off, it's not like I'm going to come home and get my D sucked afterwards anyway. His words. We haven't been speaking very much since. I feel so hurt, especially about the weight comment. I've been struggling with my weight, and I'm about 40 pounds heavier than when we started dating. During this relationship, he's gained much more weight than me, like 100 pounds. But he started working out 2 years ago, and now he's in great shape. This has been an insecurity of mine for a while, but this is the first time that he's ever made a comment about my weight before. Everything he said just feels so shallow, and like he only cares about my looks and my body. I just need some advice, please.
My boyfriend got my best friend pregnant. Just a little bit of background. Me and my partner have been together for 4 years. His name is Toby, and it's been the most amazing 4 years ever. He's honestly the love of my life. I genuinely feel like he would steal the moon if I asked him to, but we have had some problems with him cheating and also me thinking that he may be into men, but we've worked through all of that already. Early last year, my best friend went through a pretty rough patch with her toxic ex, and basically, long story short, is he kicked my best friend out. She doesn't have any family here, so I offered for her to come stay with me and my partner at our house because we have a 3-bedroom house, and I would honestly love for her to be around, especially because I really trust her. She moved in and everything was going great. Earlier that year, I started my dream job as a flight attendant and I was doing pretty well money-wise, so I didn't ask her to pay for rent or food or cooking or cleaning. But here's where it got weird. So obviously, as a lot of people know, as a flight attendant, you're gone for long periods of time. So I would be gone and my partner and her would have to be alone together because they both lived in the same house. I got home one night and basically me and my best friend were just talking about random bullshit and gossiping, and she casually brought up that Toby had said that she looked really nice in her dress on Saturday. I honestly didn't think too much of it and I just let the comment be. My boyfriend got my best friend pregnant, and I want to add that my best friend always has random flings over, so I thought that the baby would probably be one of theirs until the baby arrived. And when I tell you, this baby might as well have been a spitting image of my partner, to the point where I literally said, "Oh my god, babe, she looks exactly like you." I honestly thought nothing of it at this time. I was just harmlessly joking and my partner just laughed, and then Lucy was just looking at the baby. Honestly, I feel like there's not even a need for a paternity test because it's just so obviously his. And when I brought this up to Toby, he was like, "That is ridiculous. I can guarantee you it's not mine." I don't know how to feel. We recently got engaged in Italy and we're planning a wedding right now. I also asked him about it again last night because I just can't stop thinking about how much they look alike. Am I delusional? He's gone to stay with his parents now, and I haven't even confronted Lucy about it because honestly, I don't even know where to begin with talking to her. I just can't stop thinking about the fact that while I was flying, they were always home alone together. What do? I really need advice.
Am I in the wrong for not ordering any food so I wouldn't have to split the bill? I, 27 male, have been a part of a small friend group, around 8 people total, basically since college. For some background, 2 of them from the group, Susan and Craig, are just absolute leeches. Going out for lunch, expect them to order the most expensive thing on the menu, then feed you some sob story about their finances and then dump half the bill on you. Last weekend, Dan, one of the people from the group, told me about a casual dinner. I told him how if Susan or Greg were there, then I wouldn't be able to come. He tells me that they would be there, but I should just put my opinions aside and come just once. This is kind of where I might be the a-hole. I agreed with him and told him that I would be there. I show up and we all get to talking. Everyone began putting in their orders. Most of them spent about $40. There were only about 6 people there. When it gets to Susan and Greg, they both order expensive dishes, around $200. When it was my turn to order, everyone looked at me, but I just pick up the menu and point to the $4 Miller Lite and send the waiter away. Dan asked why I hadn't ordered anything, and all I said was that I lost my appetite. The other 2 friends got up as well and canceled their orders and just had drinks. After the main courses came out, I saw Susan and Craig picking at their food. The waiter then brings over the check. Greg then grabs the waiter and asks him to split the check 6 ways. I stand up and correct him, saying that the check was to be split 3 ways. Greg looks at me confused and asks why, since we always split the bill. I remind him that 3 of us had not eaten any food, so we would just be paying for our drinks. So basically at the end of the night, Dan, who probably only ate about $50 worth of food, was stuck with the $146.98 check at the end. I swear I saw his jaw drop when he picked up the receipt. I slid $10 towards the check and said goodbye to everyone and walked out. The next morning, I found my phone full of texts from Greg and Susan telling me I'm an a-hole for not ordering any food and forcing them to pay for more than they had accounted for. I honestly laughed because the steaks alone were more than what they had paid, but to each their own, right? I also got a lot of messages from Dan saying that I could have just not come instead of pulling that stunt and getting him stuck with an outrageous bill. So, am I in the wrong?
My husband confessed that he has a kid with another woman. Not only had he given her an apartment and $4,000 a month, he also got her pregnant. One minute I was cooking dinner for him, waiting for him to come home. The next he's telling me that not only is he not attracted to me, but he has somebody else. And that he loves her. I was beyond devastated. He told me the reason why he was angry was because she was ignoring him. That he didn't deserve that treatment from her. When he finally took a second to look up at me, his face completely changed. He actually apologized and said that he understands how heartbroken I was. Then he told me that after years of people telling him that I was too good for him, he had had enough, and that's why he started the affair. He told me that I needed to let him go and that he wasn't good enough for me, that all he would ever do is continue breaking my heart, that I should find somebody else, blah blah blah. I didn't even have to kick him out. He grabbed his pajamas and toothbrush and left. I am so depressed. I wake up crying every day. That horrible feeling when you know something's wrong as soon as you wake up. And the worst part is, on Facebook they announced that they're engaged, so now he's asking for the divorce. My bestie thinks I shouldn't give it to him. Should I make his life harder, or should I just give him the divorce? What should I do?
This secret came from listener Emma. I found myself in the soul-crushing position of right person, wrong time, and I don't know to do. I met a guy we'll call Cam on a night out with my girlfriends, and we ended up sleeping together. Fast forward 2 years, and I bump into Cam at a cafe. We hit it off once again. I decided to shoot my shot and asked him to come to my house for dinner that night. We slept together again that night.
Nice.
And it felt incredibly natural. The next morning, he told me that he had a girlfriend and that it was a relatively new relationship. I asked him what he wanted to do, and he said, spend more time with me. It's now been 4 months of both girls. We've been spending a lot of time together while his girlfriend works out of town. He keeps telling me how much he cares about me and that he wants to be with me, but doesn't know how to tell his girlfriend. Do I stay and tell him to choose me, or do I go and move on? Oh boy, do I have an update for you.
Oh, I love when they start like this.
After over 4 months of being the other woman, I finally said, pick me, choose me, but I was taken for a fucking ride.
Oh, of course. Jeez.
It was definitely a case of me looking for an answer and not getting the one I wanted. I called Cam the weekend after the episode came out.
Whoa.
Sat him down and told him that I no longer wanted to be part of his life if he wasn't ready to commit to one person and relationship. Surprise, surprise, he cried again.
Yeah, crocodile tears.
I said, if you really wanted to be with me, you would have known that a long time ago. But now it just feels like you want 2 girlfriends. He eventually stopped crying, looked at me and said, please don't tell Felicity. I said, we'd request given your circumstance. Cam cried a bit more and said he was in love with us both and couldn't choose. I told him this response was all I needed and wanted nothing more to do with him. A few days later, I decided to find Felicity and tell her everything. I sent her a short DM over Instagram explaining that I think we've been dating the same person and asked if she wanted to jump on a call. Felicity and I spoke for about 30 minutes. I filled in the gaps of her experiences with Cam and apologized profusely for my behavior. It was a tough one. She asked me if I was only telling her because I was no longer with Cam and wanted revenge, or because I cared about her enough to tell the truth. I had to be honest with her and myself. My intentions weren't 100% pure, nor were they well informed. While I didn't want Cam lying and cheating anymore, I also wanted him to be unhappy, even if it was to the detriment of Felicity. I explained that as best as I could, and she ended the conversation with a simple thank you. Not long after our chat, Cam hard launched his relationship with her on social media and continued to post pictures of them together. In hindsight, I absolutely romanticized the idea of being the other woman.
Wow.
I'm genuinely okay, and the fact that I haven't cried or felt heartbroken is probably enough for me to know that right person, wrong time was a low-key joke. Anyway, thanks for being the best podcast on the planet and helping me navigate this. Love you all, Emma. In brackets, long live the shushies.
My husband said that I wasn't attractive enough to cheat on him. My husband is absolutely gorgeous and everybody says so, and I consider myself pretty but unremarkable. My features aren't exactly a supermodel, but I do my best with what God gave me. Compared to my husband, I might as well just be a troll, honestly. Even my own mom thought that he must be in the closet or hiding sketchy things because of how much more attractive he is than me. It's the first thing people notice when we're out. I've had women flirt with him right in front of my face while we're out, and I've had 2 women that I actually know personally try to get with him behind my back. Honestly, even I question why he's with me sometimes. I'm definitely super insecure about it, but my husband has always told me that he loves me and thinks I'm beautiful and not to listen to other people. Yesterday changed everything. I bumped into an old boyfriend from college and we ended on really good terms, but it turns out that he's doing really well for himself and in his career. I'm looking to change jobs and I'm pretty good at what I do, so we exchanged LinkedIn. There was absolutely nothing that was inappropriate about our conversation, and I would have been absolutely fine if my husband was there to hear the whole entire conversation himself. My husband said that I wasn't attractive enough to cheat on him. My husband started a fight with me the minute that I came home. He said that he read through my LinkedIn messages and he swore that my ex was flirting with me. I told him that he wasn't, and then that's when my husband started making fun of my ex's looks, and this was some of the cruelest things that I have ever heard my husband say. I told him to stop and that we could talk about it when he wasn't acting this way. He said that if that guy became my coworker and I cheated on him, And then he just scoffed and he was like, "You're not attractive enough to cheat on me and not enough to keep me either." I was absolutely speechless. He then proceeded to slam the door to our bedroom and he locked me out for the night, so I went to sleep on the couch, and the next day I woke up perfectly tucked into bed. I can vaguely remember him waking me up, but today he was incredibly sweet to me and he kissed me before he left for work. I can still remember the play-by-play of what happened, but it's like my memory was outside of my body for some reason. I have literally never heard him say something like that to me ever. I just feel so upset and uncomfortable. Like, what do I even say to him? How do I just ask him what possessed him to say the things he did and if he really meant what he said?
Am I in the wrong for ruining my friend's vacation? I, female 38, just got back from vacation with two of my longtime friends, Kate, female 40, and Mary, female 38. I've known them both since university, and we've always been close. The three of us have been planning this Bali trip for a few months, along with our husbands and their kids. They both have children under 5, while my husband, Jake, male 45, and I are child-free. We agreed to split the cost of the 4-bedroom villa 3 ways, and everything seemed fine at first. Jake and I arrived in Bali earlier than the rest of the group because we had different flights. Once we got to the villa, we waited to choose rooms with our friends and didn't mind when they both chose the ones with en-suites. We had a great time during the trip. Jake and I did some couple activities, massages, hiking, dinners, but we also spent time with Kate and Mary and their families whenever it worked out for everyone. To be nice, I even surprised them with massages to give them a break. The only thing that made me uncomfortable was whenever I would order a drink, a cocktail before dinner, or a glass of wine with meals. I get comments like, "Oh, you're drinking again?" For context, I'm a social drinker and don't drink often, but we were on vacation and I didn't think it was a big deal, especially since our husbands were drinking too. I just ignored the comments so I could enjoy the trip. On the last night, Jake and I had made plans with the guys to go out, and Kate and Mary said that they were staying in to pack. Jake convinced me to join him, and since it was the last night of our vacation, I didn't want to stay in either. We went out and had a great time. We got home at 1 a.m. and I passed out straight after. The next morning was a bit chaotic with everyone packing and checking out, but we all made it back home without an issue. We had booked business class seats back, so we were separated during the flight and said quick goodbyes at the airport. A week after returning home, I got a long text from Kate saying that both she and Mary want to reduce contact with me because I had ruined their vacation. They mentioned several things, like me drinking every night, that I wasn't acting like a girl's girl, that I booked different flights, didn't hang out with them enough, and that I was selfish for not helping with their kids. She even said I was just focused on partying and not acting my age. This message really hurt me. I cried after reading it, and I honestly don't know what to think. I thought I was just enjoying my vacation, but clearly they had a different view. I haven't responded yet, and my husband has been asking what's been bothering me, but I don't know what to say. Am I in the wrong for how I acted on the trip? Am I in the wrong for not telling my husband's family that I speak their language? My husband, Peter 29 male, and I 27 female have been married for about 3 years. We have 1 child together and I was pregnant with our second. I'm Western Canadian while he's from Germany. We lived in Canada for a long time, but because of inflation, moving back to Germany seemed like a better option for us. We bought a nice house in Hanover where Peter is from. The day after our flights to Germany, we all visited Peter's family. This was the second time I've seen them. The first was at our wedding. They greeted us and brought us inside of the house, fussing over my son. We had dinner and soon left the house, wanting to settle into our new home. We visited Peter's family often for the next few months. But I had started to realize that they would sometimes speak about me in German. They would make rude comments on my hair and my makeup, question my fashion choices, and overall were just very unkind to me. They also said mean things about my pregnant belly, which I was already insecure about. I ended up talking to my husband about this. I told him that I didn't like the way that they were treating me. I said I hated how every choice I made was judged. He told me that he would talk to his family. The next time we went to his parents' house, there were no more mean comments. For about 3 months, it was like nothing ever happened. I gave birth to a perfect baby girl and we named her Lilith. Peter's family was very upset when they heard the name. If you didn't know, Lilith means ghost, or of the night. We didn't pick this name because of its meaning. My middle name is Lilith, along with my mom's, my grandma's, and even my great-grandma's. For a while, I didn't visit my in-laws. I didn't want to hear them talk about how I shouldn't have named my daughter Lilith, but yesterday we saw them again. It was my mother-in-law's birthday. As soon as we showed up, things started to go badly. Everybody wanted to hold Lilith, which made my mother-in-law upset because people weren't paying attention to her and made me overwhelmed. I was going through a pretty bad postpartum depression and it was still pretty early to see people. I let people look at her, but declined when anyone asked to hold her. During dinner, I heard my sister-in-law talking to my mother-in-law in German. I heard her complaining about how she couldn't hold my baby. My sister-in-law even had the audacity to call me, and I quote, a fat, ugly, hokey addict. I turned to my sister-in-law and mother-in-law and told them off in German. I basically said that I've always known what they said about me, but calling me names was the last straw. I also mentioned how I've known German for almost all my life. The table instantly blew up. People were yelling at me because apparently this was all my fault. I left with Peter and we haven't talked to them since. So, am I in the wrong?
My husband wants me to use a strap-on. What do I do? This is not my story time. It's sent me on Instagram. Hubby and I have been married for 4 months. That is not a very long time. Before we got married, he told me that he was bi, and I totally accepted this. This was actually never a problem for me because I am also bi. We are very open-minded as a couple. We even started going to some swingers clubs. This allowed us to explore safely and without us getting jealous or anything weird happening. We did this for 3 weekends straight, but then we decided to take a break. It was just a bit too much. Also, there was a couple within the swingers club that was constantly asking us to come over to their place. And we kept saying no because that was a big no-no for us. Anything that would happen would have to stay in the club, if you know what I mean. But 3 things happened as a consequence of the exposure to all of this. I realized that my sexy life with my husband was not that great. He's not the most experienced person, but I knew all of this when we got married. I just want him to learn and be open to learning, but so far he has changed nothing. And he also started preferring men when we went to the swingers club. Now I did notice this, but I didn't want to say anything to him because it was kind of awkward. And then finally, he asked me for a strap. Now this completely took me by surprise. I didn't know he'd want to ever do something like that. The problem is that I don't want to. I actually don't think I would be comfortable doing that to him, but at the same time, I don't want him doing that with anyone else, which is exactly what he told me when I told him that I didn't want to do it. He actually told me that he wants to find somebody at the swingers club who could do it for him. We even talked about him going by himself, which I have to say yes to because otherwise I don't want to be responsible for that. All of this has become very complicated and I really regret going to the club in the first place. I also regret us being so open with these things because now he's asking for more and more. And I am not comfortable with him doing any of these things. When I told him that I wasn't comfortable with this, he got mad at me and he's been giving me the cold shoulder ever since. We were engaged for 8 months, so we really actually don't know each other as well as I want to. And I did tell my best friend about this and she doesn't think it's normal. In fact, she doesn't think that we should have gone to the swingers club and that I need to retract on basically everything. And essentially ask for a monogamous relationship. Now I'm afraid that he's going to want to leave me if I do this. Am I overreacting? Should I just do it to please him? Or should I actually be freaking out? Because I don't think this is normal. I don't want to do that to my husband. Ew. What should I do? Bye. Imagine having a mother-in-law from hell. You see, when you met your husband on vacation, he was perfect, handsome, loving, considerate, and very, very funny. He talked to you about his mom. After his dad passed away, he decided to move back in with his mom. She has a tendency to become very depressed. And you couldn't help but think, gosh, he's such a good person. You happen to both live in the same city. You begin to date, and after 2 months, he insists that you meet his mom. And you just know it in your heart that he's going to be proposing soon. So you accept. You show up to an unexpectedly big and beautiful house. Your future mother-in-law greets you with a smile on her face and beautiful diamonds on her neck. And you happen to both love fashion, so you connect right away when you compliment her on her beautiful Chanel. And she's cooked an elaborate dinner, something really special. She asks about your lineage, but you don't come from a well-off family. You tell her you work for everything you have, and you own your own business. But she's not impressed. When you reach for that second glass of wine, she says, a drunk woman is very unattractive. Go to part 2. Imagine you have a mother-in-law from hell. She hates that you come from a poor family. In an effort to get her to know you better, you invite her out to lunch. Just you and her. And the first thing she says to you is, she enjoys your creativity when it comes to fashion. She never would have thought to wear an orange blouse and green trousers, but that's just her. And she judges every single plate of food that comes out, eventually saying that she will be the one to pick the restaurant next time, and the cherry on top. When she tells you that her son has many women after him, and that they are all beautiful, all rich, but that for some reason he's chosen you. So she suggests that you keep a close eye on him. You tell her that you trust him. Out of nowhere, she says, I know for a fact he's talking to girls. He's planning something behind your back. Might be proposing. You know she said this only to ruin the surprise. How could she? And she was right. 2 days later, you show up to his house. It's covered in pink roses. He proposes outside. And when you walk in, your entire family and friends are there. And your mother-in-law? Well, she's crying. Part 3 is imagine you have a mother-in-law from hell. She's already spoiled the surprise of your engagement. And she spent the next 3 days crying in her room. Your fiance tells you she's just emotional because she wishes her husband was still alive. Fast forward 6 months after the wedding. You find out you're pregnant and everyone is so happy. She begins to cook every single one of your meals. And at first you feel so grateful. And then you begin to feel sick. You feel dizzy, almost drunk. And she tells you that's normal. You tell your husband you want to go to the doctor, but she insists that you don't. After a week, you can't take it anymore. Doctors run some tests and ask you if you've taken any chemicals. And of course, you say no. But your husband starts investigating. Your husband finds an unlabeled bottle in the kitchen. And when confronted, your mother-in-law denies that it was hers. You are both afraid for the life of your child. You're both convinced your mother-in-law was poisoning you. She still denies it. Baby is born healthy. Are you letting her see the baby? Or are you getting revenge? What would you do?
My husband Josh and I haven't had sex in 5 years, and I don't think we ever will again.
Oh.
Shit. I've had some pretty average relationship experiences prior to marrying Josh. One night out, I went out with my girlfriends and I met this guy we'll call Brody. Brody and I started dating. It was hot and heavy and became a whirlwind of drama and heartbreak, and I had no idea how to get myself out. After a year of being financially dependent on Brody, I went out and got myself a proper career job. At this new job, I met my now husband, Josh. We became friends very fast and were soon completely inseparable. And it truly shone a light on how unhappy I was. And so, after 4 months of a beautiful friendship, we ended up sleeping together. I knew it was wrong, but I needed an out and knew that once we slept together, there was no saving my relationship with Brody. And if I'm being honest, I still slept with Brody while also pursuing this wonderful new connection with Josh. Josh was aware of the overlap too, yet he loved and accepted me regardless. I felt extremely guilty and never came clean about cheating on Brody because it felt like that would cause more harm than good. Instead, I just ended things. Cut to now, I'm still with Josh. It's been 7 years in total, and we're completely in love. He is my favourite person and my best friend. We've been married now, and I love our life together. However, here is where karma has come to claim her victory. My husband Josh and I haven't had sex in over 5 years, and I see this as my punishment for betraying Brody. Josh has never mentioned it, but I believe he is asexual. We had sex at the beginning of our relationship, but after a while he stopped initiating and would reject my advances, claiming all different reasons. The times I've put myself out there and tried to initiate sex, my husband gets very awkward. He sort of uncomfortably chuckles and removes himself from the situation. I love Josh and have remained faithful to him. I knew that when we got married, I would likely be giving up ever having sex again. But to me, he's worth it. Also, it's what I deserve. In the 7 years we've been together, I haven't wanted anyone else, and I don't anticipate wanting anyone else. I'm happy with my husband, but a part of me will always miss what I gave up. I've come to terms with what I've done, and perhaps that's why I'm okay with how things turned out. I'm a cheater, and karma is a bitch. Frankie.
Story time of when I was almost trafficked in Morocco. Back in 2018, my husband and I went to Egypt and Morocco. We had spent about 2 weeks in Egypt, and during that time, I had been completely covered up. I did not show any skin at all, and I knew that I definitely didn't want to do that. I didn't want to offend anyone. I also covered my hair when we were in mosques and certain places. We went to Marrakesh, and we stayed at a beautiful hotel called La Sultana, and this was a time that I just wanted to chill. I just wanted to enjoy the hotel, but my husband insisted on going out shopping and doing touristy things, so we went to the market the first night we got there. It was already a little bit dark, and as we were walking to the market, I noticed a man kept looking at us and following us, and I'm very aware of my surroundings, so I kept looking back, and he was always there. As we got closer to the market, he was still behind us and looking. Come back for part 2 of almost getting trafficked in Morocco. So we're at the market, and this man keeps staring at us and is 2 steps behind us. I'm totally aware. My husband isn't. He's not paranoid about these things at all because he's a man. I'm a woman. He just doesn't care. So I tell him, you know what, let's just take a cab back to the hotel. This way he doesn't follow us back to the hotel. My husband says, okay. I wave down a cab. We get into the cab, and this man just stares at us really hard as we drive away in the cab. And I tell my husband, are you looking? And he's like, yeah, you're right. I think he might be looking at us. My husband isn't worried at this point at all. We end up going back to the hotel. We have a great night. And then the next morning I wake up and I get my period. So I think I need to go buy some pills. And across the street, there was this little shop, and the lobby at the hotel said, we can go get it for you. And I said, no, it's totally fine. I will go. My husband was at the pool, so I decided to go by myself. And guess who I see when I get to the pharmacy? It's the same guy. Come back for part 3. Part 3 of almost getting trafficked in Morocco. So I'm inside the pharmacy. I spot the guy, and as I exit, he grabs my arm and he says, you're my friend, come with me. A car pulls up, they open the door, and he's to my right. And I'm thinking, what in the world? I was petrified, and I kept pulling my arm back. I just kept saying no, but he was blocking my way. Then I turn to my left, and I hear someone yell something
in a different language. And I say to myself, this is either someone trying to help me or trying to get me into the car. So I pushed past that person, and then I feel someone yank the hair out of my scalp. Like I'm running, and like they were clearly trying to hold me back by my hair, and I run past by them. I go to the hotel, I tell a receptionist, and she explains to me that at that time there was people disappearing, tourists, and they thought it could be linked to human trafficking, and for me not to go outside by myself after that. Of course I didn't. I was super...
Storytime, I got my boyfriend back for cheating on me by getting him arrested. It was the summer before my sophomore year in high school, and my sister just got accepted to a college that was 25 minutes away from our house. So I would always hang out with her and her friends and go to parties with them. Well, there was this one guy in her friend group that I really liked, and he was 22, and he also had a girlfriend. But did that stop me? No, because he was really hot. And because we would hang out all the time, him and I were getting super close. We would FaceTime each other all the time. We would hang out even when we weren't with my sister and her friends. Well, the one night I'm sitting at home and I get a call from him. And he's like, my girlfriend and I broke up. I really need someone to talk to. And I'm like, aw, you can come over. I'll comfort you. So he comes over and I comfort him, you know, and then we do the nasty. And the next morning I had to sneak him out my window because my parents would have flipped shit. So him and I start dating after that. And then Halloween weekend comes up. And I go to a party with my sister and our friend group, like for part 2. Okay, part 2 about the guy who pretended to be gay in high school to get closer to all the girls. So like I said, we all lift up our shirts, and because we were on FaceTime, we couldn't see if he screenshotted anything. And then the one night we were having a sleepover. And he was really upset that night because apparently the popular boys were making fun of him. Because the only reason why he was gay is because he couldn't get with any girls. So me and my friends thought of a solution. But like, we were just trying to be nice. And now looking on it, that is the dumbest shit that we've ever done. And we're all like, oh, well, why don't you just say that you did the nasty with all of us? And he was like, well, I don't think they'll believe it, even if you guys said, yeah, you did do it. So we were like, okay, then let's do it for real. So that night, we did the nasty, all 5 of us. So that morning, we all wake up and he's literally gone. Like, he didn't wake us up to say goodbye, which wasn't normal. So the weekend goes past. Monday, we go to school. And in the morning, my friends and I have time to walk around and everybody's just staring at us, like for part 3.
My husband wanted to open up our marriage, and now I'm dating his boss. So now he wants to close it. Let me start this by saying I didn't mean to start dating his boss. It all happened accidentally. My husband and I have been married for almost 8 years now, and we have always had a healthy marriage and great intimacy life, or so I thought. It came completely out of the blue when my husband sat me down a few months ago and said that he was feeling unsatisfied with our physical connection and he needed something more to be able to be fulfilled. I was so confused. We are intimate a couple of times a week, and he never gave any indication he was feeling unhappy in the bedroom. I was feeling hurt before he even dropped the bomb on me that he wanted to open up our marriage. I felt so small and unwanted, and he rambled on wanting to experience more freedom, but he assured me that he loved me and he wanted to stay together. I asked him why I wasn't enough for him and if there was anything I could do to make him happier in the bedroom or in our marriage in general. But all he said was that it had more to do with his masculinity than me. It didn't make me feel better, but I love him and we had already been together for so long. So reluctantly I agreed, and we decided to be open from that day on. Right there, that's where you failed the test, right? If you had said, okay, you want to open it up, then we're no longer married. Guarantee 90% he would have backed up. He was trying to see where he could draw the line with you, and the fact that you said we have been together for so long, you're scared of like trying to find someone else. They used that against you. Our only terms was that we had to disclose to one another when we would start seeing people. The first couple of weeks were excruciating. He immediately started seeing a woman from his office, and I would just stay at home and cry myself to sleep while I pictured him out with the younger, more attractive women. I was devastated for a while and honestly had zero interest in dating anyone other than my husband. But after 5 months of him dating one girlfriend and spending most nights with her instead of at home with me, I decided that I deserved to experience some freedom as well. I made a Tinder account one night while he was out with his girlfriend, and I was surprised when I got over 100 matches on the very first night. No one was really catching my attention until I matched with this one very handsome older man. He seemed very successful and he was a gorgeous silver fox. I ended up messaging him and we went out a couple of days later. I remembered the feeling of waiting for him at the bar, and it felt nice to have romantic butterflies for the first time in almost a decade. The date went amazingly and we went to see each other and eventually slept together. It was one of the most thrilling, exotic nights of my life. I hate to say it, but he was a much more talented lover than my husband, and I guess because he was older, he had more experience. Anyways, I told my husband about my boyfriend, and he honestly seemed like he didn't believe me. He literally patted me on the head and said, "Aw, good for you, honey," before heading out the door to spend the night with his girlfriend. Things got messy in a way I could never have anticipated. I knew the situation was sort of rocky, but now I truly feel like I'm living inside a soap opera. Yesterday, my boyfriend texted me asking if he left a manila folder in my car the last time we saw each other. I found the folder and he asked if I could drop it off at his job. I was off that day and figured they were important work documents, so I gathered the folder and a little snack and he sent me his location so I could come drop it off. You can imagine how stunned I was when I followed the address and it took me to my husband's place of work. I had no idea that he and my husband worked together, and all I knew was that he was the head of whatever company he worked for and he held the highest position in his office. He never spoke much about his work and we just liked to relax when we hung out together. Well, I walked into the office feeling awkward about possibly seeing my husband. Well, I walked to my boyfriend's office and he came out to take the folder from me. He thanked me and gave me a little kiss before going back. When I turned around, of course, my husband happened to be walking by at that exact moment. He had obviously seen his boss kiss me and realized he had been my boyfriend all along. His mouth made the perfect O shape and there was hurt creeping into his eyes. I felt sort of embarrassed at that moment, even though I had done nothing wrong, so I just said hi to my husband and quickly left the office. When my husband finally got home, he broke down in tears and said how I could do this to him. I reminded him that the entire situation was his idea in the first place, and that's when my husband said that he was willing to close the marriage if it meant I would stop seeing his boss. The thing is, I have real feelings for my boyfriend and I feel like my husband is being controlling and unfair. I find myself doubting my entire marriage and I think I might end up having to choose between the two of them. Let me tell you what happened, okay? He found someone that he liked at work and he wanted to get a little frisky, and what he did is that he opened his marriage, right? Forced you, manipulated, gaslight you into opening your marriage so that he could be a horn dog, thinking that you would never ever be with someone. And the fact that you found someone handsomer, more flexible, financially more richer than him, it's killing him inside. It was never about opening up the marriage. It was about him fulfilling his own desires. Now that he's getting a taste of his own medicine, he wants to close it. Bye.
This is why waking up late might just save your life. One day when I was in elementary school, my mom and I both overslept, which meant I wouldn't be ready in time to get on the bus. School started at 8, my bus pickup time was at 7, and it was already 6:40 or something. I was still in my PJs and hadn't even had breakfast yet. My mom decided that today we would just tell the bus driver to go on ahead and she would take me to school, which would give me plenty of time to get ready. It's 6:50, I'm in my PJs eating breakfast, and that's when we hear the bus pull up 10 minutes earlier than scheduled. My mom peeks her head out of the door into the foggy morning and waves the bus on. She closed the door and came back inside, but the bus didn't pull away. There's a knock at the door and my mom opens it to find a man in a bus driver uniform. He explains he's a substitute bus driver because the regular driver called in sick and that he's early because he wanted to get an early start on the route. My mom says she's taking me to school because we woke up late. He gets visibly upset and says he can wait a few minutes since he's already ahead of schedule. My mom says that we won't be ready in a few minutes and tells him to go on ahead. He seemed really angry about this, but turned around, got back on the bus and left. But at 7 a.m., another bus pulls up to my house. My mom went out to talk to them and came back looking terrified. Part 2 of why sleeping in might just save your life. After talking to the bus driver, my mom came back looking terrified, but she didn't say anything about it and told me to finish getting ready for school. At the time, I didn't know what happened, but my mom would end up telling me a few years later. When she went to the second bus, she found out it was being driven by my regular driver and it was full of other kids that are usually on my route. By the way, the other bus was empty. My mom asked the driver about the substitute driver and about him calling in sick. He tells her that he never called in sick and there is no substitute driver on his route. The driver immediately called dispatch in a panic and told my mom to go inside and call the police and report this incident, which she did without me knowing at the time. There was absolutely no one doing my driver's route that day. Whoever this was most likely a kidnapper who had targeted me. I never heard anything about it again, not even if someone else had ended up being picked up by this mysterious fake bus driver. But chances are, had I gotten on that bus, I would never have made it to school or back home. And if we hadn't overslept on that specific day, I would have been on that bus.
Storytime about how I found out that my boyfriend was trying to get with another girl on Valentine's Day. Okay, there's a lot that goes into this story time, so let me break it down for you real quick. I was a sophomore and my boyfriend and I had been dating for about 4 months now, and he was a junior. Well, there was this girl that he was for some reason obsessed with in his Spanish class. She was a freshman, and I know you're probably thinking, oh, well, how did you know he was obsessed with her? Well, he would Snapchat this girl 24/7. Even his friends told me he was obsessed with her. So I talked to him and I told him I was uncomfortable with how much he was talking to this girl. And he said, oh, okay, I'm sorry, I'll block her. Now, I didn't ask him to do that, but it made me feel more confident in how he felt about me. Well, Valentine's Day comes around, and we didn't talk all day until he came to pick me up. I wished him a happy Valentine's Day and got left undelivered. So we get to the restaurants and we decide to put our phones at the end of the table so that way we would be more focused on each other. Well, he goes to the bathroom and then I see this name pop up on his phone, like for part 2. Part 2. So, like I said, I saw this name on his phone, and there was something special about this name. So, whenever I kept streaks, I would put the word streak, and then an emoji, and then the person's name. And he got the idea that instead of keeping her name, he would put it as streak. So I was like, that's really fucking weird. And at first I was like, what the fuck? So I opened his phone, and what do you know? It's from that girl. And she was replying back to a big paragraph that he sent her. And we had school that same day. So at 6:30 in the morning, this girl got a big paragraph from my boyfriend about how she's such a beautiful, amazing girl, and that she deserves somebody who's gonna take her out and buy her flowers and stuff. And how if she wanted to go out to dinner, let him know. He took an extremely long time in the bathroom, so the waiter came to our table. So I ordered $300 worth of food for myself. So when he came back, I told him that I had to go call my mom, and I left. And he was stuck with a $400 bill.
I was never the type that believed in ghosts. I thought that stories of haunted houses, spirits, and supernatural were just that, stories. That changed when my mom and I moved into a new house in Chicago. I started to notice small things at first. Lights turning on and off, strange noises in the middle of the night, and doors creaking open randomly, all which can be blamed on the house being old. But every night, I would hear the same noise on my bedroom door, followed by the door slowly creaking open. The first few times, I blamed the old door and the aged hinges, but it kept happening and the knocks kept getting louder and louder. One night, I decided to move my small nightstand in front of the door on the inside of the room, so it couldn't be pushed open easily. Whatever was knocking on my door didn't like this. The taps that night turned into violent bangs. I screamed for my mom to come, and she came rushing into the room, knocking over my nightstand in front of the door. When I told her what was going on, I thought she'd call me crazy, but she just stared at me silently with a shocked look on her face. That's when she told me that she's been hearing the same noises coming from my door, but she didn't want to scare me. What happened next still freaks me out to this day. Part 2 of how I moved into a haunted house. I slept in my mom's room the next few nights, and we could hear the knocking on my bedroom door from her room, followed by the door slowly creaking open. The next night we decided to leave the door open, and that night we heard nothing. No knocking. Every time we left it shut, the knocking would happen, followed by the door slowly creaking open. We did some research online and discovered that 2 people took their own life in this house over 15 years ago. We asked around and found out the whole story from one of our neighbors. It turns out the boy who used to live in my room was bullied every day at school, and his mother was worried about him. She was always knocking on his door, asking him to keep the door open and make sure he was okay, especially at night before bed. One night, she knocked on his door to say goodnight and he wouldn't answer back. She pushed the door open and found him dead. Our current neighbor came over after hearing the news to comfort the mom, and that's when he found out all the details of the incident. It ended up being too much for the mom to handle, and weeks later, she took her own life in the house as well. I've since moved out of the room and we keep it empty. We never close the door so the mom can check on her son without worry.
Here are the story times of all the crazy shit that my mother has done. I say this with all love because my mother is genuinely my best friend, but like the bitch is fucking nuts. Bevy, for example, yesterday I found out that she had been lying about going to therapy for years. Who the fuck does that? And this all started when we were on a family trip to Miami, which like don't even get me started on a fucking family trip to Miami. Like who also does that? I'm obsessed with therapy. I love my therapist. I tell my mom all the time like how therapy changed my life, and I always encouraged her to get in it because like the bitch needs it. On this trip to Miami, she was like, no, I have a therapist, and I was asking her questions because it was like she was super vague and weird about it, and she was like, I'm not gonna tell you, but like everything she did, she was like, my therapist told me to do this. Like my therapist told me that I have to put this boundary down. I'm like, Mom, I asked if we could go get Starbucks. I didn't ask for anything. Like what the fuck is that boundary? She would go on and on about her therapist as if this bitch was like her best friend. Like my mom sold this lie like no other. I had no idea it was a lie until 2 years later. Yesterday I go, are you still seeing that therapist? And she goes, mm-hmm. Who the fuck responds mm-hmm when they're seeing a therapist? It's like a yes or no. It's not a mm-hmm. And I go, what was her name again? And she's like, Carol. I'm like, weird, because 2 years ago you told me it was Diane. We're on FaceTime with my sister too, and my sister's like, Mom, did you lie about going to therapy this whole time? And she's like, who gives a fuck? I'm like, Mom, you're so weird for that. Like you're what am I doing? I was like, oh, who gives a fuck if I lied or not about therapy? And my sister and I are just like, Okay. Next thing was one of the most traumatic days of my entire life. A year ago, my mom and sister came over to help me pack to move to New York. My mom was like, girls, I need to tell you something. Like earlier today, I went to the hospital because like my nose could not stop bleeding. But when my mom tells a story, it's like this. Girls, like I had to go to the hospital today because no matter how hard I tried, my nose would not stop bleeding. Like I was like, something is seriously wrong with my nose, would not stop bleeding. So my sister and I are like, oh my God, okay, like that's pretty fucking intense. And my sister and I are like, well, mom, like what was it? Like why was your nose bleeding so badly? She looks us dead in the eyes and goes, I have nose cancer. At this point, I'm on the verge of fucking tears. I'm like, oh my God, my only parent has nose cancer. Like, what is nose cancer, first of all? And I'm like, my mother, my world has nose cancer. Like, me and my sister are about to fucking cry. I'm like, oh my God, mom, like, what do you mean? What does that mean for us? She goes, oh my God, I'm fucking kidding you guys. What? My sister and I were like, mom, that's not funny at all. Like, that's actually pretty fucked up. Like, why'd you do that? She was like, it was a joke. Like, it was just a joke. We're like, you said you had cancer as a joke? She's like, yeah, don't make fun of me for going to the hospital and I won't do those things to you. That whole day, I was like traumatized as fuck. And she's like, oh my God, get over it. I'm like, mom, you're psychotic as shit. I'm like, I thought I lost my only parent to nose cancer. Go to part 2. So my sister's moving to New York and she's gonna work for me. 2 weeks ago, my mom calls me and goes, hey, you need to be a lot more fucking supportive of your sister. I go, mom, what the fuck are you talking about? She's like, your sister's moving to New York and you're not being supportive enough. And so I'm thinking my sister must have said something to my mom, because why the fuck would my mom randomly be like, you need to be supportive of your sister? So Sissy knows I'm so excited for her to move, and like I'm hiring her as well. Like I'm excited. And she just goes off on this tangent. She's like, everyone was so fucking excited for you. Like you need to be more supportive of your sister. I go, okay, like what the fuck? So I immediately call my sister and I'm like, are you talking shit to mom? My sister's like, no, why? And I'm like, well, because mom called me saying I'm not supportive enough of you. She's like, oh my God, you know mom's just fucking projecting. She's just wishing she was more excited for me, but she's mad that I'm leaving. I'm like, okay, you're right. Like I won't get that mad. Then my sister was like, yeah, mom's off one because she said that you're gonna be the worst boss to work for. Like, what the fuck did that bitch say about me? And she was like, that like if I get your coffee order wrong or like something goes wrong like that I'm gonna like flip out. I'm like, I'm not a psychopath. But my sister was like, yeah, mom was just talking so much shit and just being so rude about not only me being her boss, but like my sister's moved to New York. I call my mom, I confront her, I'm like, mom, what the fuck are you, like, what are you on? She's like, you know, I'm just sad you girls are gonna be in New York without me. And I'm like, mom, like, that's not a fucking excuse to be weird. And I'm like, mom, why did you call Sissy and say I'm gonna be a horrible boss? And she's like, because you probably will be. And I'm like, okay, you're talking too much shit for my liking. I go, you're just jealous because I can't hire you right now. And she goes, yeah. This happens every single time I call my mom. I'll call her with good news, like, mom, I just hit 500K. She's like, oh my God, Olivia, I'm so proud of you. And then she'll be like, do you remember Bob from down the street? I'm like, no, mom, like, actually not really. She's like, he's dead. He died. I go, oh my God, I don't know who we're talking about. And she's like, it was cancer, Liv. He died from cancer. Isn't that horrible? I go, okay, you're fucking done. So I had to set a rule with her. I go, like, if when you're calling, we can't talk about dead people anymore because, like, you ruined my day and it's weird. I don't know these people. Like, I don't know Bob or Bill, whoever the fuck from down the street. Like, I don't know these people. She's like, fine, Liv, fine. Also, this year, I'm like, mom, what do you want for Christmas? Like, send me your list. I need to know. This woman sends me a $600 painting. I go, mother, what? Like, what is this? And she goes, the brand deals can pay for that one. I said, trust me, they can't. To make matters worse, I want to have a rental property this year. My mom sends me $1 million penthouse and is like, this is a great one. I'm not paying that for a rental property. I don't have that. She goes, no, it's for me to live in. I said, bitch, really? Those are just a couple crazy things my mother has done. I love that bitch with my entire heart and soul.
Storytime about how my stalker defended me in a fight at a hot dog shop. A few years ago, when I was 19, I got a job at a hot dog shop. It had a phallic pun for a name in a somewhat shady area, and the shop was pretty well known and had some fantastically dark local lore. Rumors that the hot dogs were made out of horse meat, or that we had been closed down by the health inspector and reopened illegally, circulated. None of it was true, but people kept coming back for our delicious hot dogs. The community was diverse and sometimes dangerous, but people looked out for each other. One shift, early in the morning, I was working the register when a man comes in. He had long dark hair and thick stubble covering most of the lower half of his face. The shop was busy, he ordered and stepped aside but kept chatting with me. I was used to this. In an area with a lot of nightlife, I got comfortable with drunk ramblings and people hitting on me. I felt safe as long as I was on the other side of the counter. He was talking about how all the other men in the shop were posers and how beautiful I was. He also told me that he's a chef at a nearby restaurant, but I gave him a fake name just to be safe. I started seeing him often. It wasn't uncommon to have regulars, some even on a first name basis, but when my coworkers told me he had come in looking for me, asking for me when I wasn't there, I started to feel uneasy. Part 2 of how my stalker defended me in a fight at a hot dog shop. Every time I saw him, he seemed to be more intoxicated than the last. He'd walk in and say, "Hey beautiful," or "Hey pretty girl," so casually as though it was really my name. One night I finished my shift at 2 a.m. and I saw him on the other side of the sidewalk, watching me and waving. I tried not to think about how long he might have been there. My manager walked me to my car that night. Then one Saturday around 3 a.m. the shop was booming. There was a 40-minute wait for french fries. The tiny shop floor was crowded with people who had rolled out of any one of the nearby nightclubs, drunk and starving. A big, bulky man in his mid to late 20s started getting in my face. He had been waiting 30 minutes for the fries he ordered. I kept apologizing, but that just made him angrier. I was desperately trying to plan an escape from my position against the back wall behind the counter to the front door where I could get a bouncer's attention. There was no hope. The store was too crowded. That's when I hear a sloppy but familiar voice saying, "Leave her alone," and my stalker emerges from the crowd. He was only 5'5", but he fronts up against the massive man and they start fighting. Luckily, the commotion caught a bouncer's eye who ran in and swiftly de-escalated the situation. After that, I got a job somewhere else and moved on. This is how a fortune teller saved my life. One night after work, my friend Abby and I decided to go out and grab a drink. On the way, Abby noticed a little hole-in-the-wall business that had a sign out front that said psychic readings. Abby's always doing spontaneous and super random things, so of course she pulled over as soon as she saw it and insisted that we go in. I was apprehensive at first, but she talked me into it. I never believed in this sort of thing, but I figured I'd go in to make Abby happy. As we walked in, we were greeted by a very old woman that reeked of cheap perfume. She brought us to the back room where I noticed 3 or 4 cats lounging about. She read Abby's palm first and told her a super generic fortune that sounded like she got it off of Google Daily Horoscopes. I couldn't help but to scoff. When it was my turn, she grabbed my hand and began reading my palm. She seemed to be taking forever with my reading. Then she looked up at me with a worried look, gripped my hand so hard that it hurt, and said, "You will receive something that doesn't belong to you in the coming months. It will be wet. Stay at a friend or family member's house that day, dear." I gave her a strange look and we left and went on with our night. Little did I know this piece of information would end up saving my life. Part 2 of how a fortune teller saved my life. Months went by since I saw the fortune teller. I never gave what she said a second thought. One morning I woke up and went to go check the mail. There was a package on my doorstep, but I hadn't ordered anything recently. There was a bad storm that day, and the package was soaked. After taking it inside, I noticed that the package wasn't mine and it had been delivered to the wrong address. This is when it clicked in my head, and I remembered what the crazy old fortune teller lady had told me. I'll receive something that isn't mine, it'll be wet, stay at a friend's house that night. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little freaked out. I thought to myself it was probably a coincidence and that packages get delivered to the wrong address all the time. But what she said stayed in the back of my mind all day. I decided to stay at my sister's house that night just to be safe. I went over to her house in the storm and we had a much needed girls' night. The next morning I went home and I was shocked. Sometime last night during the storm, the large tree in my front yard had fallen on my house right on top of my bedroom. It completely broke through the roof, destroying my room and the hall. I got back in my car and drove to the fortune teller's business to thank her. When I got there, her business had been closed down and she was nowhere to be found. To this day, I still believe that her warning saved my life.
Guess who pissed me the fuck off today? You guessed it right, it's my mother. This woman calls me and is like, "Hey, like I got a DM today from someone being like, I love Livy so much, thank you for like creating her." And I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Like I need a little bit more, than what she's giving me. She's like super vague about it. I'm like, "Mom, what the fuck are you talking about?" She's like, "Someone DM'd me telling me that they love you and like thanking me for creating you." And I'm like, "No, I fucking get that, but like give me more detail." You know what she says to me? Goes right into talking about her new boyfriend and she's like, "Brad, I've never experienced anything like him." I'm like, "Mom, hold the fuck up. You're telling me someone's DMing you about me?" Like, my mom has a very private Instagram. Like, that's weird, you know? So I want to know more about that. This bitch just jumps into her boyfriend. I'm like, "Mom, for 5 fucking seconds, I don't want to talk about him." Like, in a moment when you tell me something like that, how are we just going to jump from that to... Brad's just been so amazing. Like, I'm sure the fuck he has been. Wait, time out. I smell fire right now, and I'm getting really fucking anxious because, like, fire is one of my biggest fears. Literally, fire and falling in love with like another broke man are my 2 biggest fears in this world. That was uncalled for, but not really. So my mom's like, "I blocked this guy." I'm like, "Wait, but go to the messages because I want to see the DM that this random man sent you thanking you for like creating me. Like, I want to see this." And I'm like, "Mom, go to your messages." Like, I'm like walking her through it on the phone and she's like, "I don't have messages." I'm like, "You're the only woman in America whose Instagram doesn't have fucking messages." And then she's like, "Okay, I found the messages." And then I'm like, "Okay, so we're going through that." I make her unblock this guy because she blocked him because like, I'm like, I just want to see what he said because she's really not giving me like anything. She's like, "Okay, I unblocked him, but like now I can't find him." I'm like, "Well, what is his username?" And she's like, "I don't know." And I'm like, "Mom, oh my God." And then I'm like, "Go back to your messages." And she's like, "I don't have messages." And I'm like, "Yes, you do." And I send her a DM and I'm like, "So you can't see this?" And she goes, "Wait, how did you just do that? Like, how did you do that?" You guys know how I did the voicemail advice thing for my podcast episode where you guys told me about your problems and I answered it for you? and like gave you advice. There was one overall theme for the entire thing. It was you guys being like, there's this guy, he ghosted me like 75 times, but I still like him. Like, what should I do? Or like, there's this guy, but he's a bare minimum ass motherfucker. Like, what do I do? Basically just asking me questions about these loser men who are treating you like shit. So here's my advice. Why the fuck are you going to sit there and beg for the bare minimum? If a man is not treating you right at whatever stage of the relationship, chances are he probably won't fucking change. So like, that's up to you if you want to be treated like a bare minimum ass bitch. Like, if you're okay with him just being a whack ass motherfucker, do you. But if you're like, you know what, I want to have a little bit more self-respect for myself, I want to boss up, then walk the fuck away from him. I promise you, he is like not your knight in shining armor. He's already treating you like shit. Or treating you like shit in fucking general. I was listening to these and I was like, these men have to have a magic fucking penis for you guys to stay and be treated like absolute shit. Like, absolute, nothing makes sense. Like, he must have the biggest bomb dick in the entire world, because why else are you staying? Like, I genuinely cannot think of another reason for you to allow yourself to be treated like shit by a whack-ass motherfucker. Listen, I understand being in love. I understand really liking somebody. But like, do you love yourself? Because it really doesn't seem like it. Like, if you're letting yourself get treated like shit by a whack-ass motherfucker, like, no person that genuinely loves themselves is going to allow that in their life. So I recommend bossing the fuck up, cutting this person out of your life, and once you cut this person out of your life, new and better people are gonna come your way that actually fucking treat you right. You're honestly probably just holding on to the idea of the potential of what this person could be. Like, honestly, there's nothing in this relationship besides hope on your end. It's like, I genuinely cannot think of a reason why I would allow someone to treat me like shit. Listen, I've done it before too. I've let a man treat me like shit. You know what I gained from that? A whole lot of fucking trauma that I have to, like, it was hours in therapy that I had to spend unpacking that. But I love myself too much to let a whack-ass motherfucker treat me like shit ever again in my life. I recommend you take the time, you find the self-love to love yourself and respect yourself enough to walk away from somebody who's only giving you the bare fucking minimum. I know I yelled at you in this video, but I just think you bitches need to hear it, because it's like, why would we ever sit and let whack-ass motherfuckers treat us like the bare minimum when we're the prize? But I love you. Just do better for yourself. You'll thank me later. I mean, shit, even if he did have a magic penis, like, I still wouldn't stay. Like, get the fuck out of here. It's not enough. No, but seriously, do better.
Story time about how I catfished my boyfriend. I'd been dating my boyfriend Ben for around a year. We were really happy and he even moved in with me in my apartment. Everything was going great and I thought he could be the one. However, one day my friend Lacey sent me a screenshot of my boyfriend on a dating app. At first, I was hoping that maybe it was an old account. I didn't want to jump to conclusions if it was from before we started dating. The pictures that he had on the account didn't seem to be recent ones. I wanted to ask him about it and I almost did, but I had to be sure that he wasn't trying to play me. I called my friend Lacey and told her to super like him on the app. She's really pretty and they've never met, so I knew that he would match with her if he was still active on the app. After a few days, nothing happened. He hadn't matched or messaged her. I was so relieved that I even bought him a new jersey I knew he'd been wanting. I felt dumb even questioning his loyalty until I got an update from Lacey a few days later. He had matched with her on the dating app and messaged her. I was so mad I was seeing red. I was so close to going into the next room and going off on him, but I decided that I wanted to get back at him in a different way. I called Lacey and explained to her that I wanted to set him up and asked for her login information on the app, which she gave me. This is when things got interesting. Part 2 of how I catfished my boyfriend. I downloaded the dating app, logged into Lacey's account, and began messaging Ben pretending to be her. I asked him if he was single, to which he said of course. He was being super flirty and saying some of the sweet things to her that he said to me. I told him I wanted to set up a date and meet, and he immediately agreed. It was on a day that I knew he was scheduled to work. When the day came, he lied to me and told me that he was going to work and might have to stay late. I met up with Lacey and a few of my other girlfriends and we got ready to catch him in the act. I messaged him and gave him Lacey's address where we were waiting for him. He messaged back when he arrived and Lacey went to the door and let him in. He walked in and saw me and all my friends and his jaw hit the floor. If anyone's ever seen a ghost, I'd imagine they looked like him when he walked in and saw us. He was so shocked and terrified, he just stood there not knowing what to say. The look on his face of complete guilt and shame was so gratifying. My friends and I immediately started yelling at him, calling him every name in the book, while some of my friends had their phones out recording us catching him red-handed. We pushed him out of the house, yelling at him while he took the walk of shame back to his car. We spent the rest of the evening back at my place getting all of his stuff out of my apartment. Hopefully he thinks twice about cheating on any girl again.
Am I the asshole for not letting my sister use my house for her home birth? My younger sister is currently 4 months pregnant and has always been scared of hospitals. I knew this wouldn't be easy for her, but she's decided to forego the hospital altogether and wants a home birth. The only issue is she and her significant other live in a thin-walled apartment, so for obvious reasons, she can't do it there without someone thinking something's wrong. Here's where the issue comes up. I have a house, a shitty, small one-bedroom, but a house. She wants to have the baby there so she can have a home birth somewhere familiar and safe. There's a few issues I have with that. For one, I have a one bedroom, so she'd either be giving birth in my bed or on my couch, neither of which I look forward to cleaning up, not to mention there's the risk of something going wrong. And not to sound insensitive, but I don't want to be found liable for anything. I called to explain all of that to her, and she guilt-tripped me, calling me a bad sister, saying I was being selfish. I reminded her that she should probably just go to the hospital like a normal person, or if she didn't like the idea of that, she was welcome to call off the pregnancy since there's still time. Okay, now she's been shaming me to everyone in the family, and I have relatives on my back saying I should just let her have the baby here. That took a turn.
That one
I was
comment.
not expecting.
There we go. There we go with what I said of like, you're not the asshole. Okay, you're an asshole for saying that. Like that was weird.
Yeah.
That's a wild one to say.
That's strange. Also, 4 months, like
4 months, yeah.
That's a little far.
You just get rid of that. What the fuck? That's crazy. Going back, she's not the asshole for saying no.
No,
it's
the
her
home
house, her
birth.
one-bedroom house. I've never heard of that.
It's tight quarters.
In LA, that's probably like
Still $1 million.
$2 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know anything about the science or medical stuff behind births or home births, so I can't speak to the safety or all of the ramifications and things. That's probably why I would also say no, is because I'm just like, I am so uneducated on this that I don't feel comfortable having it in my space.
I would be the same way.
I would assume it is dangerous, isn't? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I mean, it depends. Like, is it truly an unassisted home birth? Like, she's just
Right.
showing up, no team, no doula, no midwife.
That's true.
Like, there's a bunch of other people that could be involved in this. If you have a well-educated doula or midwife, they would be able to recognize signs of distress and then hopefully be able to call like an ambulance.
And then you go to the hospital.
And then you go to a hospital. But like, maybe she's doing this because of costs and it's cheaper, but there are places where you can give birth that don't resemble a hospital.
Right. 'Cause she said she's scared of hospitals.
Yeah, which
So-
understandable. Like, they're scary sometimes.
Totally.
Like,
Oh,
you have traumatic,
for sure.
past with them. But to just show up at your sister's
To
place.
pressure your sister and to make her feel guilty for that. It's just
Yeah.
Everyone's always like, be the bigger person, be the bigger person. I'm sorry, are we all on fucking drugs? Why would I be the bigger person to somebody who like went out of their way to try and make my life a living hell? What the fuck do I look like being the bigger person to the man that like cheated on me and was like a whack ass motherfucker? So over that narrative of like, oh my god, like be the bigger person, like be the bigger person, like wish them the best. I don't wish you the best. I wish you far away from me and my peace. It's not like I'm holding on to anger or anything like that, but I just don't believe in having to be like, you know what? He did me so wrong. I wish him the world. I wish him moon, the stars, the rainbows. Go fuck yourself in the ass with that. I don't wish you that at all. The thing is, it's like karma will take its time, so like I don't really have to do anything. Like, I'm not gonna be out here wishing you the fucking best. Like, I'm not Oprah. God, I'm not that good of a person. Like, I'm tired of being the bigger person. You weren't the bigger person when you were doing whack ass things. Why the fuck should I be? I'm over the narrative that we have to wish people the best. Like, we don't. We genuinely don't. If someone does you wrong and is a whack ass fucking person, you don't need to wish them the best. You really don't. You don't need to wish them the worst. You could just wish that they like literally fuck all the way off. Karma will do what it needs to do.
Am I wrong for saying I'll be driving myself and paying for my own room on the upcoming family vacation so I won't have to be a babysitter? I, 23 male, was repeatedly stuck playing the part of helper and babysitter on our family outings. I had to move out of my parents' house because I kept being forced to help watch my 3 nephews. Last year, we took a family vacation in summer to the coast. I rode along with my parents and they paid for my hotel room. Only I had to share that room with 3 rowdy boys because my sister and her husband wanted a room to themselves. I was promised time to do my own things on the vacation, but instead I ended up having to help with these kids. I complained to everyone about it and was reminded I was there for free. And then we pretty much just did only one thing I wanted to do, which was a tour of an art gallery. I like doing this whenever I'm at the coast, but the kids find it boring. This year my parents have a beach trip planned for June, and they assumed I'd be riding along the same way as last year, but I refused. I said I'd be driving myself and paying for my own hotel stay to have my own room. My parents were shocked and tried to remind me of the cost. I said it was no worry, I've got a good job and a decent running car. I can more than afford it. That's when the but started. I stated the previously listed things as why I'll be driving myself and paying for myself. I want to be able to enjoy this vacation as an adult and not be treated like a child like last year. My parents told my sister and she called to blow up at me that I'll be ruining the vacation if I'm off doing my own thing while she has to wrangle her 3 boys. I ended up yelling at her that last year all she did was rope me into her mess. I didn't really get to do much of anything I wanted to do, and I was treated like the bad guy for wanting to just go to an art gallery. I'm a grown man, I deserve my own vacation too. Now my sister is not speaking to me, and my parents are still trying to convince me to just ride with them to keep the peace. I'm still refusing, but the pressure is getting to me. Am I the asshole for not giving in? I know they'll have a pretty hard time when they won't have another person there to help. Then you don't go. Vacation is a luxury. Not everyone can afford it. As an aunt to 6 beautiful nephews and nieces, I watch them on my own time when I want to. My siblings have never felt entitled to my time or for me to watch them. They have never, I don't think I've said no, but if I ever say no, they'll take that as an answer. They know what I'm doing for them is a favor, and they'll never try to inconvenience me with, especially if I want to go do something. When it comes to like fun activities and stuff, my siblings are really good. I'm like, no, like these are my kids. I decided to have these kids. Like I have to bear this, not being able to do certain activities, and I go do my thing. But there are all times where I'm more than happy to watch them. But if they ever had that kind of attitude, like, you're ruining my vacation because, oh my God, the fact that they wanted their own hotel room so that you can watch their kids, that is crazy to me. She keeps doing it because your parents and you are enabling it. So good for you for standing up on your own 2 feet.
Am I the asshole for refusing to get tattooed and wanting my deposit back? I, female 22, had a tattoo appointment the other day to get an ornamental design on my sternum, so in between my boobs, basically. I was really nervous about getting something in a spot since I would be pretty exposed, but I already had a few other tattoos by that artist and I trust him. He always takes an $80 deposit. He has moved studios since I last got tattooed by him, and the new studio was sectioned off into 2 areas. One was more like a waiting/consultation area, and the other was for tattooing, but there were 3 stations set up in the waiting area as well. He explained that he had to get some more artists on board to keep up with the cost, so we would be doing tattoo in the front section. I wasn't comfortable getting my tattoo done out with no top on and in the open like that. He argued that I would have been seen in the old studio too, which is true, but it would have been a few other tattoo artists and their clients only. Here, basically anyone could walk in off the street and see me with my tits out. Why did she say it like that? The front window was partially see-through, and I could see the stations from outside when I walked in. I said I would only get it done today if we could move to the back area, but he said that wasn't possible, so I either get it done here or I go and come back on a less busy day, but he would keep my deposit for the time I wasted. I wasted? She wasted? I tried arguing to get my $80 back, but he kept getting louder with me, and the other 2 artists in the front and the people waiting started whispering and staring at me, so I just left out of shame. Absolutely not. I texted my artist that evening trying to explain my point of view. He hasn't replied yet. My boyfriend says I was being a coward, yeah, and that my artist is right to keep the money. No. Whoa, hold on. But I don't think I'm on the wrong side either. Sure, he did lose money on me walking out, but he didn't even try to see if anyone in the back was able to switch stations or anything. Edit for clarification, I did ask if I could wear something to cover up my nips. He said it would get in the way. I was willing to reschedule at first, but not for another $80 that wouldn't go towards my tattoo. I would have been happy to compromise, do a $40 deposit or something, or anything that shows understanding for my concerns, but instead he yelled at me. A negative review has been made. So,
My husband wants to stay friends with the person he cheated with. I'm sorry, buddy, you lost that privilege.
Maybe you gotta hear him out.
About 3 months ago, my husband confessed to me to having an affair with someone he has known since school. She has always been a close friend of his. The affair lasted almost 2 years, and he was very conflicted with whether he wanted to give up on our marriage or stay and work on it. We have been together over 20 years and have 3 young children. I did not want to give up on it and encouraged him to stay. He stayed, and although his reasons for staying are the children, we both have been working hard on rebuilding a new relationship. relationship. We began marriage counseling, and we have a deeper communication with one another. I've been initiating more intimacy, and things seem to be going well. From our first marriage counseling sessions, he talked about his feelings for his affair partner, saying he loves her and that he would like for her to still play some part in his life. The marriage counselor says that while he has feelings for her, it wouldn't be appropriate.
I'd take back about hearing him out. Yeah.
I thought with time he would simply forget about her and shift focus to what's important, i.e. his family, his wife. But last week he brought her up again and wanted to know if he can reconcile with her and have a friendship with her. I said I wasn't ready. I'm hoping to stall this until he stops asking. He said he understood that it might be too soon. I am worried if I never allow him to speak to her, he might just start talking to her behind my back. Though currently he seems so committed to being honest with me, but that could change with time as his guilt for cheating begins to fade.
2 years? Behind her back for 2 years.
As I said, his main reason for staying are the kids. I'm keen on having a strong relationship with us. That can't be possible if she is reintroduced into his life. His feelings for her will probably come flooding back if they have gone at all. I don't understand how he can't see that. I don't know whether continually blocking him from engaging with her will breed resentment over time.
I'm sorry.
Unfortunately.
There's only one answer.
Divorce.
Yeah, you gotta go.
Yeah.
Give him the D.
I was listening to Tish Cyrus, and I was so just inspired by her because she was talking about her insecurities when she was staying with Billy, which her ex-husband, and how she thought that if they got divorced, that she would just be alone forever. She would never love again. And then she ended up finding literally the man of her dreams, and she's married to him now, and she's so in love, and she's just over the moon. And I just thought it was so inspiring because it really does feel like that sometimes. It does feel like, how will I find someone else? How will I find someone? Like, and I can't imagine being in a marriage for that long, that many years, and having children, and then being so afraid to leave and to be alone.
Yeah.
And so I think that what I'm hearing from this story is that I feel she's probably feeling some of those things and just trying to force it to work, even though it doesn't sound like it's fair to her. It shouldn't.
I think she's a great testament to like, why stay? Why continue to torture yourself? Because when you do leave, she's a success story. Like, you do deserve better. You deserve someone that loves you and isn't just staying for the kids. Like, how many times did she say that here? He's made it clear he's only staying for the kids.
Yeah.
Only for the kids. What about you?
Yeah.
Are you not deserving of love? Are you not worthy of a partner? He literally had an affair behind your back for 2 years, and his only concern right now
is being friends with her.
Still. How can we talk? Can I reconcile with her? Literally day one marriage counseling, he's talking about how much he loves her.
Yeah.
Where do you go from here? Because I think it does breed resentment. I think eventually he does go behind her back again.
Oh yeah, it's inevitable. By doing it now, I don't know if you call it saving time, but you are jumping out of the car before it crashes. Like, it's happening.
Yeah. Put your parachute on at least.
He's literally shown that, because obviously they're not going to be friends. How could you go back to being friends? And in all reality, that's where his feelings and his love is. So it'll be best for you. It's going to be best for him. It's going to be best for your kids. Happy parents separated are better than sad parents together.
Yeah.
For any kid.
Yeah.
And so you're just doing it now before it's going to inevitably happen.
This is why I ended things with New Man. I feel like my color corrects better than the green. New Man was a man I was seeing just for like a little bit, but it definitely did get really heavy and really intense very quickly. Bitches are gonna kill me, but the like main reason that was like the what the fuck reason, I can't share with you right now because it got really weird and fucked up towards the end, but I will share with you the reasons why I was like, I'm not fucking with you anymore. One thing about New Man, that motherfucker loved to bail on plans. Like, New Man and I talked for a month and a half, and I would say 50% of the time he was bailing, but he also made me feel so fucking guilty anytime I would get upset about him bailing, because if there's one thing I don't do well with, it's like someone not showing up for me, or just like showing up. Like, if I have a plan with somebody, like it's hard for me to like adjust that plan kind of thing. It's like, oh, I booked out my entire fucking calendar around this goddamn date night, and then you tell me an hour before you can't show up, and this is the third time you've done this. And he would make me feel so guilty about it because it would be like, I'm just not having a good day. And then it just came to the point where I was like, god damn, it's been like 5 times where you're just not having a good day. Like, and now I'm not even seeing you. I probably sound like a bitch, but once or twice I can deal with. 5 times, every time he made a plan in my head, I was like, yup, this one's gonna fucking cancel again, and every time he did. So you guys know how I am with song lyrics. Like, yeah, I have Drake playing in my head, but for some reason, from the moment I met that man, like, the song lyric that just kept coming in my head was like, don't introduce me to a vibe you can't maintain. Which, I don't know why. Maybe my intuition was trying to tell me something. But I do feel like that was what the fuck is that? I do feel like that was something he did. He definitely did introduce me to a vibe that he just like couldn't maintain. Okay, this is getting really scary with the makeup. Like, this could turn out horrible. What I mean by he introduced me to a vibe he couldn't maintain, I would say towards the end, like, there was just like a lot of distance between us. I'm somebody who like we had probably 3 date nights in a month and a half span because they just kept getting canceled. And I was just like, okay, I'm kind of fucking over this. And I'm someone like, out of sight, out of mind. If I do not physically see you, I will genuinely forget about you. It came to a point where I was like, I don't even feel like I'm seeing this motherfucker because I genuinely have not seen this motherfucker. And then I genuinely stopped hearing from him as frequently. So when I'm not seeing this is my third contour, whatever. So if I'm not seeing or hearing from someone, I'm gonna fucking forget about you. Because in my head, I'm like, oh, like, we're done here, you know, like, we're done here. I don't see from you, I don't hear from you. Why the fuck would you still think that we're talking or whatever? But then I would randomly get calls from him. It's like, you know how crazy I am about you. And I was like, really? Because it doesn't fucking feel that way. And I think the worst thing you can ever do is let someone be comfortable with your absence. I mean, for me at least, once I'm comfortable with your absence, like, that's it. That's kind of a wrap for me. So that was a wrap for me. I'm very clear on like what I want. I would just, and it's really bare fucking minimum. Just show up for me and like treat me good, bitch. If like that's not happening, why am I wasting my time? Like, just because you're nice and like you do good things or whatever, like I'm not gonna waste my time if you're not meeting my needs. Why would I sacrifice my needs just because you're a really nice guy? Like, no, I'm gonna like remove myself from that situation because like I know I deserve better, number one. Number two, I want better for myself. He was a nice guy, don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, it was kind of like, well, what are we doing here? Because like I'm not seeing or hearing from you. And then that really weird thing happened and all my friends were like, I was like, gotta get the fuck away from that. Yes, that's why New Man and I ended. I also think it's like an overall important message. Like, don't stay in something just because that person is quote unquote nice to you, or it's like the first nice guy you've been with or anything like that. You can date a nice motherfucker and he's still not enough for you, and that's completely fine and that's completely normal. Oh, also another really big thing, I am very vocal on like I created a very great life for myself. I love the life I created for myself. I have a lot of peace here. I have done my fucking rounds of cutting off people, getting rid of drama, doing all of that. So it's like if you bring anything into my life, any chaotic energy or anything like that, I don't have the time or the energy for it because I've already spent the time getting rid of that chaos that I didn't want in my fucking life. So it's like, yeah, I have a life of peace. Sorry. You know how I get when I can't pronounce words. If I'm gonna bring you into my life, you have to be an addition, okay? And if you're taking anything away from me, my energy, anything like that, I don't have time or energy for you. And that's how it was with New Man.
Am I the asshole for giving my sister-in-law 3 days notice that I would no longer be making a cake for her daughter's 3rd birthday after finding out she and her parents told others about my history? I, 28 female, love to bake and will often make cakes and stuff for friends, and since I met my in-laws in 2018, I'll do it for them as well. My sister-in-law asked me to bake her daughter's cake for her birthday, and her birthday is this weekend. She asked me back in October, and we discussed what she wanted in detail. It's not my first time making her cakes, but it is my first time as her sister-in-law officially, and where I felt like I was truly a part of the family. 3 days ago, I was out grocery shopping, and I ran into a family friend of my in-laws. This person is not someone I like very much. She's a bad gossip and seems to have some malice in her while sharing gossip about others. I try to be polite to everyone, and I normally don't talk to her, but she stopped me and went out of her way to ask me when my husband and I are having kids. Then she mentioned me being a foster child and an affair baby, and she did it in a way that was meant to come across as concern, but was really her being intrusive and cruel. She mentioned that my in-laws and sister-in-law were concerned about our kids not having anyone. I told my husband when he got home from work, and I was a mess. It might seem dumb, but I felt like his family betrayed the trust I put in them, and they did the one thing they were asked not to do, which was tell people about my history. It's not something I want to broadcast to everyone who knows me. My husband confronted his parents and sister, and they said they only mentioned it to quote, a few close circle of people. And they defended it when my husband said that wasn't okay. Sister-in-law said it's not like people wouldn't find out eventually, and he asked her how they would find out if they never told them. My history is that both my parents were married to others and had children with their other spouses when they had an affair. I was the result. Both sets of first children were technically adults or close to it when I was born. The day before my 5th birthday, we were in a car crash together. My parents died, and so did the people in the other car. I was the only survivor, and I was in the hospital for a few weeks after. Nobody in either of my parents' families wanted me, and I was brought up in foster care the rest of my life. I never found a family. After hearing sister-in-law say what she did and realize how unapologetic they were, and hearing how little they cared about what they did to me, I asked if I could speak to sister-in-law for a second and told her not to expect a cake from me after going against what I wanted and having such little care for the harm it caused. She went crazy and said it was only 3 days until the birthday party, and my husband backed me up and said, so what? She and their parents were blowing up his phone so bad he had to block them. And I worry that I'm being a bit of an asshole saying no with such short notice. Am I the asshole?
Well, my take is no.
No.
Not at all.
No.
It's a 3rd birthday party. Yeah, you have 3 days. They're 3 years old. They don't give a crap.
Go to the grocery store.
Literally throw whatever at a 3-year-old. They'll eat it.
They don't care.
If it's delicious, if it's sugary, 3-year-old me, I don't remember what cakes looked like when I was 3. I was eating anything.
I think I had the Barbie cake like every year from the time
where it
I
was
was
the
like,
dress?
that is the
I remember going to a
coolest
birthday
cake.
party and seeing that. Okay, that I would remember.
That was a cool
I do
cake.
remember.
I think I want it again this year.
That's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah, it's iconic.
Still, 3 days
They're
is
not-
plenty of notice.
Yes.
So obviously that's unimportant to the story.
It helps. It helps add.
Sure.
It's not the
to
day
be that
of.
upset.
Yeah.
Even you messed up. Like you broke this person's trust. They're not going to do you favors now when you break their trust. But especially that's just not a big deal to me to be blowing up their phone to that level. They're selfish. They're selfish people, and they feel guilty. Maybe I don't know.
I don't know if they're like just
don't
kind
think-
of getting defensive and gaslighting or if they truly
Yeah.
don't care.
That's so crazy. That sucks.
It really does. And I feel bad for OP because it definitely is like the most traumatic childhood by the sound of it. What's really sad is like OP has taken on that story of how she came into the world and, this accident tragedy as like, that's my burden to bear.
Right. Yeah.
And then these people are weaponizing it against her and saying, well, we're scared for any future children you guys could have because, you don't have any family. Okay, well, one, we have you guys. So
Yeah.
what are you calling yourselves,
The
chopped
hell?
liver? But also, people lose their parents all the time. Just because I had this as my start doesn't make me any less of a person. Like, what?
They're operating on some like royal court types of mindsets of like, well, your family lineage, unfortunately, is not good. So they're just being weird about this. When I meet people in any sort of capacity, I don't think about their parents or their families.
No.
Like, I'm like, you're an individual.
Yeah.
There's so many people I know too. I mean, this is sad to say, but it's like a lot of people don't have parents even if their parents are alive. A lot of people have unreliable families. I feel like that's almost more common than not.
I would agree. Yeah.
And so it's just, what a strange thing to hold over someone. That's not her identity. It shouldn't be something she has to worry about how people are going to view her at all.
No.
That sucks.
Am I the asshole for telling my dad I don't exist to be a reincarnation of his mother? I, 30 female, was named after my deceased grandmother, Phyllis. Oof. It's tough. Whom I never got the chance to meet. She was the matriarch of my dad's side, and her death left a great impact. I was the first child in the family born after her death. My mom says she really didn't want to name me this, understandable, but my dad strong-armed her. This name has been difficult for me in a number of ways. My dad refused to let me go by a nickname all throughout my childhood. The other kids found ways to mock me, calling me Phil and telling me I had a boy's name. In my teens, they'd ask me if I wanted to be filled. Now, I know kids can find anything to tease people with, but it certainly didn't help. The larger reason it was hard is I felt like I had to live up to a ghost. It doesn't help that I look just like her. I was constantly reminded of the legacy I had to live up to. Anytime I made a mistake, I was told I needed to uphold the honor of my name. Name that you gave me? That I didn't choose? Keep in mind, I have always listened to my dad's stories, learned about the history, and I greatly appreciate that I was named after someone so amazing. And I tell my dad this, even though I say I'm not a fan of the name. In college, I decided to reinvent myself and began going by Lisa. In time, people began to assume my name was Alyssa. I guess it's Lissa. and I went with it. To the point that all my colleagues, friends, etc. called me this. My family was aware but still called me Phyllis, which I accepted for the time. My dad made his disappointment clear, but I told him all that mattered is that he got to call me it. I also explained why the name was difficult for me several times, both growing up and as an adult, and he told me the meaning behind it was greater than the bullies and that I should be honored to have such a legacy. I got married last fall, and it was an issue for my dad that the officiant called me Alyssa, that Alyssa was written on all the wedding decorations and invitations. When I went to hyphenate my last name with my husband's, I chose to legally change my name to Alyssa. I understand, but that's kind of sad. I had my grandmother's middle name as well my whole life, and I kept that as it was never an issue. The issue for my dad is that his family has grown used to calling me Alyssa. I never asked them to, but they chose to do so. Dad has said that I was wrong to change my name and that I should feel honored. I tried to explain my reasoning, and he said it hurt him that I didn't care enough. I got mad and said I cared enough to respect him calling me Phyllis. It still gets me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Never corrected him. I respected him by always validating his feelings and never telling him he was wrong, while he always brushed off mine. But if he wanted the truth, I wasn't born to be a reincarnation of his mother. I'm my own person, and it's not fair for him to put his grief on me. This really upset him. My mom said I pushed too far by saying all of that. I feel bad he's upset, but I don't know if I agree that I was wrong. So.
When I was 6, my sister and I took my dog for a walk, and on our way out of the house, the dog went running. My uncle didn't see her, and he was backing up the truck. He ended up running over her.
If your makeup artist canceled on you on your wedding day, would you expect your deposit back? This whole experience has honestly been shitty, but I'm just like so confused because she is making me feel like I am just such an asshole. Like, am I being the asshole? So I booked this girl on January 19th, and everybody else that I looked at, they charged $250, but this girl charged $300, and I assumed that was because she was better. She also had like 40K followers on Instagram, which honestly in my delusional mind, I'm like, that makes her better. I don't know. I feel like, honestly, it's probably best she didn't do my makeup at this point. But so when I booked with her, right away I kind of got like a bad feeling. Like, she was giving me like one-word answers on Instagram, and then when I let her know like, oh, I booked, and like, I don't know, I said something about like photos and whatever, she just didn't even respond to me. Didn't reassure me, and honestly, it made me nervous going into my wedding day, and I was telling everybody, I'm like, I'm pretty scared for my makeup, but I've already paid the deposit, so we're locked in. It is now the day before the wedding, and I think it was like 1:30. I texted her just giving her like my hotel room information, like how to get to me, and she responded like 2 hours later basically saying, hey girl, I just want to give you a heads up, I am sick and I may have to cancel tomorrow. Instant freak out. I'm like, what? Oh my god, but if you're sick, like, there's nothing you can do. So I was just like, we're going with the flow at this point. And she was like, if anything, I'll get you a replacement. So I assume she's like lining up a replacement in case she's sick. Finally, the next day, my appointment was supposed to be at 12:30. She texts me at 10 a.m. saying, I'm so sorry, I'm sick, I can't come. And I'm like instantly freaking out. Like, you're supposed to be here in 2.5 hours. Like, what the fuck is going on? But again, like, it's not her fault. She's sick. What can you do? So she says she's gonna find a replacement, asks what time, like, latest she can come, like, all this shit. And then she finally, I think at noon was when she, you know what, let me check the text. Yes, at noon, she finally gets back to me and says that this girl is able to come. She found me a replacement. She's coming at 1:30, which is the same time my hair was starting. So whatever, we'll do hair, we'll do makeup, we'll bang it out, we'll be fine. And honestly, this girl was amazing. She was so nice, so sweet. I think she arrived at like 1:15, and my original makeup artist told me that I'll just pay the new makeup artist her full fee, which was $250. And I was like, okay, no problem. Obviously, this was my wedding day, so I didn't really want to deal with this deposit issue right away, so I waited a couple days, and then I messaged her and was just like, hey, just wondering when I'm going to get my $50 deposit back. And instantly, she was kind of like, what are you talking about? Why would you get it back? Because when you go to her website, it says the $50 is non-refundable. But when you read her cancellation policy, it literally says if she cancels, she will find you a replacement and you will get the deposit back. Like, I even sent her cancellation policy and outlined it for her, and she did not care. And she was getting really upset with me. She was like fighting me on it. She started talking about her company, and she's like, I don't know, you don't understand what agency is. I'm like, girl, what the hell are you talking about? You're one girl. Your website doesn't mention shit about you being a company. I don't know. And she's talking about all these makeup artists she has under her and all these people. Like, I'm like, girl, what are you talking about? Honestly, I don't know. It felt like she was just trying to make me feel stupid. But in the end, she ended up like full caps yelling at me and saying, here's your stupid money. and said that she was going to refund me. And I was just like, okay, thanks. And like, I don't know, she still kind of went off a little bit. And I was just like, I don't know, man, just like change your cancellation policy if that's the case. And so we left it with her saying she's going to refund me. It's now been 5 days and she has not refunded me. So I now am disputing it with my bank because she didn't perform the services and she said she was going to refund me. And not to mention her cancellation policy says she's going to refund me. So I don't know. Am I the asshole? Like, should I just let her keep my $50 for finding me a replacement who I outright paid their full fee for? Like, I don't know. I'm just, like, really confused in this situation. I'm feeling bad, and I don't know if I really should be feeling bad.
Am I the asshole for sabotaging my husband's tournament after he refused to help with our newborn? Update. First, I want to say that I initially posted just to find out if I was wrong for sabotaging my husband's tournament. I ended up sharing a lot of context, and I never expected to receive such an outpouring of advice on other issues. But oh my God, your responses have been the best thing that's happened to me lately. Your words have a profound impact on me. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much to all the mamas, dads, and everyone who offered their wonderful advice and educated me on postpartum depression. After reading everything, I immediately booked an appointment for the next day. It turns out I do have PPD. I'll be starting therapy soon, and my doctor also suggested joining a support group. I'm still considering it. I never thought I'd be saying this to random strangers, but I love you all so much. You've turned my life around. Thank you so much to everyone who informed me about tongue ties. I went to see a doctor for this as well. Turns out my baby has a minor unnoticeable tongue tie that was causing all of the latching issues. I've scheduled an appointment later this week to get it corrected. Without your advice, I would have never known, and it would have continued to be a struggle. This is why I do what I do. Even if it weren't my words directly, that had an impact on her, because I knew nothing about any of this stuff to give advice on any of this. But this is why I do, because people, they're so grateful, and people on the internet were able to suggest things to her that she did not even know existed, that she had no idea about, and they were right, and it's helping her make things easier despite the other things that she's struggling. This is why, regardless of how much these stories affect my mental, I still continue to record them because it's helping somebody somewhere. Yesterday, I was feeling so depressed, crying all day, but today, everything feels so much better. Each one of your comments made a difference. I've read almost all of your advice. Although I couldn't reply to every comment, I spent a lot of time reading, and each one touched my heart deeply. Again, thank you so much, everyone. You are all incredible. To everyone who DM'd me with their advice and resources like books, other subreddits, and websites, I'm eternally grateful. I promise I'll reply whenever I get a chance. I saved a lot of comments because the advice is so invaluable. I'm amazed that so many people took the time to give me and my baby detailed, thoughtful replies. I'll try to respond to you guys whenever I can. I hope you all understand. About the intimacy thing, thank you to everyone who made me aware that this isn't normal. I've been feeling guilty this whole time, thinking it because it's already been 6 weeks and wondering why I didn't want to be intimate. Jake was gaslighting me into believing that my sex drive should have been normal after 6 weeks. That's not true. And he was guilting me for not wanting to be intimate with him. Each of the 4 times we did, I felt very uncomfortable, but I thought maybe it was just me. Now that everyone has shared how long their partners waited and husbands have told me how long they waited for their wives to be comfortable, it made me realize how much I've been pressured unfairly. Also, there were a few gamer people who trolled me heavily for what I did. They need to go outside, get some sunlight, touch some grass, and then go upstairs and wash their ass because they've probably been sitting behind a fucking computer for about 12 hours now. But most of the gamer parents, especially gamer dads, came forward and shared how wonderful they are as parents and how gaming comes after their child. The first hour after I posted this, I was harassed badly, especially by this one person. His account has now been deleted by the moderators. Good shit. Because I was about to say, drop the name. Drop the name, because I got some not so nice but nice things to say to him too. But after that horrific hour, most people were so supportive and nice. I was thinking of just deleting my post after all the backlash from some gamers and a lot of men agreeing with Jake. Baby girl, those aren't men. Those are boys. Those are boys, and we don't listen to anything that little boys have to say because it's not helpful to us at all. They were saying that just because I was on maternity leave and I do nothing all day, I shouldn't expect Jake to help because he's working and that I was being unreasonable for wanting him to help out more. These boys live with their parents. They do. Or they live with a woman that is just like their mother. Point blank period. We don't listen to them. But thank God I didn't delete it. It would have been the worst mistake ever. Trust me, you guys, it's not just about the advice, but the emotional support that you gave me in a day, sitting miles away from me. My husband couldn't even give me that in 3 months, being under the same roof as me. This made me feel so much better, realizing how much I needed this support. Again, thank you so much to everyone. I still cry a lot and I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt, like a heavy weight pressing down on my heart. There's moments when I feel like I'm failing as a mother and a wife, and the pain of those thoughts is unbearable. But thanks to all of you, I feel so much better than before. Your words have been like a lifeline, pulling me out of the darkest depths of despair. Every comment, every message has been a reminder that I'm not alone in this struggle. I can't describe the relief of knowing that there are people who understand and care. It's like a warm embrace that I desperately needed. For that, I'm very grateful. You've given me the strength to keep going, to fight for myself and my baby. And for that, I will never be able to thank you enough. Baby girl, I love this so much. Like, she doesn't state the one thing we all want to hear, that she's leaving, but we do know that shit takes time. That if she decides that that's what she wants to do, it takes time. It's not going to happen overnight. So that, of course, I wanted to hear that she's packed her shit. Her and Emma are fucking gone. But there are more pressing things that we got to worry about first. She must take care of herself in order to take care of her baby. So she's got to wait. She's got to bide her time. And I'm not upset by it. I love that she was able to get so much support. You guys are fucking dope. I have some answers to some questions that were asked a lot. How long have we been together? Jake and I dated for 1 year and 5 months before getting married. We've been married for about 1 year and 4 months. So in total, 2 years, 9 months. Also, was the pregnancy planned? Yes, it was planned, and it was actually his idea. I wanted to wait at least 1 year after getting married, but he made everything sound so good. Like we would be such great parents and how we would do stuff together and how happy everything would be. I didn't need much convincing. I got very excited hearing all of this and I had butterflies in my stomach. But now that I think about it, while we were dating, I remember him saying multiple times that it's his goal to get married and have a kid before turning 30. Emma was born a month before he turned 30. So maybe he was just trying to achieve his goal. Does he help with other chores? No, he very rarely does. I do all the chores like laundry, dishes, vacuuming. Once I threatened him that he must at least do his own dishes because I wasn't going to do it anymore. After that, he got a huge stack of disposable plates, spoons, glasses, etc. Honestly, I use those too from his stock sometimes because I'm just so exhausted. This man fucking sucks. He fucking sucks. You don't clean. You don't cook, you don't take care of your fucking child, but you want to crawl up in it whenever the fuck you want. And if I don't want it, it's my goddamn fault. I told you, you need to at least clean up your own dishes. You couldn't even fucking do that and instead bought disposable ones because you're so fucking lazy. And I'm positive OP probably got to take out the trash as well. Girl, He boils eggs at the most, and that's like maybe 2 or 3 times a week. About 3 weeks ago, I was really mad at him because I asked him to change Emma's diapers if she poops while I was at my gynecologist for a follow-up. He didn't change Emma's diapers, so I didn't make food for him for 3 days. He ordered DoorDash for all meals. That's fucking sad. That's the reason why, even though a lot of people are asking me to leave him with Emma for 8 hours, I don't know in what condition I'll find my baby when I come back. I was only gone for 1.5 hours, and I came home to her crying and soiled while my husband had headphones on. That's why I did not make that suggestion. Because in my last video, I thought about it. Leave him with his daughter and make him take care of her. But he's a gamer. He's going to pop those headphones on and nothing's going to fucking exist. And he's going to leave your child there hungry, wet, uncomfortable, and fucking scared. That is why I did not make that suggestion. He claimed that he didn't hear her crying. And God knows how long my baby had been upset. I felt awful that night and I cried myself to sleep, thinking, did she start crying as soon as I left and cry for the whole 1.5 hours? Also, I have no idea what I'll do after I resume my job. I barely have 10 weeks to figure everything out. I haven't thought about what to do with Jake as of now, but I'll definitely let you know. Okay, so I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to give you guys the Cliff Notes version. You're more than welcome to go back to the account and read it all yourself. Okay, so OP goes on to talk about how a lot of people suggested that she go to her mother-in-law or to her parents, but she doesn't want to do that because she's an only child. She's the only sister girl in the family. So her brothers, her cousins, and her dad are extremely overprotective, and she's afraid of what's going to happen to Jake if she tells on it. Also, that a lot of people that reached out to her in the DMs were men who were just like Jake, and they told her to run as fast and as far as she fucking can because they themselves admitted to being abusive to their children while they were gaming because they were frustrated. OP stated at the end that when Emma grows up, she's 100% going to make sure that she is aware of all the beautiful and nice people in the world that gave her mom such great advice and helped her in such a difficult time, and that if there's any updates, she's going to let us know.
My little brother, 3 male, is actually my fiance's 25 male kid. Update. As I was afraid, I was indeed confronted near my office this week. I knew this was coming, but thought maybe I had more time. My ex was the person to come find me. Yesterday, after finishing work and walking to where my car was parked, my ex was sort of lingering, waiting around. I thought about running, not gonna lie. He asked if we could talk, and I said yes. But I didn't feel like having the conversation over coffee like we were old friends. It felt ridiculous, so I told him to just talk right here. He basically said sorry 100 times and that I deserved better. I agreed. He said he did love me and that he still does, but he would understand why I wouldn't want anything to do with him. He said that if I did in fact consider giving him a chance, that he would go to therapy alone or together or both, and that he would work hard to win my trust back. I told him it wasn't possible. There was too much damage. This sounds calm when I type it, but in the moment things came out louder. Anyways, he did say that he is in the, or will be, process of getting custody, partly from my brother, and that he in fact does want to be a dad to him. He said he does not want to be together with my mom, that it was just a stupid mistake. He couldn't explain why he did it in the first place. I think he doesn't even know himself. I asked if he cheated with someone else before. He said no. I asked why he didn't come clean, and he said that after he did the deed, he always felt panicked and it hits him, that he could lose me and he didn't want to. I told him it was meant to be found out. What was his plan? To have my brother around and ignore their relationship forever? He said that he didn't think far enough. I asked him if he felt that my mom seduced him. He said it was mutual, which made me want to puke again. I asked if he has any contact with my mom since I found out. He said yes, but mostly about my brother. He said he told his parents the day before about everything. The parents were not happy, but they were glad to start building now a relationship with my brother, their grandkid. The parents wanted to contact me, but he told them to wait till he approached me first. I said if he started or thought about the custody before I found out, and he said no. When I found out was like the push that he needed.
My 23 female boyfriend, 24 male, wants me to quote-unquote stop having my period. Can I even recover from this?
I think this is no.
I think that's a no, dude. Okay,
bro, just stop.
Just fucking stop. Now this first sentence is gonna hit you like a fucking wallop, dude.
Okay,
it's
I'm
gonna
excited.
punch you in the next Tuesday.
Yeah.
We've been dating for 2 months. He's only had to deal with 2 periods.
2 max 1 min. Yeah, like.
Yeah, min-maxing your period. Name of the episode. Things have been going well. Not really. Yesterday he asked me to go to the gym with him and I declined, saying I don't feel up to it. I started my period. He was all like, wait, what? And I repeated myself. Then he goes, you know you don't have to do that to yourself, right?
What?
I was like, dude, what the fuck are you saying? He goes on to explain that his ex was on a type of birth control that got rid of her period and overall made their relationship quote-unquote more enjoyable. He asked me to consider doing the same. I told him absolutely not. I don't want to switch birth control methods. If he doesn't like me having periods, then he can dump me. I told him good luck finding a girl who doesn't have a period. He said, I already had one, I'll find another. I'm so appalled. What the fuck is wrong with him?
It's only 2 months. Get out. Get out.
Get
the fuck out. You're good.
Like, what are you talking about, dude?
Yeah.
I know there are methods to stop periods, but for him to imply that I'm a rarity for having them was insane. This is the first time I've brought up my period to him. I'm a 23-year-old girl. Of course I have periods. I know he was making a suggestion and probably meant well, but that's a crazy thing to suggest.
You did not mean well.
No, I didn't. I should get rid of my period for his enjoyment. I'm so mad at him. I don't think I can recover from this. It just shows how dumb he is. What do you all think? Can I even recover from this, or should I just end it while I'm ahead? update. Oh my fucking god, I knew he was an idiot, but I didn't expect this to get the attention it got. Wow. So I broke up with him last night. I just simply told him I'm not interested in being with someone who views my body this way, and that I think it's best we part ways. I wasn't super emotionally invested since it had only been 2 months.
2 months, yeah.
He didn't have much to say. In fact, he kind of just acted very confused, and I told him he should know what he did, lol.
I didn't do anything wrong here.
What do you mean? You're
yeah.
the one that's fucking up by having periods. So ridiculous.
You didn't go to the gym with me one time. Now I'm gonna get real pissy about it.
That's the thing. That was the thing that was like, oh, you don't have to do that to yourself. You could just come with me to the gym.
Yeah.
like, fuck yourself. I'm still down about it. Breakups suck no matter what. That is true. If anything, I'm more upset that this is why it ended. Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for the support and kindness and laughs. I physically can't read all the comments, but just know you guys rock.
Ah, that's good.
So I've just found out my sister has been dating my son for a year now. Story time. So I guess the first thing I should know is I did get pregnant extremely young with my son. Everyone around me was super supportive and my mum and dad stuck around. Let me stay at their house. Like my siblings were okay with it. Considering I was 15 going on 16. I was really surprised. And my son is my only child. As much as he's my pride and joy, he's a pain in the ass. So my sister is also very young. Me and my mum were quite literally pregnant within years of each other. There is a 13-year age gap between me and my youngest sister. However, we have always managed to be super close, which I know isn't too common with that much of an age gap. That does also mean that my son and her are very close in age. Can I just say? They're also auntie and nephew. Right, let's call my son Mark. So Mark is now 15 years old, which means he has started to get interested in girls. Hey! Really wanted this time to come around. Me and my son, I think because of the age I had him, we have had this like really special and close bond. He's never been afraid to tell me stuff, like without embarrassing him, like as he's growing up, he's been able to ask me about questions. So I have always thought and just kind of loved how close we were. He came to me about 2 weeks ago, told me that he has actually secretly been dating this girl for about 6 months now. I was a bit shocked purely because this is the first I've ever heard of it. As I said, we were super close, so I just thought, no, my ego was hurt a bit more than I would like to admit. I also rang his dad up and I was like, has he told you about this mystery girl? And we were talking for a bit on the phone and he also didn't know, except that this woman wasn't too much older but was older. Oh god, that make it illegal? That was not in the way I was thinking. So we were kind of deciding the best way to go around this. I have no idea how his dad knew he was dating someone older. However, I'm glad he knew. I called my sister up, obviously, because we are super close. Kind of saying to her like, oh my god, Mark's got his first girlfriend. I'm so excited to meet her. However, I'm quite nervous. Like, I really don't want to have the talk with him. She was laughing and it was a different laugh, okay? She was like nervous laughing and I know my sister's nervous laugh. So what are you so nervous about? I thought she just felt awkward for me. Oh, nothing. She was like, the timing's quite funny because I've also started dating a guy. So invested. I was like, tell me everything. More invested in my sister's relationship than my son's. A bit of time passes and I was serving dinner to Mark and I weren't snooping around. However, he did leave his phone unlocked. I saw a message from a girl and this girl had the same name as my sister. And I was like, I didn't know my sister had Mark on Snapchat. So I clicked on the message, literally thinking it was my sister. I don't even know what to tell you what this Snapchat was. With this image, I clearly knew it was my sister. Clearly knew it was getting sent to Mark. So many questions, as you could probably imagine. I called my sister up straight away and I was like, oh my god, code red, you need to go over to my house. She came over in a second. Obviously, I sat them both down and I was like, this is 1, disgusting, 2, illegal, and 3, cannot continue. Excuse was like, they're so close in age, it doesn't feel like they're auntie and nephew. And I was like, that just doesn't matter. This is disgusting.
I'm considering leaving my wife because of her weight. Alright, before I get called an asshole, let me explain. I love my wife. I think she's incredibly beautiful, and even more so after she gave birth to our son 3 years ago. The problem is that she put on a good amount of baby weight, obviously, and never lost it. She instead started to gain more weight and was overall pretty depressed. I initially assumed it was postpartum depression and suggested she go to therapy for it. She went to therapy and got some antidepressants. It took her a while to find the right ones. She's been fine mentally since she found them. Physically is a different story, however. She has continued over the past 3 years to gain weight. The problem isn't anymore that I'm not attracted to her, but she will die if she continues to gain weight. She's currently 5'2", about 260 pounds, with a BMI close to 50. I don't know what I can do. I feel like I've tried everything. I've asked her to go to the gym with me, go on a diet with me, not buy fast food, have some active hobbies. She's turned down every single one of these ideas. I feel like I don't have any choice but to give her an ultimatum. Either she genuinely tries to lose the weight, or I leave. I
can't watch the woman I love and the mother of my child slowly kill herself. I don't want to be the dude who gives her an ultimatum, but I see no other choice. I guess I just wanted to ask if I'm being the asshole or if there's any other way I could go about this.
Am I the asshole for actually sleeping with my hall pass? Disclaimer, this is not my story, this is an anonymous submission. I, 22 female, recently went to a concert in Nashville for my bachelorette party. While we were there, we were able to go backstage and meet the group. They ended up inviting us back to their hotel for an after party, and after a few drinks, I hooked up with the main artist. I will say, I can't give too many details because I technically signed an NDA before we went back to their hotel. When I got back home to my fiance, 24 male, I told him all about our trip. He even asked if I got lucky and ended up sleeping with him. I didn't feel like I did anything wrong, so I let him know I did end up hooking up with my favorite artist, aka my hall pass. To say he was mad would be an understatement. He was absolutely pissed. He could not believe I actually hooked up with him. I didn't see what the issue was, especially because we have already discussed this scenario before. Basically, we both choose two people we would consider a hall pass. Influencers and celebrities, no common folk. This would be a single-use pass per person to choose. Like I said, we actually discussed this. This argument went back and forth with him saying I shouldn't have actually taken the hall pass thing serious because it was a joke. My argument is, how can it be a joke if we came up with rules? Part 2. Am I the asshole for actually sleeping with my hall pass? Disclaimer, this is not my story, this is an anonymous submission. My argument is, how can it be a joke if we came up with rules and guidelines to follow? He ended up bringing our family and friends into this argument, and it has been split down the middle. Even his mom and dad both sided with me, saying it's not cheating if we had discussed this beforehand. And he should have made it clear it was just shit talking. I told him he's just upset because I actually was able to hook up with him, and he chose two people who were already in committed relationships, therefore he had less of a chance to actually make things happen. He then accused me of setting him up for failure, and he thinks I manipulated him into this. But I reminded him it wasn't ever my idea, and he was the one that brought up that discussion. If the roles were reversed, I know he would have done the same thing. And when he stayed quiet, I knew he was thinking the same thing. If he had hooked up with his hall pass, it wouldn't have bothered me, because we had already discussed it before, and although I was hesitant at first to agree, he told me I would have the same opportunity. He has been distant from me, and although he hasn't called off the engagement or wedding, I'm scared I ruined our relationship. It wasn't even my idea to have this in place, but now that it wasn't him who got the opportunity, he's mad at me for taking it.
My family just found out the insanely big age gap between me and my husband, and they're not happy. Story time. So me and my husband have a big age gap. So we very recently got married, and we've both been super happy, just for the marriage, but also like for the whole of our relationship. Me and Mark met. I don't actually hear a lot of people meet in this way. I had a spa date with my girls, and he actually came up to me in the spa, and we just hit it off immediately. I've generally never had this connection with anyone else before. We did date for about 5 years before we got engaged. He popped me the question after 4 years, and this whole time I have hid age to the whole of my family. As much as I didn't care about it, they would. I knew it would be an issue. And I guess we just have to like thank the Lord. Mark has amazing genes and actually looks really young. For context, I just had my 25th birthday. Oh my god, you're all gonna hate me for this. I can already see it coming. Mark looks about 30. He's not. He's really not. We actually just celebrated Mark's 58th birthday. So me and Mark actually decided to tell my parents he was 27. And they weren't even happy with that age gap because obviously I was 19 when I first met him. However, we all knew the age gap would get like smaller as we got older, so they really, I don't know, they were skeptical. My dad weren't 100% happy. However, they kept a close eye on it, continued to see each other. And when he ended up proposing to me, my family were actually really happy and, I don't know, just proud of us. My dad gave Mark the seal of approval and he said like, I know I weren't great to you at the beginning because obviously the age gap they thought. However, he can see how happy he makes me, and yeah, just gave him the seal of approval really. Moved in together and then we had our wedding. Oh god, that wedding was gorgeous, guys. So one thing we've managed to avoid is our families meeting, because obviously when they see Mark's parents, one of them's in a wheelchair and needs a carer. Let's put it that way. It is quite obvious he's not the age we said he was. So long before the wedding we were thinking of ways to avoid this, and we just realised there is no way at all to avoid it. We thought what we could do is kind of sit them apart. Obviously my best friends knew his real age as well. I made my bridesmaids look out all night. Night my mum was asking me to like point out his parents, and I was like, I can't see them, and then like, I don't know, I'd think of so many excuses, and by the end of the night she was like, can't believe I haven't met his parents, like literally my son-in-law. And I was like, oh no, it's such a shame, but I think they've actually gone home. However, one person I didn't speak to near the end of the night was my dad, and that was because he was raging at me. One of my bridesmaids slipped up, let my dad come in contact with Mark's mum. My dad had to ask no questions. He knew something fishy was going on, and he started speaking to Mark's best friend, mentioned he has a 30-year-old kid, and things weren't adding up basically. So when me and Mark came back from the honeymoon, my dad said this guy needed to go around the house like immediately. He told me that he has known this whole time now, and they said they're going to do everything in their power to try and make me and Mark get a divorce. However, I don't think there's anything he can do, and they just need to get over the fact that I just love someone so much older than me, and I don't think it's a weird age gap. It's quite literally older than my dad. They can just be friends.
Would I be the asshole if I asked my pregnant wife to move out because she and her best friend decided to test my loyalty? My wife is pregnant with our daughter. Initially, we were really happy and excited about it, but then she starts acting like a nut job. She gets angry and irritated for small things, insults me when she doesn't like the food I make, starts acting insecure, and accuses me of losing attraction for her. For example, she wanted to eat chicken sandwiches for dinner last night. Well, I made chicken sandwiches, so she eats all the sandwiches, leaves me nothing, and told me that they tasted like shit. I wasn't pissed because she left me nothing. But if she didn't like them, why does she have to eat everything? When I asked her this, she told me that she was hungry. Okay, fine. She does this every time. Eats everything I make and calls it shit. I don't argue with her because I work for more than 80 hours a week and I really want to have some peace when I'm home. So yesterday, a random girl starts out flirting with me after the gym and asked me if I wanted to meet up with her for some drinks. I rejected her and told her that I was married. And when I got home, my wife started to hug me and apologize. When I asked her what happened, she told me that her best friend suggested a test for my loyalty. So they asked a mutual friend to flirt with me and asked me out. And I passed. Yay. I'm really pissed. I'm done with her antics. Would I be the asshole if I asked her to move out?
Part 2. Am I the asshole for faking a pregnancy for a prank? Disclaimer, this is not my story, this is an anonymous submission. She asked her roommate, and she was on board. A little hesitant at first, but once I explained the prank that was put on me, she joined. I changed my sister's name in my phone to Laura, her roommate's name, and she began with random calls. We would time them so I would be near Becca. She was curious at first who was calling me, but she knows I dealt with a lot of calls because of my job. Once she grew suspicious is when we had Laura stop by looking for me. Of course, I wouldn't be home when this happened the first time, and Becca didn't mention the first interaction to me. The next time Laura stopped by, I happened to be home and Becca called me down. Laura then launched into her whole speech about how she never knew I had a girlfriend until she stopped by the house the first time and saw her. How it wasn't planned, but she felt Becca had a right to know since she wasn't going to get an abortion like I wanted. I just did the typical guy thing and I kept repeating to her that I can explain. Laura and I then got into our fight about how she had no right to show up to my home and cause a scene. At this point, Becca was crying hysterically and now started to yell at Laura to leave and to deal with her own problem because we would not be involved. Side note, even though I would never do this to Becca, I was strangely proud that she stuck by me, and I have never loved her more. After Laura left, she kept telling me that we would figure this out together, how it probably wasn't even my kid, and she was probably looking for someone rich to trap. I couldn't control my face and I started laughing. She flipped on me asking me how I could find humor in a situation like this. So I ended up telling her that it was a prank and there was no time for relief because she started yelling at me and calling me an asshole. It was a very heated exchange where she left the house. I honestly thought I ruined our relationship, but she says she's not going to come home until I apologize for the prank because this was out of line. So, am I the asshole for faking a pregnancy for a prank? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Guys, today's the day I planned the ultimate revenge for my husband. Time to get him back. Story time. So, where to begin? Me and my husband have been married for quite a long time now, about 32 years. And we have known each other for 40 years. Don't get me wrong, our relationship has been good for the most part. He has his ways, but I do love him for that. We met during university and we kind of clicked straight away. However, we were friends for the longest time. Not for any particular reason. We just both I was very career driven. I wanted to make sure I was getting the best grades I could and making the most out of my university experience. Let's just call my husband Mark. Mark's family has never really liked me. More so his mum. And for no particular reason, I really honestly never really did anything, but they are of a certain religion and a certain culture that I am clearly not from, and his mum didn't like that. Her dream for her little baby boy was to always marry within the culture, so she also didn't like that me and Mark didn't want kids. Got a hair somewhere? Where are you? It was never horrible to me. I definitely knew because Mark told me kind of her feelings. We kind of just continued our lives with the elephant in the room, basically, that was never addressed. One thing though that has always bugged me is that whenever we have Mark's mum staying, they will always only talk in their native language. This is actually like officially Mark's second language. Isn't super fluent in it, but like he can obviously hold a conversation with his mum and kind of speak all day to her. And his mum can speak English. She always does. It's not when she stays around our house. Weird, I know. I always knew this was super weird. So I decided to start learning their language. I went on to Duolingo. I just decided I want to know what the hell they're talking about. I know it's about me. Not gonna lie, it took me a little while to learn. This woman's been slagging me off the whole time. Thank God Mark has never once agreed. She would just be saying just random stuff. Like as soon as she would walk in, I kid you not, she goes, "Great, another week at the pigsty." She calls me so many slurs, actually insane. I had to try and make it not obvious that I knew what they were saying. And luckily Mark was kind of being like, "Mum, just stop it. Like, for God's sake, we've been married for 30 odd years now." I was like, "Tell her, King." But did that stop her? No. So I really thought Mark was on my side this whole time, basically. I was wrong. So it turns out, yes, Mark sticks up for me in front of his mum, but in front of his friends, complete opposite. So Mark only had about 2 friends that are kind of his culture, his native language, and I never clocked onto it until recently. However, they only speak that language when I'm around, and I honestly, hand on heart, never really clocked onto it. So obviously I learnt the language, and this is how I found out so many secrets about Mark. One of them including he cheats on me every Friday night when he's supposed to be going and playing golf with the guys. Oh God, the amount of stuff he says, he just doesn't respect me. This marriage was a complete mistake. Now I know all of this, it's time I start plotting the best revenge ever. I don't really know what, however, his friends aren't too loyal. You know what I'm trying to say?
My best friend says that I owe her everything I have, including my boyfriend. Last night we were alone because she wanted me to help her choose clothes for an event. I was at her place, so I thought I should say something, and I wanted to say something. I was very polite and just said that I knew she meant no harm, but I didn't feel good about it. So I asked her if she could tone it down. I should have said stop, but I guess I'm weak. She didn't really say anything mean, but her attitude was a bit off, I think. She was looking at me in a scornful kind of way, and the way she smiled once I was done talking, it just felt weird. She didn't say anything else but okay, and we just moved on to choosing her clothes, and I left after. We were supposed to go get something to eat, but she said she was tired. I'm not dumb. I knew she was hurt. So I texted a common friend, more her friend than mine, and without getting into detail, I just told him that I talked to Jess about something that was important to me, but that I was afraid she may have gotten the wrong idea from it. The common friend said, quote, "Look, I don't want to get involved, but you should watch it." I asked what he meant. He said, "Nothing, just watch it." A little while after that, he texts me back and says, "Changed my mind. I do want to get involved," and sends me a bunch of prints of texts going back and forth with him and Jesse. It basically starts with him asking if the two of us had a fight, because I was worried. He was kind with his words. I don't mind him stepping in. And then just non-stop stream of her being horrible. She said I had a big mouth and was judging her behavior because I'm a prude who doesn't know how to be around guys. How she taught me everything I know about having a life, and how dare I tell her what she can and cannot do. Or how I should thank her for even having a boyfriend at all. Our mutual friend actually called her out for being rude, and no friend of mine. After the prints, he told me, "I'm done with her. I give up, and you should watch it." He also said it was okay if I told her I had the prints. I didn't though. I didn't know what to say. I mean, she is not wrong 100%, but even though I know that, it really hurts to read those. This morning I wake up and see she texted me late at night. She says she knows Pete sent me the prints and she didn't mean to be rude. But it's ridiculous that I am jealous of her, because if she wanted my boyfriend, she could have him. She goes on to say, "Do you want me to prove it?" So I'm being silly and should drop it, is what she meant. She ends it with kisses and a joke, so I don't know if she's being playful, apologizing, threatening, or being pragmatical. I didn't answer her yet. I don't know what to say. Should I even say anything, or should I just let it go? I wish I could talk to someone about this, but I'm very private. I usually go to Jesse with these types of things.
And OP said, "I believe stuff happened before she was 18 too." Somebody else says, "Do you think they kept that relationship secret for most of Eric and Amy's relationship? What a disgusting father and pig if that's the truth." OP said, "I'm not sure when things got actually physical or romantic, but I do think his grooming started as soon as she came into the picture when Eric started dating her freshman year. This mentor and a friend that Amy alluded to had to start right away. And the way she's acting now, being so indebted and believing every single thing he says, shows that his effect on her had to be happening over a long period of time. She only turned 18 like 5 months ago. Her behavior and infatuation for him seems so strong that it couldn't possibly be only 5 months of them being together. Somebody else said, if there are consenting adults, then there's nothing to report. This is a personal problem that needs to be dealt with by attorneys and the people involved. People are way too jumpy to snap on the police to fix their problems anymore. OP is handling this the correct way. If any legal issues come into play, then her attorney will do the right thing. And OP said, the only thing we can really hang our hat on is the possibility of Amy having an epiphany of the reality of her situation. And she opens up candidly about when it began. But because she's 18 currently and has no interest in saying or doing anything that could potentially put Paul in legal trouble, nothing really can be done, unless they find out about other girls that I have no idea about yet. And then there's another update. The support again has been overwhelming, and I'm very grateful. Sadly, I've received a lot of negative / accusatory / harassing private messages from people here who think I'm faking the story. Someone made a comment on some post somewhere claiming that my story has been debunked and people believe that person. I've seen an uptick in negative messages accusing me of making this up for money. I'm not asking for money at all. Coming here was completely rooted in emotional desperation, and I didn't expect anyone to get invested in my story this way. But again, I'm not looking for anything out of this. I have no reason to lie. I'm not gaining anything from this. If you don't believe me, that's fine. I don't care, but the only thing that I ask is do not cross the line and start sending me private messages that are mean-spirited or accusatory. The only reason I'm continuing to post here is because of those who sent me love here, and the support really lifted my spirits. As for the divorce, it's very much underway. I'm not going to get into the specifics of it all because it's ongoing, and I want to make sure everything is going to go smoothly. I got temporary custody of Mary. Paul also has to pay temporary child support. There's a protective order. Paul can't contact us or come near us. Right now, we're just focusing on getting through this legal mess. Again, not getting into specifics because I don't want to mess anything up, but what I'll say is I'm very confident, divorce aside, that there is overwhelming evidence against Paul that will get him in serious trouble, and it will impact him for the rest of his life. I'm sure eventually I can share more of that. I know a lot of people are concerned about his predatory ways, and I just wanted to convey this. Even though I have to be vague right now, justice will come. All of your concerns about how my kids are doing psychologically means a lot to me. Erica has been to therapy twice over the last 2 weeks. I know some people thought I was dismissive of him and acting like he's doing okay. I very much know that he's hurting internally, and we're doing everything we can to make sure he knows he's supported and loved. My brother has been amazing in spending time with Eric and Mary, and both of them have confided in him a lot. My brother has a very healthy marriage. Both he and his wife have really stepped up to the plate for all of us. Mary has not seen a therapist yet, but she promises that she'll be open to seeing one soon. Her anger has mostly turned into sadness, I noticed, and I hope I can get her to see a therapist soon. Her friends have really played a key role in this whole thing, and that's something that Mary has been grappling with as well. I know a lot of people are invested in the well-being of Amy as well. There were a lot of questions about whether Eric and Amy would still see each other at school. It sounded like they go to the same school, but they don't. Eric and Amy went to the same junior high and knew each other even then. But Amy ended up going to an all-Catholic girls' high school while Eric, and Mary too, stayed in the public school system. We all live in the same town, and over the summer, heading into freshman year, is when they started getting to know each other and when they started dating. I wish I had a better update for Amy, but it's actually gotten a lot worse since the last update. Paul has actually been seeing Amy, despite her mother trying to force her not to see him. She tells me that Amy says she's 18 and an adult, and that she can do what she wants. Her mother is in a precarious spot because if she kicks Amy out of the house for defying her, something that she has threatened to do, which I think is a mistake, she would just run to Paul permanently. The time she spends with Paul has increased over the last week, despite the fact that Paul initially ghosted her when all of this first hit the fan. There were some days when Amy would just be gone for hours on end. There's only so much I can do with the Amy situation, but again, I do believe things will turn around soon with that, given what I know about Paul and what's to come. I can only pray that Amy can get help and guidance when more shit hits the fan. I'm doing everything I can with my own kids and my own mental health, and Amy's mom knows she has support, and that's all I can really provide. And then top comment, to be honest, the only way that Amy will see how messed up Paul is when he eventually sleeps with someone else, or he accuses her of seducing him, even if he ends up as a sex offender. I don't know if that's evidence enough to convince her that he's a creep and dangerous. Now, I'm curious what Paul's intentions are. He ghosted her, and now all of a sudden they're meeting up again? Worst case scenario, he's going to have her falsely testify, which I don't think will take more convincing. Honestly, you and Amy's mom did what you could. The best things Amy's mom could do is sit and wait, but don't kick her out. Let her know she'll be there for Amy and still have a roof over her head, and pray she snaps out of it soon instead of years later when she has burned bridges and wasted her life on a man who took advantage and ruined everyone else's life. Another person says, take care of yourself, and please don't stress about these internet trolls. They're mean, heartless, soulless humans that have nothing better to do in life than tearing people down that are already hurting. Though I'm a stranger, your story moved me, and I'm so sad that you have to go through this. Please take care of yourself too. Sounds like both kids are doing okay, but you need to be well as well. Best. And that's all that we have.
Am I the arsehole for pre-gaming my wife's dinners? Story time! Right, this is Tatty's real Steve, and I'm going to be doing today's story. So me and my wife Amy got married and moved in together 5 months ago. My wife has simply not made nearly enough food for me. This is not a kind of situation where I'm constantly agitated at her for incompetence or anything like that. I'd be more than happy to microwave a burrito. I'd be more than happy to whip up a jam sarnie, but I can't. Every single night of our marriage, Amy has done the same thing. She'll make me a tiny dinner. It's literally Chinese chicken salad with about 30 grams of chicken, 10 leaves of lettuce arranged fashionably with some sort of dressing. And when I finish eating, right, I'm still starving because for a 14-stone bloke who works a physical labour job, it's just not enough food. At first, you know, I tried to openly communicate with her, but she just always took it horrendously. She'd have this 1,000-yard stare and then begin talking about how incompetent she is and how she can't even make her husband a proper dinner. I tried to calm her down, saying oh babe, that's not the case. I just eat way too much, or don't worry about it, I can make a bit more. I tried to be overwhelmingly positive, but it just never helped. She would always just get incredibly disappointed in herself, cry, and then take it out on me. The next day would roll around and I'd have the exact same amount. So after the communication route failed, I just tried to eat her dinners as is. It became hard to sleep at night due to hunger, and I lost half a stone in the first month. Eventually, I figured out my own system. On my way home from work, I'd just start swinging by a fast food restaurant and getting myself a burger. I'd be basically pre-gaming her meals with some more calories. And I thought, mint, I'm a genius. What she doesn't know can't hurt her. And I could have my fill of food. I'd scran that on my way home, walk in the door, pick at the salad or quinoa, or some homemade mac and cheese that she's made, compliment her for her mint cooking, and then later dispose of the wrappers discreetly. But 2 days ago, right, I was on my way home and in line at the drive-thru, and my mother-in-law was coming out of the restaurant. She runs over, greets me, and she's like, hey! And I asked her in a funny way not to tell her daughter where she saw me because she'd take it badly, and she agreed. But she then gobbed off and told on me anyway. And I get home to a furious wife who's demanding details. And I told her the truth, and she just got raging and literally looked genuinely hurt. And yeah, I'm not very good at handling confrontation, and I feel like I've betrayed my wife in some way. So was I wrong here?
Hi, Tatty here. We're going to do a little debrief on what we both think of this situation. Steve, over to you. What are your thoughts on this one?
I just think they're making a big deal out of nothing.
Yeah.
Let the guy eat.
Let him eat.
It shouldn't be as much of a thing as
what it is. She should just make bigger portion sizes.
Yeah, I just don't think it's that deep.
Or what if she's trying to get him to lose weight?
Ooh.
And this is a kind way of going about it.
Yeah, that's spicy, that is. That's
another layer. That's an onion layer.
Theory.
I don't know. I just feel like she should be able to take the criticism and the honesty. I mean, why don't you try and cook? Why doesn't the guy try and cook?
Yeah, it comes across as a bit spoilt at times. Where he was all I get is a Chinese chicken meal. A succulent meal. A Chinese meal. A succulent Chinese meal.
Our advice would be to cook yourself and show her what your portion size would be. Love you, bye.
Would I be the asshole for not sharing my inheritance with my half-brother? I, 18 male, have a half-brother, 16 male, who I've never met. He's the result of my dad's affair with another woman when I was a kid. My dad left my mom and me for his mistress and started a new family with her. He never paid any child support or alimony, and he rarely even contacted me. He basically abandoned me and chose his new family over me. My mom raised me by herself and worked hard to provide for me. She passed away last year from leukemia and left me with everything that she had. It wasn't much, but it was enough to pay off my student loans and buy a small apartment. I was devastated by her death, and I miss her every day. A few weeks ago, I got a call from my dad's mistress, now his wife. She told me that my dad died in a traffic accident and that he left a will. He left half of his estate to his wife and the other half to his sons, me and my half-brother. However, he also left a note saying that he wanted me to meet his family to get the money and to forgive him, saying that he regretted not being a good father to me. He asked his lawyer and wife to contact me and make me aware that he left me a substantial portion of the inheritance. That's fucked up. So you mean to tell me you were, aware enough to write all this out? I regret this so much, but you didn't have the balls to reach out to your son. I don't want anything from you. That fucking sucks, babe. I don't think you're the asshole for not wanting to share, but I'm going to listen a little bit more because I truly feel like there's a bit more in there that I need to hear before I give my final judgment. But I completely understand why you're hesitant. Because you're not going to buy my forgiveness simply because you died. No, bro, if you truly felt like this, you could have used all of this goddamn money and found a way to track me down and reach out to me. I was shocked and angry when I heard this. I hate him for trying to buy my forgiveness with his money after ignoring me and my family for most of my life. I told his wife that I didn't want anything from him and I wanted nothing to do with them. She sounded hurt and said they were just trying to honor his wishes and that they wanted to get to know me and be a family. Where was this energy when this man was alive? Before OP's father met his untimely demise, where was this energy? This man died in a traffic accident. So it wasn't like they knew that he was dying, he was sick, and they planned this all out. No, this will has been set because he died. They weren't expecting it. They were not expecting him to pass away. This will has been set for a fucking while. Where was this we want to be a family energy before this man died? She said my half-brother was looking forward to meeting me and that he was willing to share his inheritance with me. She asked me to reconsider and give them a chance. I hung up on her and blocked her. I don't want to have any contact with them. I don't care about the money or the family. I only care about my mom. She was the only parent I ever had. She was the one who loved me and supported me. She was the one who deserved the inheritance, not them. I don't want them to have it either, though. It seems as if I'm promised around 25%. I would rather have the money go to my youngest sister, but I don't want to take it, which I see as a bribe. What should I do? I'm conflicted. I know I could just suck it up, but it feels like it would be disrespecting my dead mother if I did so. But I really need the money. Meeting them is a requirement to get the money, but I can't just do it once. It's said that I have to spend time with them and do bonding activities with them. I have to spend nearly 30 hours to be eligible. My younger sister could really use the money. She's the person that I care about the most. I also don't want to forgive the man that ruined my mom's life and indirectly led to her death. I'm sure that I could make some money to help her with college and life, but I'm never going to be able to match the insane amount that my father left for me. I am so sorry that you are dealing with something so heavy at such a young age. It is not fair and it is not okay. I am truly sorry that you're having to go through that right now. My advice would be to do it. You are not disrespecting your dead mother. You are not doing anything against your mom. You are not. You are not, baby. You gonna play the system. This is what the fuck we're going to do. You are going to go and spend a weekend, give them these 30 hours of bonding time. And once you get your 25%, get the fuck gone. Nowhere does it say you must remain in contact with these people. Go and visit them. Don't let them come to you. We don't want them to know where we are. Go and visit them. Visit them for a weekend. Get your money. Do whatever you need to do to set up funds for you and your younger sister and move the fuck on. You do not have to remain a part of these people's life. Your dad made your life with you and your mom just alone hard. He left you guys and you guys had to struggle. Your mom, being the strong, amazing woman that I know she was, made that shit happen. Take this money. Take the fucking money. Use it to make a mural about how much you fucking hate your dad. Take this fucking money. Take the fucking money. It has nothing to do with you forgiving this man. You don't have to truly forgive. You can say it all day until you're blue in the face. They can't tell you that you're not telling the truth. You do not have to truly mean it. Take the fucking money, babe, and use it to make your life better. You deserve it.
My roommate's boyfriend planned a surprise proposal against her wishes. I kept quiet, and now our friendship is strained. How do I fix this? So me and my friend/roommate, Nicole, have known each other since university. Nicole has been dating her boyfriend, Brandon, for roughly a year. Honestly, none of us are fond of Brandon, but he was Nicole's rebound from a long-term relationship, so we all kind of just assumed that he wouldn't be around for long enough to make us think about it. To my surprise, a couple of weeks ago, Brandon messages me and asked me to help plan a surprise proposal for Nicole for their 1-year anniversary. I pretty much knew for a fact they hadn't discussed getting engaged beforehand because Nicole has, on multiple occasions, mentioned that their relationship was not that serious. And not even 2 weeks ago, she said that they would probably break up before she moves to work on a master's next year. Anyways, for context, here's how my convo went with her boyfriend. Brandon, him asking me to help him plan a surprise proposal. Me, oh, that's exciting. Does Nicole know you're planning on proposing? Brandon, no, and she isn't going to. I want it to actually be a surprise. Please keep this between us. Me, well, if that's the case, I wish you luck. But I won't be helping. I really don't think she'll want to be blindsided with a public proposal. Brandon, well, you can either help or I'll be doing a Jumbotron proposal at the NHL game. Your choice. By the last message, I assumed he was just trying to manipulate me, so I stopped replying. I really didn't think he'd be stupid enough to propose at an NHL game since Nicole hates hockey. I didn't want to meddle, so I just kept quiet to Nicole. To my horror, a couple of days ago, Nicole messages a group chat with us and a couple of friends and tells us she's dumping Brandon. When someone asked why, she said, quote, "He told me to dress up for a special night he had planned for our anniversary. He brought me to a hockey game. I realized I screwed up by not telling her before, so I called her frantically and texted her to get out of there if she doesn't want to be proposed to on the Jumbotron. Thankfully, she saw my text before it happened and left the game before he could propose. They got into a big fight afterwards and broke up before Nicole got home that evening. Nicole is furious now and has been acting really off with me. She's pissed I didn't tell her about him wanting to propose in that way. Honestly, I just don't know what to do here. I feel like I was put in a shit situation and Nicole is acting like I'm the reason all this happened. Is there any way to at least kind of mend the friendship and get back to normal? We're supposed to live together as roommates for several more months after this, so I'd like to move past this."
Am I wrong for taking my daughter out of the country without telling her dad? I took my daughter 10 to France for a week. We're from UK for a holiday. She missed no time from school and it didn't affect her contact with her dad. We have a child arrangement order and legally I'm allowed to take my daughter anywhere without permission or notice as long as it doesn't affect the contract. I also checked with the solicitor. When I booked the holiday, I sent a WhatsApp message to my daughter's dad to tell him I was taking her on a holiday. I gave the dates, the location, and travel details. I know he has me blocked on WhatsApp, so I knew he'd never see the message. I knew if he knew, he'd kick off and try to ruin our holiday. I know I'm not legally obliged to tell him about our holiday, but I thought it would help the situation if I could say, well, I did send him the details. Anyway, we get to France and we're having a great time. My daughter decided to call her dad for a chat. I told her she can tell him whatever she likes. It's up to her if she tells him on a holiday, but I did warn her that he probably doesn't know and might be unhappy. Partway through the call, she mentions we're in France, and he goes ballistic. Screaming, shouting, he demanded to speak to me. I got on the phone but couldn't get a word in for all of the screaming, so I ended the call. He starts blowing up mine and my daughter's phone, demanding we return to the UK immediately. He was threatening to have me arrested for child abduction. I calmly sent him a message stating we are on a holiday, we'll be home before he is due to see his daughter and that his daughter is happy, healthy, and enjoying a holiday. I told him that he's welcome to call and text her, but to please stop screaming and shouting as it is distressing her. He texted me back calling me an asshole, saying that he'll see me in court. So, am I the asshole? Okay, she has a small but scary update. My relationship with my ex has been rough for years. He was abusive and was furious when I left. I got a non-molestation order, restraining order against him. But because of our daughter, obviously I had to maintain some contact with him. Last week I took our daughter on holiday. When my ex found out, he was so angry. During handover, which I luckily took a friend with me, he became very aggressive. I tried to defuse, but he lost it and attacked me right in front of our daughter. Police were called and he was arrested. He's in a holding cell right now. Part of me is relieved that others are finally seeing him for who he is, but it's breaking my heart that my daughter is having to see that too. She's been distraught today. She keeps asking me why her dad is like this and I can't give her a good answer. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if he'll go to prison. I don't know if my daughter will have to go back to see him. I'm so uncertain and just so scared.
I asked my boyfriend why he kept cheating on me, and his answer completely broke my heart. Me and my boyfriend were together for over 3 years, and after 1 year, I discovered that he was cheating on me. I was absolutely devastated, but I also believe in second chances. I desperately wanted to give our relationship another shot, so I forgave him and gave him another chance. That started the downward spiral of our relationship. I would discover him cheating on a regular basis with multiple people. Every time I would confront him, he would always be honest with me. Because he was always upfront about it, I always gave him another chance. At the time, I truly believed that because he was honest with me, what he was doing really wasn't that bad. After this catastrophe of relationship dragged on for another 2 years, I finally reached my breaking point. 2 days ago, I was in the bedroom and he was in the living room watching TV. So I peeked at his phone that was on the nightstand charging, and I discovered that he had created new dating apps. I asked my boyfriend why he kept cheating on me, and his answer completely broke my heart. I discovered that he had created new dating apps and he was sexting other women. Was I surprised? Not exactly. I just felt so defeated after so long of him doing this over and over to me. I could not understand why he wanted to keep hurting me. I came out of the bedroom sobbing and confronted him for the millionth time. He was completely unfazed and he just sat there listening to me as I broke down. I blurted out, "Why are you doing this to me? I do so much for you. I support you. I cook. I clean. I don't understand why you're doing this to me." He looked me dead in the eye with absolutely zero emotion. He said, "Because I know you won't do anything about it." I don't know why, but what he said finally opened my eyes. He was absolutely right. I knew right then and there that I was just letting him walk all over me. He never needed to come up with bullshit excuses, deny it, or even lie to me about it, because I would just always forgive him.
Would I be the asshole for not going to my friend's wedding after my husband was uninvited? I'm really struggling with what to do here, so I'm looking for advice. My husband and I were originally invited to the wedding of my friend Simon and his fiancée Julie, which will be 4 months from now. We got the invitation a couple months ago and immediately RSVP'd yes. I was excited for us to go. I even had our outfits picked out. Today, Simon sent me a message telling me that due to unexpected constraints, he and Julie are downsizing their wedding and need to resend some invitations, including some people's plus ones. So my husband's invitation has been rescinded, but I am still invited to come. Simon and I have been friends for 6 years. I always considered us pretty close. We used to work together for 4 years and have always kept in touch, sending each other lengthy voice messages with updates about our lives, sending Christmas cards, phone calls, etc. I had met his fiancée a couple of times, and my husband and I were on good terms with both of them. My husband and I have been together for 8 years and have children, a dog, and a house together. I envisioned being couple friends with Simon and Julie in the long term, and thought their future children would be family friends with our children. I am shocked and hurt that my husband has been cut out from the guest list. I thought Simon saw him as a friend too, not just me. And more than that, I didn't consider him as my plus one. He's not a date I'm bringing. We're a package deal. We already RSVP'd and we're planning to go. Is it not very rude of Simon and Julie to uninvite him like this? Anyways, I am so shocked and hurt. I honestly don't want to go to their wedding. And I don't really want to continue my friendship with them either. I have never dealt with something like this before. If I did go, it would be mainly out of obligation at this point. There is also the possibility that this isn't coming from Simon, and that he is being put in a tough spot. So I do feel some sympathy if that were the case, and I just hate being rude in general. Would I be the asshole if I changed my RSVP to no because of this? Simon's message did include this as an option. He even specified the link where I could update my RSVP.
My husband has a whole other wife and child. Where do I go from here? This is a long and complicated story, so I'm really sorry if some things don't make sense right now. So I met my husband, who we will call Jake, about 4 years ago on Tinder. Jake comes from a different country than where I'm from, but he was my type, and we started talking. I was blown away by how cute and charming he was. This version of Jake has never gone away. He's always been super charming and so nice, and honestly just so amazing. He's the type of person that when you finish a conversation with him, you always feel better about yourself, just to give you some context. He and I fell in love very quickly, and we also got married really fast. He was also super eager to start a family together because it gave his citizenship more legitimacy in my country. By our second anniversary, we were married and I was pregnant with our son. Jake still works in his home country, so every month he flies back, stays with his mom, or so I thought, and gets the work that he needs to get done and then flies back home. The rest of the work he can usually do at home. Last few years with Jake have been some of the most amazing years of my life, which is why the last week feels like a fever dream. This is gonna sound weird, but someone on Facebook had messaged me saying that Jake was cheating on me and they had proof. I honestly didn't really believe this at first because, it was just some random person messaging me on Facebook, so I just ignored them. But then after a while, curiosity killed the cat, and I asked them what proof they had. My husband has a whole other wife and child. Where do I go from here? They proceeded to message me with a large photo album of Jake with another woman and 2 other little boys. I know that these photos were relatively recent because I asked him to dye his hair blonde for the Barbie movie, and he did, and he's kept it like that ever since. The person told me that the woman in the photo was his wife and the 2 boys were his sons. I obviously didn't want to believe it. I tried to think of any way that it could be fake, like AI, Photoshop, whatever. I don't even know. I was making so many excuses at that point. I think the person blocked me now, though, because every single time I go back to look at the chat, their username just comes up as Facebook user. When I got home, I obviously confronted Jake about it. He started crying and confessed that he did have a wife and 2 sons, I would guess about 13 and 9. They all live in his home country and he's still married to the woman. I asked him how he could do this to me and how he could lie to me for so long. I told him that I was going to expose him to the other wife, and he said not to bother because she already knows and supports him. I left, and I've been staying with my mother ever since. This has honestly been one of the hardest weeks of my life. Jake has been texting me saying that he will break it off with the wife if that's what I wanted, but he said that he thought that I wouldn't mind. Part of me, stupidly, I know, wants him back because the years I had with him were the best years of my life, but this betrayal is just something I don't know if I can come back from.
The asshole to ask my neighbors to stop putting signs in my yard? Backstory. I live in a corner lot. On one side, it's a neighborhood road, and the other side is a big old public road. Part of the property has several easements, and it's easy to mistake these as common areas, but they're actually my private property. The amount of people who assume that these are areas that they can put in signs is mind-boggling. Every weekend, there are 2 to 3 signs in my yard. Real estate sale, moving sale, yard sale, you name it. Not only do I find them trashy personally, but they're actually illegal per our city regulations. People are sometimes thinking that they are my signs, where I have to stop and explain yet again that the random garage sale chaser is not at my house, and I have to also explain it to the city code enforcement. So here's what happened. I removed yet another moving sale sign and thought nothing of it until I came out the next morning to another one, this time placed further into my yard, and a suspicious, angry-looking dude was sitting across the street in his car. Closer inspection revealed a small note at the bottom of the sign that said, "The HOA approved this sign," and not to remove it. Signed a board member. Just like that. No name, phone number, just signed a board member. As I removed the sign, the suspicious guy turned on his car and sped off into our neighborhood. Then for the next couple of hours or so, the same guy in the car would repeatedly do slow drives by the front of our house, where I was working, glaring at me. So obviously it was his sign. Now, I've been confronted, but I've never had anyone do anything like this before, so I decided to end it by returning the last sign and explaining why I removed them, and proceeded to do exactly that. I walked until I saw the yard sale sign, asked if it was his sign, then calmly explained that it was a frequent error for people to assume that it was open space, but it was actually my property, and the city will fine me for having temporary signs in my yard, and to please stop putting his signs there. As I'm turning to walk away, the guy from the car goes, "It's actually HOA property." Like he didn't listen to a thing that I just said. So I assured him it most certainly was not HOA property, it was mine. And he can verify that with the county assessor's office if he's so inclined to do. I go to walk away, and now a lady, the board member lady, is chastising me too for removing her sign, for not coming to talk to her, both of which I was technically doing. My actions are completely unacceptable, and this is not how you behave, is what she said. Absolutely no recognition for either her or her husband's behavior.
I'm dating my stepbrother. Let's talk about it. Okay, so my mom passed away and she was really sick before that, so it was just me who was taking care of her because my sister, my twin sister, passed away before that, so it was literally just me and my mom. He went and created an entirely new life with a new family and just basically said bye to us. And I had friends who were there when all of this was going on, and actually a boyfriend who was there for me, but then he felt like it was too much, me having a sick mom, and he actually cheated on me like while this whole thing was going on. So I was like, I need to get out of this town. My dad told me I could come to this town where he lived with his new girl and her kids, and I could just get away from everything because my mom had passed, like I said, and that town held like a lot of memories, and I was ready to get away. I literally spent the last money I had to pay for gas to get there. Like, I was barely making it there in my piece of crap truck. When I got there, my dad wasn't even there. He was just leaving it up to my stepbrother kind of to like show me the way, but when I got there, he wanted nothing to do with me. Got there and I tried to explain my predicament. He basically made me Harry Potter and put me underneath the stairs. He gave me like a room underneath the stairs. I was legit Harry Potter. I think my dad had left like a bad taste in his mouth about how people were. I was not trying to mooch off anybody. I wasn't trying to get a free ride. I was literally just trying to get out of that town, trying to work my way. I was looking for a job actively. I had put in like multiple applications places, and I actually got a job at this like country club type place. It's where like a lot of rich people in Florida play golf, and there was this nice restaurant, and I was like very excited because I could be like a caddy girl and I could also work in the restaurant. I found out that the house that I was going to be staying at wasn't actually my dad's or his girlfriend's. It was the son of his girlfriend's place, and I was going to be staying there thanks to him. So that's why I was given like the treatment underneath the stairs. But working there, I met some really nice people. One was one of the girls who worked there, who was also like working as like a cart girl and in the dining room. And I also met like the owner's son, and he got me set up like in the dining room as a cart girl, and he was very cute. He ended up inviting me to a party at the house I was staying at. I didn't realize that it was at the house I was staying at until after he said so, and I was like, yeah, sure, I can meet you there, not telling him that I literally lived there. And when he showed up to the party, I had like dressed in this like really pretty dress, I thought, and these heels, and I was like going to go meet him, and then I run into like my pseudo stepbrother kind of. And he was like, what are you wearing? And I thought he was like making fun of the way I dressed because I wasn't dressed as nice as some of these other girls that he was used to. I don't know if I told you, but he is like very good looking. Like, everybody here is hot, but he is like top tier, like extra hot. And he pulls me back into my like little Harry Potter room. It's like, you can't go out like that. Then he literally kisses me. A full-on make out, hookup / not type of thing. And you can't kiss me like that and look into my eyes and expect me not to get feelings for you. And if you want to find out what happens next, check the caption. Bye!
I have a filter on because I look absolutely deranged. I've been crying hysterically all day, but I have a story that I want to share with you guys. And I know that I'm probably going to cry while I'm repeating it. My stepdaughter Gianna just shared with us this essay that she wrote about Savannah. Just thinking about it's making me cry. Like, oh man, it was the most beautiful essay I've ever read. But because of it, we started talking about Savannah, and it reminded me of this really weird thing that happened right after she died. I think Savannah actually knew that it was her time. Right after Savannah died, her diary. I'm gonna read you the page from her diary. Just this one page. Diary says, Friday, February 10th, 2023. So 2 days before she passed. I don't know if I'm going crazy because I constantly feel like I'm being watched. As of right now, I feel like it right now. One of the reasons I closed my door all the way is because when I open it just a little bit, I'm scared that somebody's there just staring at me. I had a doctor's appointment today, but I was scared. I was shaking. I said it was because I was worried that there was going to be bad news, which was a lie. I forgot about that too. Then had her annual physical 2 days before she passed away, and the doctor said everything was fine, everything was good. She said, I was scared someone was watching me. It's just been getting
worse lately too. I think I'm going crazy, but I'm not crazy, and I feel embarrassed even though I know I shouldn't be embarrassed. I hear a voice of this woman calling for me. She said it was scary, but it cannot comprehend to the fear that I feel most days lately, because I really feel like somebody's watching me. When I had my session with Amy, who is the Bolesky here on TikTok, I don't know if you guys remember that, but she gave me a session and it was really scary accurate, and it was absolutely mind-blowing, okay? Amy, before I even told her this, brought up the fact that my grandmother was watching her. My grandmother who passed away a couple of years beforehand. I know this is so hard for me to get through. Like, I don't know if you guys can even understand me, like I'm crying so much, but for Amy to tell me that like my grandmother was there watching Savannah and waiting for her as she passed, and the days leading up to her death, and the fact that Savannah literally wrote about it in her diary is one of the craziest things I've ever heard in my entire life. I just miss her. So, God, I miss her so much. I forgot that happened. And so I wanted to make this video before I ever forget again. It was so cool. I don't know if that's probably not the right word. It was mind-blowing, okay? It was mind-blowing information to find out. Just unreal. Yeah. Anyways, love y'all.
Am I the asshole for reminding my coworker that his wife is his cousin? I have this one coworker earlier in the week. He would not stop nagging me about how I'm single and bragging about how he has a wife and a healthy baby. I mean, literally, he would not stop bringing it up. And it's not that he was talking about how proud he was of his family. It was more like he was rubbing it in my face and saying that I was like a loser for being single. At a certain point, I got to my breaking point. I started questioning him about his arranged marriage. He got really, really defensive when I started asking him about this, and then he starts to go on about how it wasn't arranged. He married his uncle's daughter. But then I go on to inform him that, yeah, you married your uncle's daughter, and you also know that your uncle's daughter is your cousin. I reminded him that he was already related to his wife before they even got married. I also asked him why he couldn't just call his wife his cousin. Why did it have to be uncle's daughter, as if a woman can't exist without first and foremost belonging to a man? He really did not like this conversation, and he went into a rage and he kept yelling at me, no wonder I'm single. So then I said, well, at least I'm not in the habit of screwing my own family members. And at that point, I think it was his breaking point. He threatened to go to HR. I shortcut him and went to HR first to tell them my side of the story. He basically told me to just cool it with him and not bring up any cultural differences so that I don't offend him. But I feel like I didn't bring up anything cultural with him. I merely just brought up facts. So am I the asshole here?
Am I the asshole for putting up Christmas lights early when it violates an HOA's rules? I've had previous experience with this group, as I live in a neighborhood that has had an HOA before, but I was there before the rest of the houses were built and before they formed the HOA. I'm not a member of the HOA in any way, and I've been confirmed with that and verified by a real estate attorney. So anyways, apparently the HOA has rules over how many lights you can put up and what the earliest date is of when you can put them up. The woman who I deal with from the HOA the most, that's upset, comes to my house on November 30th and tells me that the lights were against the policy and that I was not allowed to have them or to have as many lights as I do. I told her that we've been over this before and that I am in no way beholden to their policies and I don't care. I told her out of respect to the people in the neighborhood I did like that I wasn't going to go full Clark Griswold on my house, but that my nieces and nephews love the lights, so I would be putting up a fair amount. I also told her that I didn't care about their rules and that the lights would be up during certain hours and that once I was done putting them up, I would likely have them on until Christmas. She told me that I was breaking the rules and upset other members and that I should respect the rules even if I don't want to because technically I live in the neighborhood. She offered me a flyer which apparently had the set of HOA rules. I tossed them in the trash in front of her and told her to get off of my property. I probably could have entertained some of what she asked, but I've just had enough. Am I the asshole?
Today's secret comes from Dave. Oh, welcome,
Thank you, Dave.
Hi, ladies. I know you sometimes get men on the show, but I'd really appreciate my secret going to a woman co-host because I'm seriously in need of some female perspective.
You're in luck, Dave.
Hello, Gemma. I've been with my amazing wife, Charlotte, for 4 years now, married for 1, and I just adore her. She also has an amazing group of girlfriends. They're a little group of 4 who are there for each other through thick and thin. I really appreciate what they bring into Charlotte's life. One of them, though, I am becoming increasingly suspicious of. Her name is Ariel, and she was the maid of honor at our wedding. Ariel and Charlotte went to primary school together, so we're talking about a friendship that has now spanned decades. Charlotte would walk over hot coals for Ariel. Without getting into the weeds of it too much, Ariel survived bowel cancer a little while ago, and that experience drew them both closer than I thought possible. Ariel, though, isn't a very good or trustworthy person. Not in my opinion, anyway. For starters, she has a thing for married men. Oh, God. And I'm not talking about a once-off thing. Ariel almost exclusively pursues married men, especially married men at the law firm where she works. She has gleefully retold us stories of her having sex with her boss, who is much older and supposedly happily married with kids. She's told us about sleeping with her real estate agent, also married. She seems to absolutely get off on the idea that a guy would risk it all for her, that she's so attractive and seductive that these married guys just couldn't help but fuck up their lives for sex with her. On top of that, I'm just convinced she's a nasty piece of work. She subtly makes digs at my wife's clothes and social media posts in ways that I think affects her confidence. Although, if Charlotte knew I was writing this, she'd jump to Ariel's defense and say she's just playing and has a sharp sense of humor. Charlotte can appreciate that Ariel's behavior is, in her terms, semi-problematic, but she mostly minimizes and ignores it, making up excuses of, well, it's not her marriage, it's theirs, and she's just blowing off steam before she settles down. I know my wife, deep down, doesn't agree at all with what Ariel does because Charlotte has come down so hard on cheaters in other areas of our lives. When it's Ariel, though, it's like a golden ticket. Whatever Ariel does is somehow explainable, somehow absolvable. It's like this golden glow that Charlotte can't see past.
My husband got a paternity test on our 5-year-old daughter and it came back negative, but I never cheated. Now he thinks our relationship is a lie and wants a divorce. What do I do? I honestly have no idea how this happened. I would never cheat on my husband. I love him so much. I haven't been able to stop crying all day. Me and my husband have been together since college and he's the love of my life. Maybe this is a little bit TMI, but I've only slept with 2 other people in my life and that was before me and my husband even got together. There's absolutely no other potential father to my daughter. I would absolutely never cheat and I don't know why he decided to take this stupid test, but it came back negative and now he doesn't think that he's her father. I have no idea how to convince him that it was a faulty test and I'm so scared that he's never gonna believe me. The past few months, he has been so different than the man that I married. He's been so cold and suspicious. He's been distant with our daughter and all he does is sit in his office for hours on end and I have no idea what he's doing in there. Part 2 is on my page now. My husband got a paternity test on our 5-year-old daughter and it came back negative, but I never cheated. And now he wants a divorce. And after a lot of silence and anxiety, I finally had a conversation with him. We discussed a lot of things, but I told him I would literally never cheat on him. I told him a list of tests that I really wanted to take to prove it to him that it was a faulty test. He told me he didn't want to hear it right now, so we're gonna talk a little bit more about it tomorrow. Although this is really hard on him, he did say that he still loves our daughter and that he won't try to kick me out of the house or our room again. I have no idea what to do. I feel like I'm being punished for something that I literally didn't do because I did not do it and I would never cheat on him. At the end of our long conversation, I did ask him to hug me just to feel a little bit of reassurance and he did, thankfully, and that made me feel a lot better. But I'm still just so scared that I'm not going to be able to convince him that it was a faulty test. I don't know how I can be a good wife and support his needs while also proving my innocence.
Ready together and talk about the time very well. Like, I had never spent that much time with her. I really just didn't know her like that, but I needed to go stay with them, so whatever. I went and I get to hang out with my aunt, and she also has a daughter who's my age, so I'm like, okay, maybe I'll like have a friend here. Boy, was I super wrong, because she actually wanted nothing to do with me, and my aunt was even like trying to push me on to her and her friends, like, oh, invite her out, like, why don't y'all go to the carnival together tonight? And she was like, no, like, we already had plans. She wanted nothing to do with me. Well, I found myself going to the carnival alone, and then I was like kind of sitting over where this lake area was, and I ended up seeing this guy. I saw this guy earlier while I was in town studying, and I could tell that he was like one of those guys, you know what I mean, just like very popular, had a big friend group around him, and you could tell he was like their leader or whatever. A few hours just like talking, getting to know each other, and he's like, I'm gonna like show you around this town while you're here for however long you're here for, and he decides that we are going to be friends. And this guy is very cute, he's very charming, he's fun to be around, and I don't really know anybody else here, so I'm obviously going to take that opportunity. I guess my cousin may or may not have like had a crush on him or at some point, and when she finds out that we're hanging out, now all of a sudden I'm interested and she wants to spend time with me. Like, obviously that ship has sailed. I'm hanging out with him and his friends a lot, getting to know everybody, and I really do have like the best time. And then it's time for me to go home, and we decide to stay in touch, and then the next summer I end up going back there. Obviously we get really close, we're texting a lot, we stay in touch, and all my friends joke that he's like my Canadian boyfriend, blah blah blah, and I'm like, no, it's not like that between us, even though like I kind of want it to be like that between us. I think the first summer was my sophomore year because this summer was my junior year, and it just feels a little different this year. Like, things are a little bit more flirty. We don't ever really talk about like girls or guys to each other because obviously like there's something between us. Feeling a little bit like I'm being led on. Like, I don't know, we said we were gonna be friends, but it just feels different, and I decide maybe to start flirting with one of his friends. Maybe it was to get a reaction out of him, maybe not, you'll never know. Okay, and my plan does in fact work, okay? I only admit that there's something between us, okay, but we're not really sure what it is. We're just gonna like take it day by day, but then that last summer, that third summer, is where everything went to and things between us just were never the same after.
I had a 7-month affair in the first year of my marriage, and I don't regret it one bit.
Oh, what a sentence.
Okay. What an opener. I have been with my husband for 13 years, and we've been married for 6 years. I love him dearly. He is my best friend and has grown into being a really good partner. But things have not always been smooth. The year we got engaged was particularly stressful and tense for both of us. He was completely checked out of our relationship, and I was in a very stressful job working for more than 60 hours a week while planning our wedding by myself. I was seriously considering calling the wedding off and even ending our relationship when the chance to change careers presented itself. Hoping this was a way to reduce one major stressor, I jumped at the chance. I was at this point that I met Victor. It was at this point that I met...
We do make up the names here. Who chose Victor?
Hey, it was not me.
Okay, I'm glad that you made up the names because I was like, you cheated on your husband for a guy called Victor.
It was at this point that I met Victor at an interview to work in his restaurant as a cook. I instantly felt a connection. He stared into my eyes the whole interview. The interview quickly diverged from the usual interview questions to a discussion of our passion projects. He asked me to come in the next day for a trial shift, and I readily agreed. The shift started normally with another general getting to know you chat. He then asked how long I'd been engaged for and how I met my fiance. I kept my answers short, almost brusque. Talking about the early days of our relationship was a painful reminder of how bad things had become, and I felt physically ill whenever I thought of the wedding. He could tell that I did not want to discuss my upcoming nuptials and moved the conversation along. Things got a bit flirty as we nerded out over roasted golden beets, chorizo, and cheese Saab. I don't know what that is either. And cheese. Nothing inappropriate there. After my trial shift, he offered me the position, but the pay was far too low to allow me to take it. I was devastated, but knew it was probably for the best. Despite all my reservations, I married my fiancé. Predictably, I was miserable and regretted the whole thing. 6 months into our marriage, a coworker asked me to pick up lunch for her. As luck would have it, she'd ordered takeaway from the restaurant where I had my interview. This was the first time I'd been back since my trial shift. I went to the counter to pick up my food and was caught off guard to see Victor bringing out my order. His face lit up with the biggest smile as he walked towards me, and my heart skipped a beat. He said he'd seen me from the kitchen and decided to say hi. He asked how I'd been, and I laughingly said I didn't think he would remember me since it had been over a year and I was just one of a dozen interviewees. To that, he said, "Of course I remember you." I could never forget those eyes. I was breathless.
Woo! All right, I support it.
Get hot in here! I have no idea what inane drivel came out of my mouth after that, but I survived the conversation and quickly left. I posted a picture of my lunch to IG with the caption saying, "Thank you for the tasty lunch," and tagged the restaurant. The restaurant account liked the photo, and as did an account I'd never seen before. I clicked on the profile and it was Victor's personal account. As I stared, he sent me a DM saying it was so good to see me again and that I was welcome back anytime. I went back several times over the course of the next month. Each time I saw him, I felt that spark. I knew I was playing with fire, but I didn't care. I was let off work early one afternoon and stopped in for a coffee. It was slow at the restaurant, so Victor was behind the counter manning the register. Once again, he lit up seeing me, and I glowed. He cooked my lunch himself and held onto my hand a little too long while giving it to me, maintaining eye contact the whole time. I made up my mind at that moment. I went to my car and slid straight into his DMs. I asked to meet up sometime for a drink to discuss advice for my cooking blog. He agreed, and we met the following Sunday at a local bar. It was the best conversation I'd had in months. He eventually asked me about my husband, but I changed the subject fast and ordered another round. He told me a little about his family, how he became a chef, and what he did in his limited spare time. We had so much in common. We had the same taste in music, movies, TV, and politics. We spent several hours nursing our drinks and talking. He walked me to my car and lingered chatting for a moment before giving me his phone number. I texted him as I watched him walk to his car. I knew what I wanted from him, and after that meeting, I knew I could get it.
Ooh, work. My confident queen.
We texted for the rest of the evening. Texting turned to sexting, and soon we planned to meet in person. A week later, I went to his house for the first time, and that night I had the most amazing sex I've ever had. The affair lasted for 7 glorious months. I learned so much about myself during this time. I started living my life without waiting around for my husband to join me. Being with Victor made me feel sexy, smart, interesting, and more like myself. It really helped me realize my own self-worth. I figured if someone like Victor could value me, I should start valuing myself more. The weirdest part is how much it helped my marriage. I found myself being more patient with my husband and less resentful of his inattention. If he played video games all night, I would just leave the house and spend that time with Victor. If he didn't want to spend time with me after work, I would leave the apartment to go spend time with my friends by myself. I would sometimes go out alone and just walk for hours, enjoying my own company. We stopped fighting so much and I started to heal. My husband noticed that I no longer seemed to care about his actions, and it was a wake-up call. He even went so far as to comment on how I seemed just fine with not seeing him, and when he did seek me out, I was warm and friendly, but completely unbothered by his recent absences. I told him I realized I didn't need him to live a happy, fulfilling life, and so he started to prioritize me. He even got professional help for some of his issues. To this day, he does not know about the affair, and I will never tell him. Oh. Victor and I agreed to stop seeing each other the week before Christmas that year. We both went into the relationship knowing it would not be long term. Despite the problems in my marriage, I was not ready to leave my husband. He was considering a serious relationship with someone he'd been talking to, and I encouraged him to pursue it. Our time together is something I will always cherish and look back on with a mixture of joy and wonder. It was perfect, and I'm so glad it happened.
Am I the asshole for calling animal control on a cat that my neighbor's been feeding? My wife and I live in a pretty nice upper middle class neighborhood in the suburbs. We don't have an HOA, but that doesn't keep our neighbors from trying to tell other people how they should be living their lives or poking their nose into other people's business. One of the worst of these people is my neighbor Jan. Jan is probably 50 or 60 and lives a couple doors down from us with her husband. She's nice enough and very outgoing, but also a gossip and a busybody who loves drama. Her one redeeming quality, though, is that she loves nature and animals. She always has bird feeders out and has a lovely garden that attracts a lot of bees and butterflies, but over the past few months, she's been leaving food out for a stray cat that has been visiting our neighborhood. Now, I've seen this cat roaming around before, and it is huge. It's mean, too, and I've seen it square off with many of the neighborhood dogs twice its size. In my opinion, it's dangerous and probably killing a lot of birds and other wildlife in the area. If we were another 10 miles out of town with fewer people around, I would have taken care of it myself. But my wife convinced me to contact animal control instead. I did, and they came out and set some traps, and over the weekend they let me know that one of the traps has successfully caught the cat, and they sent me a picture of it to confirm that that was the cat that I was calling about. And it was. Saturday, we were walking with our kids and dog, and Jan stopped us to talk like she often does. And we talked for about 5 minutes or so, and she mentioned seeing animal control around and said she hopes nothing dangerous was around, but that she was worried about the stray cat that she's been feeding. I told her that actually that's what they were looking for, and they found it. She asked me how I know that, and I told her it was because I was the one who called them so that they could catch the cat. She asked me why I would do that, and I told her that it was a stray animal, not a pet, and that it was dangerous to other pets and animals in the area. She asked me if I know what animal control does to strays like that, and I told her that I did, and I don't feel the smallest bit bad about it. I told her leaving food out for stray animals like this was reckless and, in my opinion, dumb. Our neighborhood does an Easter egg hunt for kids, so we went there yesterday, and I was talking with another dad, and he told me that Jan has already been making rounds last night telling everyone that I got her pet cat killed by animal control. He told me how she was telling everybody that would listen about what an asshole I am. We had a good laugh about it, but when I told my wife, she got upset because she didn't want us having a negative reputation of being jerks like that. So am I the